Radio check, loud and clear. Hopefully, you guys can hear me, and thank you everyone for tuning in to the start of the 2025 season. We are here in Bahrain getting ready to go testing in half an hour's time. Um, Thank you everyone that's already tuned in. We've already got 70 people on the stream. Currently up on the screen, we have got the times from last year. So you probably want to go ahead and ignore the drivers and which teams they're at. We've had quite a few changes, and the preseason testing data will be coming through in around about 15 minutes' time. Um, yeah. Oh, have you guys got only left ear audio? Um, let me have a look. Um, oh, you're left ear only. Okay. There is a way for me to change this. Um, right. Well, I'm gonna have to figure that one out. Before before too many people show up. Yeah, give me just a second, folks, while I figure this out. And yeah, so I'll run you through which drivers are taking part in testing. Well, in fact, all 20 drivers are taking part in testing today. For the first half of the day, 10 drivers will be driving, and for the second half of the day, the other half of the drivers will be driving. Yeah. Okay. And what else have we got to talk about? So let me just fix my mic for a sec, and then I will. Oh, it's literally just one little toggle that I've got to press. Here we go. Okay, there we go. Now both of your ears will be able to hear my voice. Bosh. Right. So preseason testing. We have got hot, sunny, dry conditions in Bahrain as expected. I don't think there is any sort of chance of a sandstorm like we had a couple of years ago. So that should be good for the drivers. They'll actually have some visibility and be able to drive. And yeah, let's run through which drivers are taking part in the morning session today. So for McLaren, we have Oscar Piastri driving. Then we have Lewis Hamilton with his first time at Ferrari. He's going to be taking the morning session ahead of Charles Leclerc. Liam Lawson, the rookie at Red Bull, is going to be taking the first session, and Verstappen will be taking the second session. Kimi Antonelli, also the rookie, will be taking part in the morning session. Hopefully, doesn't hopefully the rookies that are taking part in the morning session don't go out and damage the car, crash the car, break the front wing, because the teams will have spares, but obviously that is not ideal whatsoever for the drivers who are taking part in the afternoon session, because they're going to have a damaged car and limited running time. And then we have Fernando Alonso driving the Aston in the morning, so he'll be able to give some good feedback to the engineers on whether the car is a little bit more drivable and a little bit more consistent. Last year we saw they were quite good sometimes, quite slow other times, and there was no real pattern to it. So maybe they can figure out that maybe they figured out those issues over the winter break, and they'll be looking to score some podiums. Then we have Jack Doohan in the Alpine. He'll be taking part in the morning session. Oliver Behrman in the Haas. He'll be taking part in the morning session as well. Haas, of course, have got two new drivers, Hulkenberg and Magnussen leaving the team, and Oliver Behrman and Esteban Ocon the first time they'll be teammates. First time Haas will be dealing with both of them as drivers, and it'll be interesting to see how that works out for them. For the Racing Bulls, we have Yuki Tsunoda driving in the morning slot, and then we have Alex Albon driving for Williams and Nico Hulkenberg driving for Kick Sauber. Some of you may have noticed that little F1 TV advert on the bottom right of the screen. I have been sponsored by F1 TV for the entire season this year. Or at least been given the option to be sponsored by them for the entire year. So I'm going to see how it goes for pre-season testing in the first couple of races, and then yeah, we'll see if I'm continued sponsored them continued to be sponsored by them for the rest of the season. But yeah, if you guys do want F1 TV Pro, the link is in the description, and it definitely helps out the channel if you buy it through my link. Yeah. All right. I want to watch the test, but when they start, I'm at school. Well, I reckon you should definitely skip school to watch preseason testing. No, at least for me, I remember when I was in school, preseason testing was always held. The weeks always seemed to line up, and preseason testing was held over the little break, so over a 1 week holiday, which was quite nice. It starts 11 a.m. local time. Is it 11 a.m.? I'm not sure if it's 11 or 11 or 10. Let's have a look. What time is it in Sakia right now? Yeah, it starts 10 a.m. local time in Bahrain and finishes 7 p.m. So, yeah. Right now it's 7 a.m. or well, approaching 7 a.m. In the UK, and it'll be finishing at 4 p.m. How come the nameplates have not changed? The nameplates will be changing in around about 10 minutes time once the preseason testing data comes through. Currently I've just got the data from last year. Okay. Yeah, thank you everyone for tuning in. We've got 250 people already tuned in to the live stream. Be sure to hit the like button. It really does help out the channel, folks, especially at the start of the live stream when we've got another 8-9 hours to go. It would be a huge favour if you could hit the like button right at the start. Yeah, we'll be underway for testing very shortly. Of course, we've got a lot to discuss. So many driver changes, so many things that could go well for some teams, so many things that could go badly. Why not start from the top? How is Lewis Hamilton going to settle in at Ferrari? Now, so far so good. We've seen some great photos of him on his Instagram of posing with Ferraris, and he did also the testing day, the filming day with Ferrari in Fiorano, and that went reasonably well as well. Apparently, he did crash one of the older cars, but Hamilton has crashed an old Mercedes when he tested with Mercedes before joining them, and he's also crashed an old McLaren before he joined McLaren in 2007. So I'm not going to count that against him. It seems just like a thing that he does and pushes the car all the way to the limit, even if it is testing in an old car from a couple of years ago. It's going to be a tough challenge. My prediction for what's going to happen for Lewis Hamilton versus Charles Leclerc, I think Leclerc will have the edge on Lewis Hamilton by a pretty significant chunk in the first couple of races, because you've got to consider Leclerc has basically been driving a version of this car, a slightly slower version of this car, and a slightly less upgraded version of the car for the past 2-3 years now. And he'll know sort of the intricacies of the car. Of course, some things will change, but Ferrari have only changed one major part of their car, and they've changed from, I think, a push rod to a pull rod suspension, and apart from that, everything else seems sort of the same concept. They've not switched up their design philosophy midway through the regulations, so the car should be fairly similar to last year, and because of that, my predictions are Leclerc will have the edge for the first couple of races in the season. Hamilton will bring it closer, and then I don't really know. Will it be Leclerc that's the faster driver? Will it be Hamilton? Will they keep switching like Russell and Hamilton did at Mercedes? We'll just have to wait and see. The old names haven't been updated. They'll be updated very soon. In fact, let me check. I will just check now if the old data, if the new data has come through just yet. It takes a little bit of a while normally, but yeah, normally it's 15 minutes before the session starts, and we're currently 20 minutes away from the start of the session. So, no, we haven't got the preseason testing data just yet. I'll be getting it very shortly. Brilliant. Okay. Do you think Sauber will have a good season? Yeah, I think Sauber definitely have a solid chance to improve, and they were not so great last year. They didn't bring too many upgrades last year as well. So I think they will have focused quite a bit on improving the car for this year, and because of that, they should be raring to go, good to go, as soon as the race is as soon as the season is underway. All right. Um, Apparently it's in another 5 hours. Is that true? No. As you can see on the screen, testing starts in 20 minutes' time. All of the drivers, all the engineers are ready to go in the garage. They're doing the final couple of checks, and we will be underway for testing in 20 minutes' time, which is going to be very, very exciting. Okay, folks. Yeah, what else is going on? Yeah, if you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. Hopefully, we can get as many likes as possible at the start of the stream. Definitely does help out the channel. And if you're not subscribed, then I'm going to be commentating preseason testing tomorrow, the day after, and then I'm also going to be doing every single session of the season right till the very end. All of the practice sessions, all of the sprint races, all of the qualies, and all of the actual races as well. Yeah. All right. The names will be updating very, very shortly. I should probably stick that up on the screen. But yeah, it's changing in 5 minutes, so let's not worry about that too much. Let's have a look at a couple of the other teams now. We have got Alpine. They have got Pierre Gasly and Jack Doohan. Of course, we know Pierre Gasly is ever so consistent after he has left Red Bull, sort of found his own form, found his own feet in Formula One. And he has been a very, very consistent, reliable driver for the Alpine team. We'll see how Jack Doohan can do compared to him. Of course, he is a rookie. He's done, I think, a couple tests in a Formula One car, of course, to get his super license. He's done a couple of practice sessions, but nothing major. And, of course, oh yeah, he did do the last race of the season. He replaced Esteban Ocon for the last race. That was an interesting one. Haven't seen that happen before in the past, but, there's always time for something new to happen, and it should be very, very interesting to see how he copes and how all of the rookies cope, really. We've got Liam Lawson, Kimi Antonelli, Jack Doohan, Oliver Behrman, and Isaac Hadjar, and Gabriel Bortoletto. 6 rookies, and then 7 if you count Fernando Alonso, because he's the everlasting rookie, really. And yeah, these 6 rookies are going to have a very tough challenge to settle into Formula One, and they will be given some leniency at the start of the season. For probably the first half of the season, they'll be given quite a bit of leniency regarding mistakes, regarding issues like that. But at some point, they are going to have to solidly pick up the pace and match the other drivers. Otherwise, the exit door to Formula One is used quite frequently. And I would not be surprised if some of the rookies make their way out at the end of this season. Right. Why are the 2024 drivers here? Because the the data is not updated yet. I will get my hands on the data very, very shortly, folks. All right. Let's see, what else? Are the drivers' radios going to come through? Yes, they are. They just haven't come through just yet because none of the drivers are out on track. Yeah. Okay. And also, just to confirm, folks, all 20 drivers will be taking part in the testing today. However, only 10 will be taking part in the morning session. Then there'll be a 1-hour break, and then there'll be an afternoon session where the other 10 drivers will take part. So that is why, once testing starts, you'll only see 10 cars out on track and 1 for each team, rather than 20 cars out on track, which we're very used to seeing. But of course, the rules are at testing, you're only allowed to test 1 car, and that is why, that's why we're only going to see one car from each team. Alright, 15 minutes now till we get underway for preseason testing. Folks, let me know who you think is going to end up top of the times. I'm going to be honest, I think it's going to be Aston Martin that end up top of the times, purely because Aston Martin have had a very long-standing habit of taking some fuel out of the car and going for some quick runs, even if it is preseason testing, even if it is some practice sessions. They do that quite often. A lot of teams do that. I think we saw last year It was one of the Hasses that topped the first practice session, and they purely do that for the sponsors' sake. Because if you top preseason testing, there's going to be a couple of news articles about it, and you're going to get into the headlines, and that's exactly what the sponsors want. So Haas will, and also another thing about testing is that DRS can be used anywhere on the circuit. Normally, of course, you only have 2 or 3 DRS zones, like here on the Bahrain circuit, you have one down the main straight, one after turn number 3, and one after turn number 10. Those are your 3 DRS zones, but because it is testing, you're allowed to use DRS whenever and wherever you want. And that means that if, for example, the drivers did want to use DRS on the exit of turn number 13, they are more than allowed to do so. And they can artificially reduce their lap times by just using DRS on every single point of the circuit, even though there might not be a DRS zone there. I think we saw Yuki Tsunoda do a little bit of that during last year's preseason testing. Just to get themselves up in the leaderboard, have a couple of have a couple of eyeballs on their car, and have a little bit more people looking at the sponsors. So Aston Martin might do that. We may see the Haas team do that. We'll just have to wait and see. All right. How many people have we got tuned in? We got 420 people. Thank you everyone for tuning in, and be sure to hit the like button. It really does help out the channel, folks. And all of the drivers' colours will be changing very, very soon. All of the drivers will be updated from the last season to this season. I'm not sure why it's taking so long for them to get all of the data up, but I'm guessing it's a new season. They might be having some technical issues, and that's why it's taken a while for all the data to come through. Okie dokes. Let's see, which other teams have we not talked about? Yeah, well, we've got McLaren to talk about. They finished the season probably one of the fastest cars, if not the fastest car out of them all. Will they be able to carry on that progress? Like, they have been on a huge upward trajectory in the past couple of years, and the upward trajectory seems to just be getting more and more steep. And well, they are very much improving at a rapid rate. They had the odd upgrade here or there that didn't work, but given that they've now had 3 months to do upgrades and to test everything out, I suspect that they will have checked every upgrade thoroughly, and they might come out at the start of the season, to be on pole position in Australia. That's I think McLaren are potentially the best bet. Of course, there's Ferrari that could have had a surprise bit of upgrades and surprise. I mean, Ferrari were getting a lot quicker towards the end of the season as well, so they do have it. They're in a shot. They're in for a shot. And of course, Red Bull, they were on a bit of a downwards trajectory after Adrian Newey left. And they had a couple of stability issues with the car, both experienced by Perez and Verstappen. So they did fix them eventually, but the upgrades just haven't been the same since Newey's left. And well, we'll see if they can recover from that. Of course, it's big, very, very big shoes to fill of Adrian Newey, but I'm sure the engineers and the aerodynamicists at Red Bull are very, very talented indeed, and they will be looking to... Well, yeah, they'll be looking to get the car as fast as possible, and Verstappen will be driving it to the absolute limit, as we very much know. Yeah. Okay. Okie dokes, and 10 minutes, folks, till we get underway. Welcome back, everyone. We've got 470 people tuned into live stream. This is fantastic. Cannot wait now for the start of the season. Yeah. Let me know what your predictions are. And let's see. Will Liam survive Red Bull? Red Bull's iconic mid-season drop? That is a very good question to ask, because Verstappen has been sort of known as a career destroyer. He came in at Red Bull. Daniel Ricciardo ended up leaving. Sergio Perez, his career got destroyed. Albon, Gasly, all of the drivers that were paired up with Verstappen at Red Bull seem to have leave Red Bull in on bad terms, not on their own terms, and not beating Max Verstappen in any sort of regard at the team. So will Liam Lawson be the same? Of course, he did show some promising signs at the start of at the end of last season, improving quite a bit, but still got a long way to go to reach the level of Max Verstappen. And the thing is, will he be able to beat Sergio Perez? Because of course he is replacing Sergio Perez. A lot of talk about Sergio Perez leaving the team, and he ended up leaving the team. And, he left the team purely because of his poor performance. It wasn't because of a lack of sponsor money or anything like that. He just wasn't delivering the results that Red Bull needed. And especially when they weren't the most dominant car on the grid, Sergio Perez was not right up there on the top 3, top 4, top 5 when they needed him to be. And then it was, Max Verstappen versus 2 McLarens or Max Verstappen versus 2 Ferraris. And that always puts them at a strategic disadvantage. So Liam Lawson's job is to be quicker than Perez, and he doesn't have to beat Verstappen. He just has to be a good number 2 driver, because as we know, Red Bull very much centered around Max Verstappen, and there's a very, very good reason why they're centered around Max Verstappen, because he is one of, or if not the quickest driver on the grid as of right now, and he needs a good wingman to help him out with the strategy. And if they aren't the quickest team, to let the strategy let him win the race rather than outright pace. Okay. Will Fuller, good to hear you. Look forward to listening all summer. Consider you a professional these days. Well, thank you very much. Glad that you guys think I'm a professional. We should be. I'll be doing the whole season, and I look forward to it as well. Okay, so let me check if the data has come through now. We're 8 minutes away from testing. Surely they've figured out whatever technical issues they've had, and they are ready to go very, very soon. Right. Let's have a look. Ooh. What did you guys get up to in the mid-season break, folks? Because I got up to, I didn't have that much to do over weekends. At some points, I was just getting bored. I'm like, what am I doing here? Like, I need something to do. But I'd like to know what you. Oh, here we go. We've got pre-season testing data. Fantastic. Nico Hulkenberg's already on hard tires. Fantastic. All right, let me just pop that up onto the screen. All right, brilliant. The driver colors will come through at some point. It'll just take a while because everything's getting synced up and set up for the start of the season. It will be very, very exciting indeed. Nico Hulkenberg on hards. I think they've already told the FIA what tyres they're going to go out on for the start of the session. Okay, so I'll run through all of the drivers, all of the new drivers. So number 3, Bortoletto. He is driving for Kick Sauber. He did quite well in the Formula 2 season last year, and that's why he's been promoted. Isaac Hadjar, number 4, he'll be driving alongside Yuki Tsunoda at Racing Bulls. He won Formula 2 last year, so a fantastic job from him. Jack Doohan is number 5. He was Alpine's reserve driver for last year. Of course, now he's been promoted up to main driver for the team. Number 7 is Kimi Antonelli. He is, of course, replacing Lewis Hamilton. Big shoes to fill there, and we'll see how he can cope alongside George Russell. And then as we go down the screen, we have got Liam Lawson in 14th position, who we're all fairly familiar with. And then number 20, Oliver Behrman, who drove 2 races for Haas and 1 race for Ferrari last year, is making his full-time debut at Haas. Okay. Here we go then. 5 minutes now, 5 minutes, and we will be underway for pre-season testing. In fact, I might have to add a little bit of a delay here just to get the data coming through on time. So there we go. Hopefully that's fine. Right, bro, a few months without F1 got me insane. Yeah, exactly. You do get a little bit bored over the weekends with nothing to do, especially since a lot of my time gets dedicated towards Formula One. Once it's gone, it's like, what do I do with my life right now? Um, but it's good to be back. And some of the folks were asking, how do you get access to all of this data? Is via F1 TV Pro. There's a link in the description. In fact, I'm going to just pop it into the main chat. And if you want to get access, then go ahead, buy the link. You get a discount if you buy the whole year right now, so you might as well just get the whole year for 2025, and that will be fantastic. It really helps out the channel as well in terms of I get a little bit of a kickback commission, if you will, off every purchase, and that is fantastic. And yeah, I'm sponsored by F1 TV right now, so that is brilliant. Okay, there we go. Pin message. Fantastic. 3 minutes now till we are underway for testing. 700 people tuned into live stream. Thank you everyone for tuning in. It's been a pleasure commentating to you for the last 30 minutes, and here we are now getting underway for the race. Not the race. Testing very, very soon. All right. Here we go then. Oh yeah, what are your guys' opinions on the FIA swear ban that has been introduced by MBS, the head of the FIA, as of, if I remember correctly? I think it's a bit of a joke, really. I think Verstappen is going to have Verstappen is definitely going to put out some interesting moments in the press conference rooms and stuff like that, like we had last year, where he got penalised for swearing and then never said anything in a press conference for the rest of the season. I think that was fantastic, really, from him, and we'll get a lot more funny stuff coming like that. The swear ban is stupid, really, because the thing is that they don't want drivers to swear. They don't want swearing to be broadcast over TV, which is totally fair enough. So why don't the FIA have control? They can tell FOM, do not broadcast any swearing. Rather, that's a much more effective way of preventing swearing, making the broadcast, rather than telling all of the drivers, oh yeah, when you're driving around 250 miles an hour, pumped full of adrenaline, remember not to say the F word. Like, that is a bit of basically the wrong way to go about things. And yeah, I think they should just, if they don't want swearing on the broadcast, they should either bleep it out or just not broadcast the radio message. And apart from that, all the commentators, all the media people don't swear. And you get the occasional slip from one of the drivers, but past that, I'm not sure many of the people even care. Like, sure, there might be some children watching, but soon enough they're gonna learn to swear, and it's not really going to be the end of the world. Are you going to continue with covering the ads? Well, yeah, I've banned adverts off YouTube, but of course the F1 TV advert has to play. I'm sponsored by them, so I have a sort of obligation to play their advert every so often. I've got it currently set up to play every 5 minutes. I might change that to every 8 or 9 minutes in the future. But yeah, still no adverts on YouTube, because that is, YouTube adverts are just annoying. And the F1 TV will only cover the team radios, and you can still see what's going on the rest of the data. I'm not going to blank out the entire screen just to show you what F1 TV is. All right. Yeah, 30 seconds now, folks. 30 seconds, and we'll be underway for the start of the 2025 Formula One season. I cannot wait. This is going to be an absolute blast. We've already got drivers lining up at the end of the pit lane. Let me just give this data a quick refresh. The screen's going to go black for a few seconds, folks. Oh, and there we go. Kimi Antonelli already lined up at the end of the pit lane. Yeah, the data's just refreshing. We'll be back in 20 seconds time, and we'll be underway for testing. Kimi Antonelli, the first driver out onto the circuit. He's got a huge set of aero rakes behind his front wheels. The teams are already looking to gather as much data as possible, and in fact we've got 4 drivers at the back of we've got 4 drivers already in the pit lane, and there we go. Kimi Antonelli will be making his way out very, very soon. There we go. First driver out of the pits, then the Aston's coming out as well, and then we've got Yuki Tsunoda and one more driver behind him, who is Who is that? I think is it Lawson? No, it's Hamilton. Hamilton making his way out onto the circuit as well. The first time we'll see Hamilton out with the Ferrari, and there we go, Hulkenberg out as well. Brilliant. Thank you everyone for tuning in, folks. If you haven't hit the like button, please be sure to do so. It really helps out the channel, especially at the start of the season, and it would be a huge boost and really mean the world to me if you guys could hit the like button. Yeah. I don't know if I've explained this, but essentially the more likes you get at the start of a stream, even if you get the likes before the start of the stream, that's even better. But of course, the earlier in the stream that you get the likes, the better it is for the YouTube algorithm. So yeah. All right, let's just double check why we aren't getting any team radio transcriptions. I'm just going to refresh those, and hopefully we get those coming through as well. All right, we'll get the team radios coming through in a couple of minutes. If not, I will give it a quick refresh. The colours, I'm not sure if they're going to come through because they may not have set them up for at least the morning session. We might get them in the afternoon session, but of course, you guys know which drivers, which team is driving for, and yeah, the most important thing is to see the drivers out on the track, and here they are. A couple of things to keep an eye out for. You will see quite often the drivers doing fixed speed runs. So what they can do on their steering wheel, they have an option to just drive at exactly 100 miles per hour or 100 kilometers per hour. And then the teams can analyze the data coming off the car. They have all of the sensors set up in such a way that when the car is going at 100 miles per hour, they'll get all of the data, and then they can cross-check that with the CFD and the wind tunnel simulations that they've done to work out if their simulations were correct, if the wind tunnel model was accurate, and is the air doing exactly what they wanted it to do. So especially now at the right at the start of pre-season, we'll see people coming down the back straight, coming out turn number 13 like Lewis Hamilton is right now, then pressing a few buttons on the steering wheel and then sitting there at a fixed speed for around about 300-400 meters, so the teams can get some stabilized data on what the aerodynamics is doing. We haven't got too much. Actually, we've got 13 kilometers per hour of wind, track temperature 25 degrees, air temperature 14 degrees, a little bit cold for Bahrain compared to what it typically is, but that's probably a good thing, so the drivers don't get too hot, given that they're going to be driving around for 4 hours today in the morning, and then the second set of drivers will be driving around for 4 hours in the afternoon. So yeah, a lot of time in the car, and the lower temperatures will make it a lot more comfortable for the drivers taking part in the session today. Fantastic. Oh, already got a donation. Thank you very much. Ale, as a colonist, where can I watch this? Well, F1 TV Pro is the place to go. If you want to watch Formula One, you get all of the footage, all of the onboards, all of the team radios. Yeah, all of the everything, and you get historic races as well. If you want to go watch races from the 1970s, they're all in the archives that you can just start up and watch at any time. So yeah, that's where I would watch Formula One if I were you. If not, then I'd watch my live stream. Okay, they can choose whichever tyre they want. That is correct, and they'll be using as many tyres as they like. They have unlimited tyres basically for the test. As long as they have told Pirelli, oh, we want these tyres, then Pirelli will supply them to them. They can use the C1s, the C2s, C3, C4, C5. We probably won't be able to distinguish between the C1s and the C5s. We'll just have soft, medium, and hard, but it'll be good enough for the purposes of testing, and I'll inform you of exactly which tyres the drivers are using as that comes into my ear. Yeah, we've got 1,500 people watching. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Be sure to hit the like button. Hugely helps out the channel. And hopefully you guys will tune into the rest of the season as well. That'll be very, very exciting indeed. So all of the drivers, a couple of the drivers have done install laps. We've got Liam Lawson top of the timings. All right, folks, that's it. We know Liam Lawson better than Max Verstappen. Red Bull are going to win the season. That's it. Season over. He goes 4 seconds quicker than the competition, but of course he's around about 4 seconds slower than the pole times last year as well. So no need to worry. and bit purple in all sectors. I'm sure he'll be happy to hear that over the radio. And in fact, why aren't we getting any radio messages? Let me give that a quick refresh. Anything really? I will figure out why we aren't getting any radio messages, and hopefully I can get that sorted and fixed out in a couple of minutes' time. Alright, but yeah, a couple of the drivers have done their install laps. They're coming back into the pits, checking everything is working as expected. Of course, the drivers will have done they will have done filming days. We've seen McLaren, Ferrari, they've all done filming days. However, the car gets the majority disassembled, and then it gets reassembled when they bring it to Bahrain. So they've got to check everything works, all the systems are working as expected, all the temperatures, pressures, everything is working as normal, and then they'll be ready to go out and put in some solid number of laps. We've seen drivers, I think Verstappen at one point did 100 laps over the course of a day. That's more than 2 Bahrain races. I think Bahrain is 54 laps of a race. So Verstappen did over 100 laps. And yeah. All right. I don't know why it said Albon has suddenly just used DRS, because Albon's not even on the circuit right now, but I guess some sort of message has come across the data that Albon's using DRS. Albon hasn't come out yet, actually. He is obviously driving for Williams, and I think Albon is taking part in the morning session, if I remember correctly, and yeah, still not out onto the track. Albon taking part in the morning session. And he's the only driver that hasn't made it out onto the track yet. Hopefully no issues for Williams. It will be a little bit of a bad way to start, really, if they start out the season with issues. But there we go. Albon makes his way out of exiting the pit lane, a couple minutes behind the rest, but with a fully functioning car by the looks of it. Fantastic. All right, Kimi Antonelli sets a nice lap time there, 1:37.3. But of course, as everyone will tell you, testing lap times aren't really that important. What is important is the drivability of the car. Are you going to see the drivers spin going into turn number 4 when they get hit with a bit of a crosswind? Are you going to see the drivers lock up their brakes as they go into turn number 10 very often? Or you can see them lock up going into turn number 1. There are huge braking zones around here. Turn number 1, turn number 10, and probably turn number 14 as well, and turn number 4. So quite a few big braking zones. We'll see if the drivers have any issues with the locking up. That does tend to sort of show some instability in the car, but those things can be ironed out with setup changes, and that's the exact purpose of testing, so the teams can understand what's good for the car in this setup configuration, what's bad for the car, and then go from there. Who are your best bets to win the World Drivers' Championship? Well, folks, if I knew who the best bets were to win the World Drivers' Championship, I definitely would have placed a bet by now. But no bets have been placed, and we'll just wait and see. We'll wait and see. I've got to at least look at some of the testing data before I can put a bet down. But the cars look pretty good as of now. Lewis Hamilton driving that Ferrari around with that huge aero rake on. And they'll be analysing every single little piece of data that comes off that. He's currently out on a set of hard tyres, just lapping her out. The same thing can be said for Yuki Tsunoda and the Racing Bulls. They're analysing a bunch of data as well with huge aero rakes on the front. So usually this is how it starts out. You got aero rakes on the front, then you'll have aero rakes on the back, and then you'll have FlowViz paint. And then they will have done all of their aerodynamic testing. The teams will go back and then analyze the data. In fact, all of the teams will already have all of the code ready to analyze the data. They're just waiting for all of the information coming through from the sensors, and then they'll be ready to go, press run on all of the code, and then they'll either get a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Is all of their simulations working for the preseason, or are all of their simulations wrong? And if they're wrong, then that's a big bunch of bad news, really. And well, they're not going to be happy about that, and they're going to have to go and do more testing tomorrow. But if the data gives a thumbs up, then they'll be straight onto setup testing tomorrow. So yeah, we'll find out tomorrow how the aerodynamics has worked out for all of the teams. Hamilton there just pulls into the pit lane. We've currently got Tsunoda and Antonelli out on the circuit. Yeah, it's a little weird. I was about to say, how has Mercedes got Hamilton and Antonelli out on the circuit, but Mercedes Hamilton is no longer driving for Mercedes, and I've totally forgot about that fact. So yeah, little bit of a slip there almost, but good to. It's gonna take a while, in fact, to get used to the fact that Hamilton is driving at Ferrari and not say Mercedes every time. But yeah, why are there no radios? I think there's no radios just purely because of the fact that it hasn't been set up yet. For the start of the season, they'll have more different microphones and different stuff like that, all for all of the teams. So maybe that's what it is. I think it should be done for the afternoon session, but as of now, no radios coming through, folks. Apologies. Yeah. All right, is Max taking part in the morning session? No, he is not. Max will be taking part in the afternoon session. And also another thing to not look into, you're not going to have to look into the testing times too much, especially for comparing the drivers between the morning and afternoon slots. It's totally pointless. With track conditions much cooler in the afternoon and the evening, track temperatures are going to be much lower. The drivers can push much harder without overheating their tyres, and comparing the data becomes totally and utterly irrelevant. So the only real comparison that we're going to get between drivers might be if Max Verstappen, for example, does the whole of testing day 2 and Liam Lawson does the whole of testing day 3. However, that also quite unlikely that the data is going to be very representative, and we'll only really find out once we get to qualifying in Melbourne. Yeah, it's a good thing actually. In Melbourne the first race of the season will be Melbourne. It won't be Bahrain. Of course, Bahrain a great circuit, but I think there is something special about starting the season out in Melbourne. How long will you be live? I'll be alive for the rest of testing, folks. So I'll be alive for another 5. No, I'll be alive for another 8 hours. No, not 8, 9 hours. So yeah, I've got my lunch ready and everything. So I've come prepared. Okay, let me just set up a poll on the chat, and who do you think is going to win the 2025 season? And Newey starts on Aston Martin on Monday. Yes, Newey's contract will start with Aston Martin on the 1st of March. But technically the 1st of March is a weekend, so he'll be starting next Monday, and he'll probably go straight to developing the 2026 car. He'll have a bit of a look, I'm sure, over the 2025 car, but 2026 is most likely what he's going to be taking part on and setting the car, getting the team ready for. All right, there we go. We've got a nice poll. Who do you think will win in 2025? And I of course mean win the whole championship. Um, but we've already got quite a big vote here for Ferrari. 45% of you think Ferrari are going to win the championship. That is it's a bold choice, given that Ferrari have a consistently messing stuff up. But all of the Ferrari fans here still hope that this year will be our year. I once was a Ferrari fan when Vettel was at Ferrari, and every year I started out telling my friends, this year is going to be the year Ferrari win the season, and then it always goes downhill from there. So I'm not particularly hopeful, but I would love for Ferrari to win. It would be a great battle between probably McLaren, Ferrari, and Red Bull. Those are the 3 contenders. Merck only 3% of the votes. McLaren with 28, Red Bull with 22. All right. What's your take on the new rules change? If you're talking about the 2026 regs, I think it's some things are going in the right direction, some things going in the wrong direction. But it will be interesting to see how the cars develop. And I think the active aero is very interesting. The cars ideally should be getting a lot lighter. The cars ideally should be getting a lot smaller. There are some difficulties with, of course, safety measures. You need a certain amount of volume and an area and length of the car to to ensure the drivers are safe, but we will, I'm sure the teams will figure stuff out, and they'll say, oh no, you can't go any smaller than this, otherwise it will not be safe for the drivers. So we'll have to wait and see. All right, Liam Lawson out of the car. He's talking to his engineers, giving a little bit of feedback on what the car's doing. Describing in a very animated way what the car's doing and how he needs what setups need to be changed. It's a very important link, that is, between the driver and the engineer, specifically their race engineer, being like, this is what's happening in the car, and the race engineer has to understand what's going on. Maybe they need a little bit of racing experience, maybe they just need a lot of practical experience in understanding what the drivers are saying. But yeah, that once they get that sort of link and bond, that will be very critical for the driver's success, essentially. And we'll see how that works out. For Liam Lawson, of course, he'll have a new race engineer as he's gone to Red Bull. And if you can work well with him, that will definitely help him on his quest to keep up with Max Verstappen. All right. Yeah, finally is testing, folks. Finally is testing. All right, let's end that poll there. Okie dokes. F1 Gamer, what do you think about the Indian Grand Prix? I think it's a fantastic Grand Prix, really. Given that Seb Vettel has won all of them, it's one of my favourites, even though I've never watched a race live. That's what I'd say. Indian Grand Prix, fantastic, purely because Seb Vettel won all of them. Yeah. All right, folks, if you haven't hit the like button, please be sure to do so. It hugely, hugely helps out the channel, especially at the start of the season, and especially at the start of the stream, given that we have another 8 hours and 40 minutes left to go of the stream. It would be a huge, huge help if you could hit the like button. And, yeah. All right, we've got Fernando Alonso here coming down the main straight towards turn number 1. Full speed here. He slams onto the brakes a little bit early, getting the car just, getting the brakes warmed up, of course. Once you go down that long straight, the brakes get particularly cold. And Alonso now making some setup tweaks to the car, changing the brake balance as well. Around this circuit, you'd have to change brake balance around 4 or 5 times to make sure that you don't lock up. Turn number 8 is downhill. Turn number 10, you've got to do a lot of steering while braking. Turn number 1, you've got to do no steering while braking. And the drivers do have to change those setups, change the brake bias on the fly continuously to ensure that they can get the maximum performance out of the car and they're not leaving any grip on the table. All right, either Leclerc, Lando, or Hamilton will win this World Drivers' Championship. Well, who knows what will happen. But I don't know. I think Hamilton, even if Ferrari do have a championship-winning car, it's going to require a mega effort from Hamilton to keep up with Leclerc in the first couple of races of the season, because I think Leclerc will have a huge advantage just for the fact that he's been at Ferrari for so long. He's developed this car sort of towards his liking, and well, he's driven the 2024 car, which is going to be very similar to 2025, whereas Hamilton has driven the 2024 Mercedes, which is going to be very different to the Ferrari for this year. And, in a championship that's going to be super tight, I'm predicting every single race counts. And, if you're off the pace for the first 3, 4, 5 races, then how good of a chance do you really stand at the championship? Of course, anything can happen. DNF's going to happen, and maybe Hamilton will come back. But I think from the outset, he's at a bit of a disadvantage, joining a new team, not being on a steady position as he always was at Mercedes. Why has everyone got Haas's colours? The data for testing is always like this, as far as I can remember. I will double check, but I remember doing a testing stream for 2022 as well. And yeah, all of the drivers were just grey. So I will see if that can be fixed, but by the looks of it, I think it's just going to stay that way for the whole day. Yeah, it's the same on the official F1 TV stuff as well. They're all grey. Yeah, it's going to be another 4-hour session in the afternoon as well. That is correct. The drivers will have 4 hours in the 4 hours in the morning, 4 hours in the afternoon. All the drivers will be switching today. So we've got currently 10 drivers driving the 10 teams, and then once the afternoon lunch starts, then the drivers will, the engineers will switch the seats. They'll change a couple of setup tweaks, and then they'll send out the other drivers onto the circuit. Fantastic. What websites you use to get the data? I use F1 TV Pro. There's a link in the pinned comment on the stream, and F1 TV Pro, and then you use Multiviewer in combination with F1 TV Pro, and you get access to all of the data. I would recommend, if you guys are thinking about getting F1 TV Pro, get the full year. That really helps out the channel, and of course you get a discount rather than paying monthly for every single month. Yeah, that is about it. You get all of the onboards, all of the team radios, you get all of the footage live as well. So, yeah. Okie dokes. Destructors Championship. Ooh, who is going to be the Destructors Championship this year? Well, I mean, given that there's 6 rookies, I'm going to have to put it on one of the rookies. Who that is, I'm not particularly sure. I haven't been keeping up that much with the rookie drivers' F2 careers. I know Kimi Antonelli is particularly aggressive in his driving style, very similar to Max Verstappen. Well, not totally similar, but, his overtakes are very, very risky sometimes. Jack Doohan has been a reserve driver at Alpine, so he hasn't done too much stuff, at least not that I'm aware of. And then Isaac Hadjar, Gabriel Bortoleto, both come from Formula 2. So, who knows? I mean, I think a big factor that affects the Destructors Championship is sort of the drivability of the car. I think if you remember back to 2022 when the Mercedes had their zero side pod design, their car was very much on a knife edge. It wasn't particularly stable. Now, of course, they had George Russell, Lewis Hamilton, 2 fantastic drivers, but for example, if they had a rookie in that car, the chances of them spinning, the chances of them crashing, much, much higher. So if the car is drivable, then I would say a much lower chance of crashing. If the car isn't drivable, then chances of crashing go much, much higher. So it's not only on the driver, it's also very much about how drivable the car is. Jack Doohan, though, breaks the top speed record coming down the main straight, 236 kilometers per hour. Still a lot slower than what we normally see from the teams during quali, but it is currently the fastest. And Alpine, they were down on horsepower. They can't change too much about the engine. I don't think there is an engine freeze. They can't actually make the engine any faster. However, what they can do is make the engine more reliable, and by making it more reliable, they can run it in a higher engine mode for longer, and that means that they'll technically have more power over the course of a race. And there we go, Jack Doohan 1.2 seconds faster than Liam Lawson. Great lap there from him. So yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so Alpine can make the engine more reliable, and as they make the engine more reliable, they can they can increase the engine mode, and then they can get close to the power setting that they actually want to be at, and equivalent to all of the other teams. So yeah, hopefully they've done a couple of engine reliability upgrades over the course of the winter break, and they'll be a little bit less down on horsepower going into the 2025 season. Can anyone tell me what the swear ban rule is? I have no idea. The swear ban rule, essentially, drivers aren't allowed to swear in press conferences, over the radio, and a couple of other places, I think, in media sort of events, because the FIA doesn't want to be giving off the wrong impression about Formula 1 or some nonsense like that, essentially. Yeah, so that's the reasoning behind the swear ban, except that it's stupid because the drivers should be allowed to swear, and if the FIA have a problem with that, then they should just not broadcast it on TV. Yeah. Oh, Oliver Behrman up into 3rd place. Nice lap from him. And yeah, we've got a lap count there, 3rd column from the left. We've got a lap count. Currently, Yuki Tsunoda's done the most laps out of anyone. We are 30 minutes into testing, and the most laps completed are 9. But of course, it's the first day of testing. A lot of install laps, a lot of checks, a lot of fluid leaks, pressurization checks, temperature checks, all of that stuff will be on the car right now. They'll have so many sensors. I think if you add up just the pure number of sensors that the teams have on the car, they can add around 40 kilograms, 30 kilograms worth of sensors onto the car just to get every single piece of data. And then once they've validated, oh yes, the engine is working as expected, they're going to tear off, about 100 sensors off the engine covers. They're going to take off, for the hydraulic systems, for the brakes, they're going to take off all of those after they can verify that they actually work properly, and that's why we're getting a bit of a break while a couple of drivers are lapping around. The rest of the drivers still sat in the garage, and they are just taking those sensors off the car and getting into their run plans, and probably making some setup tweaks as well. The drivers can tell within a couple of laps, if not immediately, what the car is doing, what they want the car to do, and what it is and isn't doing. So Tsunoda would have done nine or so laps, and then he would have said, oh, the car is understeery going through the slow speed corners, it's a little bit oversteery going through the high speed, through the medium speed, my brakes aren't working as I want them to, and I'm not getting enough rotation. And then the engineers, they work with Tsunoda, make the appropriate changes, and then I'll be coming out onto the track very, very soon. And also, they've got to change all the aero rakes, the huge aero rakes I was talking about. They take quite a while to mount and unmount onto the car. So they will have taken a while to get those changed. Oscar Piastri back out onto the circuit now. He's got a huge set of aero rakes behind his front wheels. The car twitching around a little bit there as he gets onto the power. That's an interesting one. He wasn't pushing particularly hard, but I think that's just a fact that he was on cold tyres rather than the car being unstable. Jack Doohan there, once again, purple in all three sectors, goes a little bit quicker through the first sector this time, 238 kilometers per hour as he exits turn number 3, and he's on those hard tyres. He's on lap number 8 of the session. Fantastic. Okie dokes. When does Verstappen get out of the pit lane? Verstappen will be getting out of the pit lane in the afternoon. As testing takes place, the teams are only allowed one car for the testing session, and because of that, only one driver can be driving at any one time. So in the mornings, we're going to have one half of the grid, and in the afternoons, we're going to have the other half of the grid. So that's what's going on. All right. Yeah, folks, if you haven't hit the like button, please be sure to do so. It hugely helps out the channel. And if you aren't subscribed, then be sure to do that as well. Hopefully we can, make our way towards 125k, probably by the end of testing. That would be fantastic. Okay. Also, no track limits will be really enforced during pre-season testing. So if the drivers, for example, want to, go hugely wide and set a good lap time, I'm sure that will still count because the FIA don't really look at lap times in pre-season testing. They also don't look at technically you can run an illegal car in pre-season testing. You could, bring the car's weight down to whatever the minimum that you can bring it down to, and your car can be underweight, but it's still allowed because the regulations don't apply to pre-season testing. So I said this earlier when there weren't so many people on the stream, but for example, if, say, Kick Sauber wanted to top the timings and they didn't have the fastest car outright, then they're allowed to use DRS wherever they want on the circuit. They can use it down the main straight, they can use it on the exit of turn number 13, even where there isn't a DRS zone, they're allowed to open the DRS flap because it's pre-season testing, anything's allowed. And if Kick Sauber want to make some headlines and be like, oh, the slowest team has now turned into the fastest team, what is their secret, what is their upgrade package, then, last lap before the session ends, they just open the DRS flap for the entire lap, and they'll be the quickest and top of the times, and nobody's really going to know unless you're paying specific attention to when they open the DRS flap and when they don't. Yeah. All right, Nico Hulkenberg has a little bit of a lock-up there going through turn number 11. Just had a bit of a replay. The drivers, of course, they are still figuring out what the best brake balance is for which corner, specifically for this car as well. You have different levels of downforce on the front and rear. You can get away with different levels of brake balance, and that's exactly what Hulkenberg is currently experimenting with as he goes down towards turn number 1 and slams on those brakes at the 100-meter mark. And no lock-up at turn number 1, so he's nailed those brake balances for sure. All right, where is the radio? Apologies, folks. It looks like there's not going to be any radio for today, just given that it is pre-season testing. I don't think they've figured out. I don't think they've set up the radio system to be. They haven't set up the radio system. That's what I'm going to tell you. So apologies for that, but there's nothing much that I can do. That's why the colours aren't there as well. There's no colours because they haven't set up the teams yet, and this will all be done either tomorrow or it'll be done in time for the first race. Yeah. How did Doohan do so well? Well, if you take enough fuel out of the car and you can do a qualifying lap time on a set of hards, it's nothing too much to worry about. Maybe the Alpines are quicker this year. We'll never know until we hit Q3 in Melbourne. But yeah, Jack Doohan weaving around, opening his DRS flap, getting as much heat into those tyres as he possibly can, and Nico Hulkenberg just following around now as they go out of turn number 13. No yellow flags, no red flags, no spins, nothing like that, nothing of that sort as of now. As of yet, sorry. We'll wait and see what happens. But with a couple of rookies driving in the morning session, a couple of rookies driving in the afternoon session, we may see a couple of spins here or there. The drivers will not be pushing anywhere near 100%. They'll most likely be going 80%, 85% at max. They're not going to be pushing the car all the way to the limit, especially not on testing day one, because if they have a major crash today, then that really compromises their run plan for tomorrow and the day after, and even this afternoon as well. So yeah, the drivers will be given a word of caution before they make their way out of the garage, not to go crash the car. Otherwise, there will be severe repercussions for them and for the team's lack of data. It hasn't worked out well in the past. Williams have missed a couple of days of testing. When we used to have 5 days of testing, Williams missed like 1 or 2 days. They started off at a disadvantage because their car wasn't ready, and then the lack of data didn't help with their setup issues at the start of, I think it was the 2019 season. It was, yeah. All right. Yeah, 2,400 people tuned into the live stream. Fantastic, folks. Let me go ahead and delay the number of adverts. No more adverts on YouTube. Yeah, occasionally the F1 TV advert will pop up. I am sponsored by them, so it kind of does have to play. But thank you for putting up with that. All right, Jack Doohan once again purple in the first and second sector, makes his way. He's bouncing all over the curbs on the exit of turn number 13 and 14, comes across the line, and yellow in the final sector. And yeah, that is purely down to the fact that he was bouncing way too much over the curbs, and they're definitely going to have to increase the ride height of that car, or they're going to have to soften the suspension, because yeah, that level of vibration is not good for the engine. It's not good for any of the car whatsoever, and it's not good for Jack Doohan's spine as well. A lot of the drivers, especially the rookies, will be coming out with a sore neck today, even after only doing 4 hours of testing. It's going to put a pretty big strain on their physical fitness, given the fact that races are, capped at 3 hours. Normally they take an hour and a half, maybe 2. The drivers will be very, very sore, even no matter how much preseason practice that they've done on trying to keep fit and having all of the muscular endurance on their neck. That's just the way it is. Formula One cars, you're never going to consistently be pulling 4 or 5G for multiple hours, no matter how much training you do. And yeah, the rookies will soon enough get used to it, but it's going to be a long road ahead for them. Right, which track are they at? They are in the Bahrain International Circuit. Yeah, fantastic circuit, really. I mean, I'll take you through a lap of the circuit just shortly. In fact, I'm just going to open my blinds, get a drink of water, and I'll be back in about 30 seconds, folks. So, yeah, thank you everyone for tuning in, though. We've got 840 likes and 2,400 people currently watching the live stream. Fantastic. We are 30 minutes into testing, and yeah, I'll be back in 30 seconds. All right, I'm sure that was actually less than 30 seconds, but anyway, here we are. Hamilton across the line, 3rd place for him. Good lap there, and things are going well here. Things are going well for Lewis Hamilton today, and yeah, all right. New abbreviations to get used to. Indeed, yeah, we've got quite a few new abbreviations. Of course, Doohan, Behrman, Bortoletto, Hadjar, Lawson, and who's the final one? Kimi Antonelli. The Alpines have got quite a bit of Flovis paint on their floor. It looks like they've made some upgrades around there over the course of the winter break, and they're looking to check if the floor is behaving as expected, if all of the air over the floor is behaving as expected, and if they have the downforce that they want. All right. For how long will this session continue? As it says on the left side of the screen, bottom left, pre-season testing, another 3 hours and 24 minutes of the morning session, and then we'll have a 1 hour break for lunch, which I will take probably only like a 2-minute break for to eat my lunch quickly, and then we'll be back for the afternoon session. All right. The reason why Doohan is so quick is he wants to save his seat before Franco steals it. Yes, that is definitely true. We have seen quite a few rumours about Franco Colapinto potentially being replacing Jack Doohan at Alpine, but yeah, nothing happened as of now. Colapinto, he had a fantastic stint at Williams for the second half of the season. He did show that he is a quick driver. Of course, he did have a couple of crashes here and there, and it wasn't the smartest choice by Williams to put a rookie into their team when they wanted to prevent crashes happening, but they didn't really have that many other options as well. So Franco Colapinto it was, and he's shown that he is a capable Formula One driver, very, very quick, and I think that soon enough he'll be finding his way back into the Formula One paddock. Okay. You know when the other race cars will join the test? All of the race cars that will be in the test are currently on the track or in the pit lane. There's only 10 cars for the testing and 20 drivers, so the drivers have to switch seats once after the afternoon lunch break. Okay. You see the actual live footage, right? Can I ask if the RB21s looks like the ones that they released in the renders? Yeah, they've got the same livery. I can't tell you exactly about all the little details of the side pod and stuff, because quite a few things have changed. Well, not that I can really see that in that much detail either, but the RB looks in the same livery as it always has been, the same dark blue with the yellow and red for the bull on the back of the car. How much seconds is the stream delay? The stream delay is 30 seconds on the data plus 10 seconds from YouTube, so 40 seconds in total. Yeah. What to watch it on? F1 TV Pro is the place to watch it. Oh, yellow flag. Oh, first yellow flag of testing. Looks like Jack Doohan's had some sort of issues there. He's been going pretty quick, and as he makes his way through the first sector, he is 9 seconds off the pace. Looks like he did have a bit of a spin. Let's just get a replay very, very shortly of what's happened there. Yeah, if you want to watch the footage, F1 TV Pro is the place to watch it. You get all of the access to the data, all of the access to the team radios. Well, there's no team radios as of now, but once the team radios come through at the start of the season, then you'll get access to those as well. All of the historic races, and I recommend it. Yeah. F1 TV Pro isn't available in Germany. Unfortunately, in a couple of countries it isn't available. I do apologise for that, but I guess the alternative to that is F1 TV Access, and then also get Sky Sports. Not the best of deals, but what can you really do? Sky Sports has bought out all of the exclusivity rights. All right, bro, we're about to hit 500k this year. Ooh, 500k, I think a little optimistic. I think, however, 200k is potentially on the radar. We'll just have to wait and see. I think 150k definitely possible. 200k might be a bit of a stretch. 500 might be impossible though. Are you sponsored by F1 TV? Yes, I am sponsored by F1 TV. So yeah, full disclosure. But I also use F1 TV as well. I'm not just saying it because I've been told to say it. I actually use it. So there you go. All right, Hulkenberg, Tsunoda, Behrman, and Hamilton out on the circuit. The rest of the drivers still sat in the garage, and the most number of laps now has been completed by Jack Doohan. He's completed 14 laps. We still haven't got the replay of what Jack Doohan did to cause that yellow flag, but I suspect it was just a bit of a spin as he got to turn number 4 and got the car back in the right direction and continued onwards. Okay. Does Sky show preseason testing? Yeah, Sky will show preseason testing. At least I think it should. Brilliant. Why is Jack pushing so hard early on? Who knows? I mean, it totally depends on the run plans. Alpine might have just wanted to be at the top of the leaderboards for half of the day, just for the PR of being at the top of the leaderboard. Like, it's totally random, really. Yeah. All right. No team colours? Yeah, apologies, no team colours, folks. They'll be coming through probably tomorrow or at the start of the race, or the start of the season, sorry, in Australia. I often prefer to watch your streams instead of the live race. Well, thank you very much. I take that as a very big compliment. That you'd prefer watching my stream rather than the full race. All right. Yeah, here we are then. A couple more drivers making their way out onto the tracks. We see this quite often, especially on the first day of testing. Drivers will come out, come back in, come out, come back in, and we get no sort of long run data from them. Of course, they are using the same set of tires. You know, they're using the same mediums or the same hards, but we don't have any particular information on what their run plans are. But soon enough, what they will do is they'll put around about half race distance worth of fuel. So they'll put in about an hour's worth of fuel, 45 minutes worth of fuel, send the drivers out and say, drive these tires until they drop off and are completely dead. And then, you know, whichever driver will do their absolute best and try and hold a consistent lap time as these tires get worse and worse. Of course, you do have the benefit of the fuel burning off, so the car gets slightly lighter, but the tires getting worse is a much more of an overpowering factor. And the drivers will do that, and the teams will analyze, you know, how long does it take for this tire to wear out in these conditions. You know, track temperature now 27 degrees, slightly warmed up compared to what it was earlier, and soon enough the sun will be right over the sky in Bahrain. The clouds are out, though. It's not blue skies in Bahrain, and that's reducing track temperature. And maybe maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after, we'll have blue skies in the mornings. The hot sun will be warming up the track temperature, and the teams will be able to compare. They'll see, oh, this is what our tire wear is like at 27 degrees track temperature. This is what our tire wear is like at 50 degrees track temperature, and from that they'll be able to make up some setup tweaks when they, you know, go forward into, say, Hungary halfway through the season. They'll be able to look back at this data. Oh, our tires wear out approximately 20% faster if the temperature is 10 degrees higher, so probably we should go for a two-stop strategy. Like, this is so the data is being used not only to make the car quicker and check that all of the winter testing was accurate, but it's also used for the strategy, you know, 2, 3, 10 races on into the season. Yeah, very, very critical to the teams, and it's a good range actually that you get from Bahrain Cup. Sometimes it's cloudy, the sky isn't all, you know, the track doesn't get all that hot. When it's blue skies, the track gets super hot. Once you get into the night time, the track totally cools down, and you get the night conditions. You see the change as it happens. You know, from say 4 p.m. in the evening all the way down to 7 p.m. at night, the track temperature drops rapidly, and the drivers can feel the change, and then they know what to expect. You know, for example, at Abu Dhabi, when we have the twilight qualifying times, or in Bahrain as well, when we have qualifying at twilight. Right. Okie dokes. 2,600 people tune into live stream. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Be sure to hit the like button, and be sure to subscribe if you are not already. And do you remember how many viewers you had during Abu Dhabi 2021? I don't remember exactly, but you know what? I can just get it up on my phone and I can check. I think it was around about 7,000, if I remember correctly. But I'm probably not remembering correctly, if I'm being honest with you. So let's have a scroll back. It's going to take a while to get to Abu Dhabi 2021, but Yeah. All right. Can't watch preseason testing on Sky. It might be because I'm in New Zealand, though. Maybe. I think F1 TV, you can get access to F1 TV in New Zealand. So, if that interests you, then go ahead and get the full year, really, because you get a discount if you buy the whole year in one go. And that would be, that'd help out the channel as well. All right, let's have a look. How many people did I have live? Oh, I had around about I had 16,000 people live at just before the last lap. 16,000 people were watching my stream. So yeah. I mean, of course, it's pre-season testing. It's quite early out in the day as well. As the time ticks onwards, we'll get more and more people tuning into the stream. But yeah, we've been live now for an hour and 15 minutes, and things are looking good. Oh, the data has just frozen there. Let's give it a quick refresh. The screen's going to go black for around 10 seconds, and then the data should be back on its way. And yeah, to sync our screens with yours, we go minus 40 seconds to F1 TV, so we see what we're seeing at the same time as your commentary. Yeah, that sounds correct, because I've got a 30 seconds delay on the data. Well, I've just changed that to 20. I'll change that to 20 seconds, and then YouTube adds an extra 10 seconds delay onto it as well. So the screen's going to be frozen for around about 10 seconds, and then all you've got to do is go 30 seconds back on your F1 TV footage, and you can sync it up with preseason testing and my commentary. Fantastic. All right. Hey, watching from South Africa. Fantastic. Well, yeah, we've got people watching from all over the world. It's really brilliant, actually. Fernando Alonso out on a set of, I think it's C1 tyres, if I remember correctly. He's not on the C2s like Doohan or Hamilton or Lawson. He's actually on the C1s. Which are an even harder compound, so technically less grip. Oh no, is he on the C1s? I can't exactly tell really because the tyres are spinning around so quickly. But yeah, Fernando Alonso, still a quick lap nonetheless, and looks like he's on a bit of a long run here, gathering some data for the team. The Aston Martin looks good though, a little bit more drivable than it was last year, and hopefully a little bit more consistent as well. I'm sure Alonso knows in his head what the car's going to do, and whether he's going to be winning races, scoring podiums, or if he's going to be, out of the points. Oh, we've got colours as well. Fantastic. Well, I guess that's why the data had frozen, because the colours were loading in. Brilliant. Okay, we've got colours as well. Oh, well, we should have colours for the team map, for the map as well then. Give me a second. I'll just try and refresh the map, and hopefully we get colours on that as well. Oh, brilliant. There we go. Fantastic. We have got colours as well on the map. Yeah, so as expected, they just hadn't set it up at the start of the season, and they've set the colours up, and here we go. Interesting to see Liam Lawson in dark blue. Typically we see him in light blue, as we saw him last year at the Racing Bulls team, but yeah, dark blue for Liam Lawson. Oh, a big lock up there from Fernando Alonso as he was going into turn number 1. Just too much steering while hitting the brakes. Actually, not that big of a lockup, but he did miss the apex quite significantly. Of course, he's testing out the brakes, trying to brake as late as physically possible. Normally, the drivers brake around about the 120 meter mark, 100 meter mark, depending on if they've opened DRS or if they haven't. But yeah, because of the little bit of a lockup, you can see the vibrations of the car, because that section of the tire doesn't become perfectly round; it becomes ever so slightly flat. And once it rotates around, you get a little bump, and then because the tires are rotating so quickly, that bump turns into a set of vibrations, and you can see the car oscillating about. So yeah, Fernando Alonso will have to deal with that till the end of his lap, but soon enough it will wear itself out, wear itself flat. Not flat, it will wear itself round again, and it shouldn't be an issue. Brilliant. Just woke up, I've dozed off, feeling a second wind. I'll take it McLaren hasn't got out yet. McLaren Piastri has just made his way out the pit lane, so you are in luck, my friend. Piastri has done 6 laps in total today, but it looks like he's out on a set of medium tyres. Probably now going to do some long runs, or maybe check if the setup tweaks have brought him in the correct direction. Then maybe come back in and change the setup again, and then probably go out and do a long run soon enough. So yeah, we're getting pretty close to 1,000 likes, folks. We're 10 likes away from 1,000 likes. Thank you everyone for tuning in. And hopefully we can hit 1,000 likes soon enough. And yeah, just the little advert playing at the bottom right. I do have to. Oh, and maybe the team radios are also coming through as well. Let's check if the team radios are coming through. Doesn't look like we have team radios. They may come through in a moment. But yeah, no team radios as of now. Still just the colours have come through. And what was I saying? Oh yeah, if you wanna get F1 TV, then if you do it through my link, it helps out the channel quite a bit. And yeah, I'd recommend getting the full year because you get a discount compared to paying every single month. Alonso's top of the times. He goes a 10th quicker than Jack Doohan. Nicely done from him. Okay. Folks, if you are waiting for any of the drivers that aren't currently that don't currently have a tire symbol next to their name, they'll be driving the afternoon session. So Verstappen, Norris, Bortoletto, Hadjar, Gasly, Leclerc, Stroll, Ocon, Sainz, and Russell, they're all taking part in the afternoon session. Their teammates are driving in the morning session. So that's why half of the drivers haven't even got a lap time, haven't got any tires or anything on the board. Piastri still, though. Piastri's done an install lap and then has just come straight back into the pits. No lap completed for him and no lap completed for Albon either. Yeah, they are still yet to come out and do some proper laps, and seems like setup tweaks are continuing on, really. They may have some issues, not that I know of, but yeah. Okie dokes. Here we go then. Great to see you back, mate. Can't believe how many subs you have now, as well as you when you first started. Yeah, thanks, man. It's been a wild year last year. We more than doubled in sub count last year, which was incredible. And well, the channels just seem to be going in the upward trajectory. And I'm having fun commentating. So yeah, can't get much better than this, really, can it? Okay. All right. So couple of long runs here. Alonso's still on his long run. He's on a set of medium tyres. His tyres are getting slightly worse. And yeah, his pace is dropping off a little bit, but that's to be expected with medium tyres. And the same thing could be said for Jack Doohan. He's done 17 laps. Tsunoda's done 19, the most out of anyone. He's, in fact, quickest through the Sector 1 speed trap, 239 kilometers an hour. But still, nowhere near what the drivers would be in quali with no fuel and maximum attack engine mode. Yeah. Alright, come on, Lawson. I need to go to sleep soon. Give me a fast lap, pretty please. Well, let's have a look. Liam Lawson on the hard tyres, probably not going to do a fast lap. But saying that, he's just gone and set a green first sector. Alright, let's go on board with Liam Lawson. Goes through turn number 8, a little bit downhill braking zone there. You've got to be careful and make sure not to lock the fronts, and especially doing the same thing now into turn number 10. Brake balance goes rearward, and you really have to rotate the car while braking. Very tricky not to lock up, but Lawson does that nicely. Onto the power, opens the DRS flap as he goes through turn number as he goes towards turn number 11, and then now onto the brakes, rotates the car. You can't really see the exit when you go into turn number 11. You kind of just have to go off your past experience of how much to push the car. Lawson does exactly that, hits the brakes for turn number 13, rotates the car, gets pretty close to the curb, not too much on the curb though. The car doesn't vibrate around as much as we've seen a couple of other drivers do. And he exits turn number 14. Green in the middle sector as well, and he comes out the final corner, activates DRS once again, and across the line he goes. Second place there from Liam Lawson, 1/10 back from Fernando Alonso. Nicely done. There you go. You said pretty pleased, and you've asked for a fast lap, and Liam Lawson has delivered. Yuki Tsunoda behind him. He is continuing on with a long run for that Racing Bull. The car looks a little bit sluggish, really, a little bit understeery, but that is fairly typical when the car is loaded up full of fuel, and it seems that is exactly what is happening with Yuki Tsunoda. Goes over those curbs, hitting those apexes perfectly. The drivers have so much experience around Bahrain. This is probably the circuit where they have the most number of kilometers racked up. Probably Barcelona, if the drivers were, used to race when Barcelona was preseason testing, or it would be Bahrain if the drivers have been racing when Bahrain was preseason testing. So the drivers rack up thousands and thousands of kilometers around this circuit, and they've got a lot of experience, and hence qualifying around this circuit is very, very tight. Not due to the fact that this is a short circuit or it's quite easy to drive around. It's just because the drivers have so much experience here. They know exactly where all of the bumps are, how to hit all of the apexes, when to turn in, and it makes for a brilliant spectacle in quali. Yeah, that car rotating quite nicely in the hands of Yuki Tsunoda. It looks fairly balanced. It's a little sluggish, but as is to be expected, and rotating nicely as he goes through turn number 11 and 12, and he now heads towards turn number 14, and once again a little bit away from the curbs. And here we go, a fast lap here from Alex Albon. Purple in the first sector. It looks like this might be the first proper lap that Alex Albon's going to set. So let's follow him around. He goes towards turn number 9, once again playing with the steering wheel, dropping that brake balance backwards, and makes it through turn 10 nicely. And let's see what he can do. Does he use DRS? Yes, he does. He uses DRS. He goes towards turn number 11, and then onto the brakes he goes. DRS flap shuts and rotates the car nicely through 11, and now heading towards turn number 12 and 13, approaching around about 7th, 8th gear, getting very, very quick indeed in these cars. The drivers are flat through the exit of 11 and 12, and then have to downshift all the way to 4th to get through turn number 13, and then 3rd maybe to turn number 14, and then they're right back out onto the power, onto the main straight with the DRS flap wide open. Albon opens DRS, and there he goes, top of the timings, 1/10 quicker than Fernando Alonso. Brilliant lap there from Albon, first full lap of the day, and puts himself top of the charts. Brilliant. Okay, yeah, W for Williams. It's good to see them doing well, actually making it to the first day of preseason testing with sufficient spare parts, sufficient upgrades, and they're ready to go. Hopefully, not too many crashes this year. Albon a little bit more of an experienced driver. Carlos Sainz definitely a lot more experience than Colapinto or Sargent, so they shouldn't be spending too much money on repairing the car like they were last year. Why is Piastri not putting in any laps? Piastri seems to be having some sort of setup problems or something. He's just not... I'm sure the thing is that he's just not comfortable with the setup of the car, and because of that, he is just going out of the pit lane, changing the setup, coming back into the pit lane. There may be some issues. They may be getting rid of some sensors, but yeah. All right. Yeah, brilliant. Here we go. Hamilton out onto the circuit in that scarlet red Ferrari. Great to see him out on the track. And he's out on a fresh set of mediums here, folks. It looks like we're going to be getting a quick lap from Hamilton. He's using DRS as he comes out of the pits as well. So he's getting those tyres warmed up. And soon enough, we're 1 hour into pre-season testing, and Hamilton's out, hopefully, for a quick lap. Fantastic. Okie dokes. Oh no, this isn't even an out lap. This is a quick lap from Hamilton. Green in the first sector, quickest through the first through the sector 1 speed trap as well, and he is definitely pushing. So let's see what he can do. Through turn number 10 he goes, and onto the power. Does he use DRS once again? Yes, he does. And let's see what Hamilton can do in this Mercedes. He's pushing a little bit. In this Mercedes, look, I'm going to make this mistake so often. But yes, in this Ferrari, pushing quite hard. And the car looks fairly stable in his hands. I think the Ferrari has been fairly stable last year, so they've just done their best not to mess it up. And now just coming towards the final corner, not going too much over the curbs, doesn't want to damage the floor too much. And Albon taking some interesting racing lines here. Albon is top of the times, but he was, I would say, probably exceeding track limits when he was doing his lap. Just braking a little bit off the track. Hamilton goes across the line, 2/10 quicker than Alex Albon. Fantastic lap from him. And yeah, Alex Albon really pushing, like he's trying pretty hard. And he's using all of the track available, like braking off the edge of the track just to maximize turn-in radius. And yeah, Albon's pushing quite nicely, actually. Lewis has activated party mode 2.0. Indeed, he has. And the lap times are down to a 1:32.6. All right, let's have a look at what the testing times were all this time ago last year. Let's have a look at last year's testing times. We have got... in fact, let me just search these up. All right. So at the end of day 1 of pre-season testing, we saw the lowest lap time be a 1:31.3 from Max Verstappen at the end of day 1. And then Lando Norris was a 1:32.4. So currently we're at a 1:32.6 from Hamilton. So pretty good going there, considering we're only 1 hour into preseason testing. And yeah, the lap times I'm sure will dip even further, given that the cars will have gained maybe 1 or 1.5 seconds of lap time over the course of the season and the winter break. So I expect the lap times to be around about 1:31, 1:30.5. That is the sort of target, I would say, at least for testing day 1. Let's have a look at testing day 3 last year. Testing day 3, day 3 they got to 1:30.3. On the last day of testing, so I expect this year we'll be getting down to the 1:29s probably. Yeah, 1:29s for sure. Maybe even 1:28s if the drivers go full party mode. The testing times aren't really going to show who wins the championship. That is true, but of course it is the best representation. You know, I admit the testing times aren't accurate, but what else is more accurate than the testing times? And I would argue there isn't really anything else that you can really use to predict, because you can use the end of last season, but every single team will have changed at least 100 parts on their car, 100 different types of, they would have modified the floor ever so slightly, would have modified the front wing ever so slightly. A lot of things will have changed. So you can't exactly use the pace of last year to predict what's going to happen this year. And if you can't use that, then I think the best representation you have is pre-season testing. All right, Lewis back out onto the track. And we've got Doohan and Piastri. He's back out onto the track. Is he going to pull back into the pit lane? Come on, Piastri, give us a full lap today. You've done 7 install laps, which might be a new world record for the number of install laps at a preseason test. Don't pull into the pit lane. Don't pull into. Oh, he's just pulled into the pit lane, man. Still, we are 1 hour into testing and we haven't got a full lap here from Oscar Piastri. Another install lap. When are the rest of the drivers testing? The rest of the drivers are testing in the afternoon session. So currently on the screen, you've got 2 hours 55. That is the end of the morning session in 2 hours 55 minutes. And then we'll have a 1 hour break, which I will continue streaming through. And then we will have and then we'll have what? And then we'll have the afternoon session where the other 10 drivers will be taking part. Has Verstappen given a full lap? No, Verstappen's taking part in the afternoon session, so he will not be. He'll not be driving until after the lunch break. Ooh, we have Hamilton going a little bit wide here at turn number 11, going a little bit over the dusty part of the circuit. I'm sure it's not too much to worry about, but once again carrying on with his lap times. On those medium tyres, he's just now looking up to rack up the laps. His first lap was a quick one, get those tyres up into the correct temperature window, and now he's on a long run, I suspect. Just lapping away, building, giving the Ferrari team some information and some data on the tyre wear situation of their car. Okay, where is Liam? Liam currently is in 4th place, and he is currently in the pit lane. Like is everyone apart from Doohan and Hamilton. Yeah. Okie dokes. Isn't McLaren the only team that didn't switch any drivers? No, all of the teams are switching the drivers today. I suspect maybe tomorrow they'll change it up. But because, especially the teams that have rookies, they don't really want to give a rookie a full 8-hour test day because, well, their neck is really not going to cope with it, and the rest of their body probably as well. It is very, very physical for the rookies. So I suspect the teams that do have rookies driving for them, they will do a split test day for all 3 days. Previously, we've seen Verstappen drive for the entire day, and then Perez drive for the entire day, and then the third day that they split. But if Ferrari want to, they can have Hamilton drive all of tomorrow and Leclerc drive all of Friday. But it's totally up to them. I do suspect though the teams that do have rookies will not be doing a full day of testing for one driver and a full day of testing for the other driver the following day. Aston could do that. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Question is, F1 TV Access and F1 TV Pro the same? No. F1 TV Pro is the one that you want to get so you can actually watch all of the footage. With F1 TV Access, you only get access to watch it after the race is finished, which is cool and everything, but obviously you want to watch it while it's happening. So F1 TV Pro is to watch it live, F1 TV Access is to watch it after it's happened. Yeah. All right. Unfortunately, of course, it is a little bit more expensive getting the Pro, but that's the price you've got to pay if you want to watch the race live. So, yeah. All right. Okie dokes. Oh, everyone's in the pit lane. We are 1 hour and 8 minutes into the test, and everyone has decided, I've had enough of pre-season testing. We're going to call it a day and just sit in the pit lane, have some lunch. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. In fact, Hamilton's making his way back out. He just came into the pits. Oh yeah, folks, do you think this can happen? Because I remember when Hamilton made the switch from McLaren to Mercedes, he accidentally drove into the McLaren pit box. Do you think at some point throughout the season, maybe in a practice session, maybe in a qualifying session, Hamilton is going to pull into the Mercedes pit box just because he's so used to doing so? I reckon it is going to happen. I think Vettel did it at one point. Vettel accidentally pulled into the wrong pit box after he was at Ferrari. After he left Ferrari for Aston Martin. Yeah. All right. Your volume is a little low. My sound level is almost 100%. Well, apologies for that. I'm holding my mic pretty close to my face, and the volume unfortunately cannot go any higher. Yeah. All right. Sebastian drove into the McLaren pits once. Okay, fair enough. Volume's just fine. Okay.
Yeah, I mean it's the setting that it's been for the whole of last season, so I suspect it would have probably been fine unless something changed while I had stored my mic and streaming equipment away for the break. But no. Okie dokes. What software do you use for audio mixing? Just straight off OBS? Yeah, it's I'm using OBS to stream, and yeah, the OBS has got the fancy little voice waveform that moves every time I talk. Yeah. All right, Hamilton's still lapping away. He's using DRS as well, so he is doing a race run by the looks of it, and yeah, interesting. 17 laps there from Lewis Hamilton. Currently number 3 in terms of the number of laps completed out of any of the drivers. And yeah, I've got to set half of my phone. It's loud and clear. Fantastic. When will Sainz get out of the pits? He'll be out of the pits in the afternoon session. Yeah. Of course, apologies, so there are some people that have been watching the stream ever since it started. You will have heard this question about 10, 15 times by now, but everyone will figure it out, and we won't have any of these questions once we get around to testing day 2 and 3. Fantastic. At any point in the future, can Hamilton change to another team after Ferrari? Yeah, I'm sure he could. I'm sure any team would be happy to have Lewis Hamilton. The question is, does the team have the ability to pay Lewis Hamilton's salary? And does Lewis Hamilton want to go to that team? Of course, Hamilton, he was perfectly happy at Mercedes. Of course, towards the final couple of years, he was not winning as much as he was before, which wasn't ideal. But I think Ferrari obviously had the budget to pay him. Ferrari is also a team that he wanted to race for. I don't know if there's any other team that he does particularly want to race for. I think Williams would be pretty cool. It's a very historic team. I'm sure Lewis would be interested in racing with Williams, but when their performances are not even getting anywhere close to podiums, I don't think Hamilton is going to consider moving there. Yeah. All right, which country are you from? Yeah, I mean, we can do this. We got 3,500 people. Let me know in the chat what country you are from. I'm from the UK, as you can probably tell by my accent. But yeah, we've got people from Germany, people from India. I'm sure we'll have some people from Japan and some from the US as well. Definitely some from Italy. Yeah. All right, Australia, New Zealand. Yeah, we've got quite. Oh, I mean New Zealand. I mean a bit of a rough time zone, surely, if it's in New Zealand, or maybe it's the afternoon in New Zealand. Oh no, it's not too late actually. 8 p.m. I think. 8:15. Not too bad. Fantastic, fantastic, folks. Can you stream the actual race in place of the animation? Unfortunately, I can't. That would be against copyright rules, and my channel will get taken down. So, yeah, unfortunately, I cannot do that. From the Philippines, fantastic, fantastic. All right. Time zone's pretty good at 6 p.m. here, but it ends at 2 a.m. Yeah, 2 a.m. a little bit too late. But of course, if you get the first half of testing, that's still pretty good. Predictions for the season. Well, the predictions for the season. I'm gonna say the rookies cause the majority of red flags in practice sessions. So, throughout the season, the drivers will be doing practice sessions in Monaco and Baku and in Singapore. I reckon the majority of them are going to be caused by, well, by the new rookies on the grid. Folks, I would appreciate if we didn't spam which country you're from. You can type it once or twice, but past that, a little bit unnecessary. I'm also going to predict that Hamilton will not be as quick as Leclerc for the first couple of races of the season. I'm also going to predict that Piastri is going to do better than Norris. That might be a bit of a bold prediction considering last year, but I think Piastri will be on on his best form, trying to outcompete Norris. And given that it is his only like third year now in Formula One, he's still got a lot of time left to improve, and I'm sure this year he'll make a step forward and get closer to Norris and maybe even ahead of him. So yeah, there are my 3 predictions. A couple of them fair, the first one being fairly safe, but I think the last one might be a little bit bold. All right. Who do you think will win the first Grand Prix? Well, it'll be fantastic if Piastri can win the first Grand Prix, given that he's Australian. We'll just have to wait and see. McLaren ended the season last year pretty quick, but who knows what will happen when we turn up to Q3 in Albert Park in Melbourne in 2 weeks' time? Yeah, 2.5 weeks, and we'll be in Albert Park. All right. Red flag in practice sessions is like 10 minutes, so a driver won't get that much data. Yeah. Well, it depends. Depends how big the crash is, but normally in practice sessions, it doesn't take too long to clear up a red flag, and the drivers can get back out. All right. Well, we've had 1 yellow flag so far in the session, and apart from that, no yellow flags have happened. No spins. No nothing. We had a singular yellow flag when I think Jack Doohan had a bit of an incident at turn number 4, which we never got a replay of, funnily enough, and then that was it. How is Ferrari looking? Ferrari's looking pretty stable. Oh, there's something coming out the back of the Ferrari. What is going on there? As he is coming down the main straight, there is little puffs of... Is that puffs of smoke, puffs of dust? Is that carbon fibre scraping across the ground? There is puffs of something smoke-like coming out of the rear of the Ferrari. I don't know if that is like aerodynamic condensation, because sometimes you see that with planes. There are some cool photos where if the conditions are just right, the aerodynamics over the wing of a plane will cause like the air to sort of condense and look like it's smoke, but I don't think it is smoke in this case. It is the bottom of the Ferrari scraping across the ground, and doing a little bit of porpoising, causing the car to have that smoke coming out the back. So Hamilton, rightly so, dives into the pit lane, and they're going to have to stiffen up that suspension or to increase that ride height, because that's going to wear out the plank in actual races, and there's no point getting data that you can't, if the plank's going to wear out at such a low ride height, you're never going to be running that ride height in the race, so you might as well just not collect the data on it, because it's not going to be particularly useful. All right. I thought for a second there that was about to be an engine issue for Ferrari, but as the turbo hybrid era has gone on, the cars have get more and more reliable, and engine issues are becoming a thing of the past. Of course, we still do have them occasionally, but yeah, I think it's I think right now we're at the stage where engine issues are fairly unlikely, especially in pre-season testing when the drivers are not going to be running in particularly high engine modes for all of the day. What degree is it? What temperature is it in Bahrain? Air temperature is 15 degrees. Track temperature is 27 degrees. It is cloudy in Bahrain, so no blue skies and no blazing hot sun or anything. Quite cloudy. Quite similar to the UK, in fact. But yeah, a little bit warmer, and the track isn't too hot, so the drivers do have a little bit of an ability to push and not wear out their tyres too much. If the track temperature was any higher, then they would be struggling, and their tyres would be wearing out a little bit more. Oh, Piastri is out the pit lane once again. Let's see, will he complete a full lap this time, or will he just go right back into the pits? Here we go. Piastri, he's using DRS as he comes out. He's on the same set of medium tyres that he's been driving around all session. Well, he hasn't really been driving around for most of the session. He's only done 7 laps, which accounts to around about a total of 10 minutes of driving time. And yeah, we'll wait and see. He exits turn number 10. The car looking fairly stable. Maybe we can get some lap times from the McLaren finally. Behrman's out on track as well. He's pushing. It looks like he's on a long run. The car looks fairly heavy, full of fuel. Yeah, quite a bit of understeer from the car, and he's not pushing all that hard as he goes through the middle sector. So, yeah, a long run there from Oliver Behrman. They'll be getting some tyre wear data from him. All right, Lawson's out onto the track, and so is Nico Hulkenberg. Looking good there, looking good. And let's see, Oscar Piastri now comes out the final corner. What's it going to be? Is it going to be the pit lane? Is it going to be the start-finish line? It is the start-finish line. Here we go. Oscar Piastri, finally, he is on his way to do a lap. Fantastic. Why is there red flags in practice sessions, even during small crashes? Because they just don't want to. They just pause the entire session. There's no point risking it in a practice session. You know, in a race, it makes fair enough. You don't want to pause the race for every little small piece of debris. But if it's a practice session, it doesn't matter. So they might as well just say, time to pause the session for about 2 minutes. We'll clear up all the debris, and then you can go back out onto the track. You don't want to be risking the lives of the marshals. Don't want to be risking the lives of the drivers. So that's why they call a red flag for small crashes in practice. All right, green sector from Piastri. I mean, that's given because that's his first first sector that he's done, which hasn't been coming out the pit lane. So nice there from Piastri. We'll see what he can do in the middle sector, but the McLaren is looking all right. Haven't really got much of an idea of what's it meant to look like. He hasn't done enough laps really. Yeah. You have high expectations for Lewis and Ferrari? Yeah, I mean, Lewis Hamilton, 7-time world champion, definitely going to have high expectations for him, but I would also give him a bit of time to settle in to a new team and compete against Charles Leclerc, who we know is very, very quick. So it's going to take a little while for him to be onto the pace there. All right, Piastri up into 8th position. Fantastic job from him. And it is he's 1.6 seconds off the pace, but nonetheless, he started out his practice runs, and it looks like he's on a heavy fuel run there. He's doing a couple of laps in a row. Very nice. Issues with the Astons? No issues with the Astons. It's looking fairly good for the Astons. Alonso did have a lock-up here or there, but that's to be expected. With a new car, there comes new setups and new. You have to learn new sets of brake balances and stuff when you're going into the braking zones, and Alonso will have figured that out soon enough. Lawson purple through the first sector. He's pushing pretty hard, given that he is on hard tyres. They are a fresh set of hard tyres, but nonetheless hard tyres. And yeah, well, he's just building up the tyre temperature, really, because I suspect he's going to be doing a long run on the hards and doing one fast lap to really get them into the temperature window, and then he'll settle the pace down and probably do 10-15 laps at a reasonable pace. But here he comes out of the final corner. DRS is wide open, and across the line he goes half a second quicker than Lewis Hamilton. Very nicely done there from Liam Lawson. And now he'll settle into his long run. Okay, Hulkenberg across the line, 5th place for him. He goes ahead of Doohan by a fraction of a second. And yeah, he's on a set of medium tyres. The Kick Sauber looking stable in the hands of Nico Hulkenberg. And of course, the team that is getting ready to turn into Audi next year. That will be very interesting. Alright, can't get F1 Pro in Spain, so I've subscribed to Dan's can only get Spanish commentary. Good way to help learn the language, yeah. I mean, you could mute the Spanish commentary and you could listen to my commentary instead. So you'd get actually be able to understand what's going on, and also be able to see the footage. I know a lot of people, especially if you get a VPN to Austria, which at some point I'm trying to sort out a VPN sponsor as well. If you get a VPN to Austria, you get free F1, but with German commentary. So you mute the German commentary, put on my live stream instead, and then you get Formula One with commentary for a fraction of the cost of what you would normally pay. So yeah, we'll see if we can get that figured out with one of the VPNs. But if not, if you want it in actual English commentary done by professional commentators, not just me, then F1 TV Pro, the place to go. It is pretty nice and pretty handy. Yeah. Just curious, is testing on F1 TV or just the Pro in Australia? It's on the Pro, so you've got to get the Pro if you want to watch the testing live. If you want to watch it after it's happened, then you can get F1 TV access, but you want to, what's the point in watching testing after it's already happened? So yeah, you probably want to get the live one, the F1 TV Pro, which allows you to watch it live. And if you do buy it through my link, then it helps the channel as well. So that's very much appreciated. It's basically equivalent to giving quite a big donation, actually. I haven't done the calculation, but yeah, it helps out the channel quite a lot. So especially if you get the full year one. So feel free to do that if you'd like. But yeah, we've got Hülkenberg, Piastri, and Behrman out on the circuit. All right. Why can you not get F1 TV Pro in the UK? It's because Sky Sports have bought the exclusivity rights to F1 in the UK. I think the rights will expire at some point, maybe in 2 or 3 years' times. When those rights expire, then I'm sure you'll be able to get F1 TV Pro, but unfortunately, I think the only way you can do it is get a VPN to another country when you click on the F1 TV link, and then you have to watch it through a VPN every time. Yeah, but I think it still works out cheaper than getting Sky Sports, so you can do what you'd like. Science in blue looks weirder than Hamilton in red. Yeah, actually, yes. Science has not been blue in a very, very long time. Of course, he was in Toro Rosso in the start of his career. Then he went to Renault, and then after Renault he went to McLaren, and then after McLaren he went to Ferrari, and then after Ferrari he has now gone to Williams. He's raced at all of the big teams: McLaren, Ferrari, Williams. I think there's only one other driver that's done that. I think that was Alain Prost. Prost had raced for Williams, McLaren, and Ferrari, I think, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Bottas is the reserve driver for Mercedes. So, for example, if Kimi Antonelli were to just be super slow or crash all of the time and not be able to keep up with George Russell, there is the potential for a mid-season switch for Valtteri Bottas to step in and rejoin Mercedes and probably put in some solid performances, really. So we'll wait and see. What happens. They always have that option. Bottas is a fantastically good driver to be a reserve driver, really, if you think about it. Bottas has got so many podiums, so consistent, 103 consecutive Q3 appearances. It is quite insane, to be honest. And him being a reserve driver doesn't sit right. I'd say someone needs to get off the grid. Stroll. But I didn't say anything, and some driver at some point will have to make way. All right, why is Alonso in the pits? Because they're making setup changes to the car and they're putting more sensors on and taking more sensors off. Yeah. All right. Will you be providing commentary during the races as well? Yeah, I will be commentating during the races, the practice sessions, the qualifyings, the sprint races, the whole thing. I'll be commentating all season long. And in fact, I've checked, and all of my exams don't collide with Formula One races. So that means that I'm not going to miss any of them because of my exams. Previously, in previous years, I've had to miss the odd stream because my exam timetable didn't really line up. But this year everything is lined up quite nicely, and I'm not going to have to miss a single stream. Brilliant. All right. What do you study? I study engineering. And how old are you? I'm not going to say specifically, but I'm at university, so yeah. Do you think Carlos will ever return to Ferrari? Oh, I think that's an unlikely one, really, because for Carlos to return to Ferrari, someone's got to leave Ferrari, and that's got to be either Hamilton or Leclerc. And I don't see any of them leaving anytime soon. I say maybe Hamilton in 2 years' time, maybe if Ferrari just hasn't worked out for him, things haven't got better, the car isn't all that quick and winning championships, maybe Hamilton will leave. But will they sign Carlos Sainz, or will there be another driver that they're interested in signing at that point? I'm not sure. Yeah. All right. I believe the Liam hate is because Honda has provided Red Bull with amazing winning cars and all they asked for Yuki to be the main driver. Yeah, that is, it's a bit of a tricky situation, really, because Yuki Tsunoda, fantastically quick driver, and on paper, he was better than Liam Lawson. However, you do have to take into account, Tsunoda has been in Formula 1 for quite a few years, and Lawson, that was his first time driving a Formula 1 car as part of a main season, right? And he wasn't that far off Tsunoda. So Tsunoda was still quicker, but Liam Lawson showed more potential. And I guess what Red Bull wanted was they wanted that potential to be, revealed when he continues driving in the Red Bull team. So yeah, it would have made sense to put Tsunoda in if they wanted results delivered immediately. But I guess Tsunoda must have done some tests with the Red Bull team at some point, and maybe he was doing stuff in the sim, and he just wasn't quick enough. I'm not sure if that's true or not. Like, this is what I'm thinking may have happened, but I think they just saw more potential in Lawson than they did in Tsunoda, and that ended up being a factor. And of course, there were politics involved. It wasn't just that. There was quite a lot of politics between Honda and Red Bull, because of course, Honda are the manufacturer for their team. And they make the engines. However, they did say they're going to stop making F1 engines and they're going towards net zero and all of the green energy stuff, which is fair enough. But that leaves Red Bull without an engine supplier, which they're probably not particularly happy about. And they've had to spend a huge swathe of their budget towards also creating an engine department. So they're not happy about that. So even if they have given them a championship-winning engine, they're also not giving them a championship-winning engine 2 years into the future, and that might be an issue, and that might be why Tsunoda hasn't been given the drive. So who knows? Is there any way to recognize the C4 from the C5? Unfortunately not, because normally you can tell by the tyre sidewall, but because the drivers are driving so quickly and the tyres are spinning so fast, you can't really tell the difference between a C4 and a C5 or a C2 and a C1. So you just kind of have to guess. The proper information will come through, like, once the race, once the session is over. Like, the people who analyze it will be able to tell the difference between. But currently, the way the data is set up on my system is it's only for the soft, medium, or hard tires, so you can't tell the difference, unfortunately. Yeah. Oh, we've got a lot of questions here. In fact, why not? Let's answer all of them. Is Hamilton trying an odd setup? I'm not particularly sure, but he's on a fresh set of tyres, and he's going on a push lap now, so we'll see what he can do. Verstappen seemed happy to have Lawson. Yeah, Verstappen was probably fine with having Lawson. Like, Verstappen would be fine having anyone because he knows he has that inner self-confidence, and also, multiple championships to his name. He knows he's probably going to be quicker than whichever driver comes in to drive that car alongside him. Do you think Aston Martin can give Alonso a competent car for podiums? What are your thoughts? I'm not sure if they can give him a competent car this year for podiums. However, Adrian Newey is starting work next Monday. Next Monday is Adrian Newey's first day at Aston Martin, and as soon as he gets to work, he'll be designing the 2026 car. So maybe not this year, but definitely next year. I have a feeling that Aston Martin will be competing for podiums, if not wins. Yeah. And yeah, what are your views on Alonso winning his third championship? I think if Adrian Newey can put a car together, then I definitely think it's possible. Aston Martin, they are on an upwards trajectory. Well, they were on an upwards trajectory, and then they sort of stalled out a little bit. And the issue with that is that the top 4 teams are like a pretty significant step ahead of the other ones, and because they're a significant step ahead, even if Aston Martin bring fantastic upgrades all season long, they're not going to be able to catch up in time to win the championship for this year, I think. Unless their upgrades over the winter break has been fantastic, I don't think that's going to happen. So this year might be a little bit difficult. All right. Don't forget that Honda also stabbed Red Bull in the back. Yeah, they pulled out of F1, left Red Bull hanging dry, and then they re-entered, joining Aston Martin. Yeah, not the best look, and that I'm sure that played a factor as well. Of course, Yuki Tsunoda is driving at the Racing Bulls team on Honda's behalf. Like, Honda have said a bit, like, their contract was basically, we'll give you an engine, but you also have to put one of our drivers that we want you to choose. So yeah. Lawson P1 Red Bull dominance continues. Yeah, well, he's quicker than Tsunoda by a quarter of a second, but that means there's a Red Bull car in first place and an RB car in second place. So yeah, I think that speaks for itself, and we're going to have a Red Bull 1 and RB 2, and everyone else much further down the grid. No, I'm joking. Yeah, do you think Hamilton can go back to his winning ways this year? Yeah, I think Ferrari have a solid car, a solid base a solid foundation to build off from last year, and if they've done a half decent job of upgrades, I think Hamilton will definitely win a race this season. Yeah. Oh, also, folks, what livery do you think is the best? I'm quite a big fan of the V-carb livery. Like, the white looks fantastic in my opinion. And yeah, I would probably say that's my favourite livery. Quite a lot of the liveries haven't changed all that much, if I'm being honest. But yeah, I'm probably the biggest fan of the V-carb livery. Yeah. The Mercedes is quite nice as well. The Mercedes didn't look all that amazing in the F1 event, but I would say once they got the renders out and once we see it out on track, it looks quite nice. Ferrari looks a little odd. I mean, they've just got huge HP logos, huge swathes of white. I would have expected if Ferrari were going to have white, they would have done the Italian tricolour. They would have put the red, the white, and the green. But no, just huge white and then HP logo as well. So yeah, I am not all that pleased with the Ferrari livery. All right, congrats on the 120k. Also miss your voice. Well, yeah, thanks for tuning back in. And hopefully the channel can continue growing. I'm sticking to the same formula. No adverts on YouTube. They'll all be blocked while I'm streaming. And then you just get the F1 TV thing popping up every so often. And yeah, if you guys are interested in F1 TV, then the link is in the description, and it's in fact in the pinned comment as well. Get it for the entire season, helps out the channel hugely. You get to watch F1 live. It's a win-win. Okie dokes. Has anyone made any mistakes in testing so far? That's a good question. And the only yellow flag that we've had is Jack Doohan having a little spin at turn number 4. And apart from that, we had Alonso with a lock-up, a couple of other drivers with lock-ups, a couple of drivers bouncing over curbs. But those are the biggest mistakes we've had. One spin, a lock-up, and some bouncing over curbs. Very, very good driving from the grid today. And, they have driven hundreds, if not thousands, of kilometers around the Bahrain circuit throughout the years, and they know the circuit like the back of their hand, and that's exactly why. That's exactly why we have no mistakes, because the drivers are so used to the circuit. Nico Hulkenberg getting a podium. Well, it depends on how big of a step Kick Sauber has taken and how much chaos there is this season. Given that there's a lot of rookies, I expect there to be chaos. Given that the grid is going to be so tight at the top, that also predicts a lot of chaos. And then if the kick Sauber can make a step up potentially to be scoring consistent points, then Nico Hulkenberg could definitely score a surprise podium here or there. That would be huge. And it would be fantastic to see him score a podium, really. I would love to see that happen. Okie dokes. Right. When is the RB Ford engine switch happening? Unfortunately, I don't really know when that's happening. It's probably going to be 2026 when Honda pulls out of the RB contract. So yeah, they'll be collaborating to build their engines. Oh, we've had a little bit of a snap there from Lewis Hamilton. He's just exited turn number 4. The car not getting maximum grip, and it's still porpoising away. The bottom of the floor is still scraping, and we're still getting those little puffs of smoke coming out of the car. From the floor touching the ground. So Ferrari having issues with porpoising, and they're going to have to sort those out ASAP. Otherwise, it's not going to be great. Williams put out a post about the driver schedule: split today, Carlos tomorrow, and Albon full final day. Fair enough. Yeah, I think if any of the teams have the rookies, that would be a bad idea. But if you're not got rookies, then you might as well. I think Williams, McLaren, Ferrari, Aston, they can all go with having full days for their drivers because their drivers are used to it. I'd say a rookie though, probably you want to give them 4 hours slots, not the entire 8-hour day. Okay. Alonso up to the top of the times. He goes 4 hundredths of a second quicker than Lawson. Fantastic. All right. Yeah. Thank you everyone for tuning in, by the way. If you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. It hugely, hugely helps out the channel. And hopefully we can make our way towards 1,500 likes. We've got 4,000 people watching, so I'm sure that's definitely possible. Yeah, I hope you are enjoying the coverage. We've got Hamilton and one other driver. Who is that? I think it's Tsunoda. Yeah, Hamilton and Tsunoda just ending up at the end of the pit lane there, doing some practice starts. Yeah, they need to dial in the clutch settings and everything. I'm sure the majority of the drivetrain is fairly similar to last year, but still they do have to make a couple of changes and get those clutch settings as they want them to be from a standing start. And yeah, should be good. All right, so we are approaching the halfway point of the first morning session. We've got Alonso top of the times, and then Lawson in second, Hamilton in third, Tsunoda in fourth, Albon in fifth. And in 3 hours and 20 minutes time, we'll see the second half of the grid make their way out onto the circuit. All right. What is Oscar doing? Oscar is on a long run by the looks of it. He's done 14 laps on those medium tyres. He finally comes into the pits, and they've gathered enough information. How are these tyres behaving? Are they wearing out too much? Are they wearing out? How quickly are they wearing out? What are the tyre temperatures like? Stuff like that. They figured all of that out, and he pulls into the pits. He'll be changing set tyres, probably changing his setup a little bit, maybe adding a bit more fuel to the car, and going out for a different long run on probably a set of hard tyres by the looks of it, given that he's done a set on mediums. Oh, Alex Albon, a bit of a lock-up there. Albon has been pushing extremely hard. I mean, going into turn number 4, he goes all the way off the circuit, and just he went a little bit too far off the circuit when he hit his braking point, and his front right tyre was over the curb, and that caused a little bit of a lock-up there. But the main thing for Alex Albon is the flow of his paint that's over the rear wing of his car. They're going to check out how that performs, and They're going to work out if it's working as expected. Are they getting flow separation at some point, or is all of the aerodynamic flow staying attached? And are they getting as much downforce as possible? What tyre is the best, the medium or the hard? Well, technically the best tyre is the soft, but nobody's going to be using that probably till test day number 3. So medium's faster than the hards, and the hards are more durable than the medium. So it's a trade-off. And as of right now, it doesn't really matter. The teams are just looking to gather as much information as possible about everything that they possibly can, everything that is relevant to race day. How is Kimi doing thus far? Kimi is doing pretty well. No eyes on him. He hasn't been setting any blisteringly fast lap times. But if you look at his lap count, he's done 23 laps under his belt. He's done a couple on medium tyres, a couple on hards, I think, as well. And just lapping away exactly what he needs to be doing. You know, you don't need to be setting the timing screens alight in testing. You just need to be gathering good, solid data with as little mistakes as possible and getting a feel for the car. And by the looks of that, Kimi Antonelli is doing exactly that. So, good start for the rookie. Yeah. Oh, folks, let me know who you think is going to be the rookie of the year. Will it be Kimi Antonelli? Will it be Liam Lawson? Will it be Bortoletto? Who knows? But yeah, let me know what your predictions are. I would probably say... well, I don't actually know too much about the rookies, but given how much faith Toto Wolff has put in Kimi Antonelli, I have a feeling that Kimi Antonelli is going to be Rookie of the Year. He may be able to snatch a victory. I mean, Lawson might be able to snatch a victory depending on how quick he is and if Verstappen is quick on that day as well, or if he has a DNF or an issue or something like that. But if any of the rookies can win a race in their first season, that would be huge for them, really. Antonelli or Lawson, that would be fantastic. Rookie of the Year, Alonso. Oh, yeah. Oh, I totally forgot. How could I forget? Alonso is definitely going to be Rookie of the Year. I mean, look at that, top of the timings as well. He's already started off on the right foot, and I'm sure he'll beat all of the rookies in the Drivers' Championship as well. Yeah. Liam, a biased QB though. Yeah, I mean, Liam Lawson has also been given a very big sort of position to fill. Max Verstappen's number 2 driver, and yeah, we'll see. Obviously, any other driver at Red Bull hasn't had the greatest of success. There's been Ricciardo, who left the team not being that well supported. Everyone was focusing around what Max wanted. Then there was Albon, there was Gasly, there was Perez. Nobody seemed to stick. And Verstappen just seemed to be quicker than the rest. Will it change this time with Liam Lawson? Or will it be the same old story all over again? How long do you think it'll be for the timings to hit 130? Probably... Well, I think at in the afternoon slot, like right at the end of the afternoon slot, when the track gets a lot cooler, the sun sets, the floodlights turn on. I think that is when you're going to see the lap times drop into the 130s. We may even see a driver or two come out on a set of soft tyres just to set a glory lap and get all their attention onto them at the end of testing day 1. But yeah, for now, the teams are just going to be doing solid long-run pace and gathering as much data as humanly possible. Test time and testing does not matter except when Ferrari's on top. Yeah, I mean, testing does not matter whatsoever unless you're the team that's winning. Unless you're the team that's the fastest out of everyone. So, yeah, there's, of course, I said this a little bit earlier. I don't know how long ago I said it, but testing matters to an extent to predict who's going to be the fastest team, but if, a lot of people say testing doesn't matter whatsoever, and it kind of does, because if you don't look at testing data, you have no predictions whatsoever on which team's going to be the fastest, which team isn't. So you should take everything with a grain of salt, but testing still does have a pretty big impact on how the teams perform throughout the rest of the year. Right. Oh, hello, Remy, at work right now, just popping in to say hi, welcome back, and we are so back. We are so back indeed. Thank you for tuning in. And yeah, I'll see you once you finish your work shift. I'm still going to be streaming for another, another 7 hours. So yeah, if you're done by then pop on later. But yeah, thank you everyone for tuning in so far. And it's been fantastic 2 hours of testing. In fact, my throat is starting to hurt, so I will at some point very soon go get some warm water. And yeah. All right. Are these tyres the same as last year? I think they're slightly different according to Pirelli, but they're going to be pretty similar to last year. Not much will change. Like, they'll just make the tyres wear out. They'll make the tyres just a little bit stiffer because the cars are going to get faster, so more G-forces, more loads. So the tyres will be slightly stiffer and a slightly harder compound than last year, but really not that much of a difference. Okie dokes. You have to stream for 9 hours for 3 days straight. That is correct. That is correct. Exactly. So my we're 2 hours in, and my throat has got a little bit of a inkling feeling at the back, like I can feel something's about to go wrong. So yeah, I'm just gonna take care of that soon enough. But yeah, 27 hours of commentary is gonna take a toll on my throat for sure. All right. When is the first qualifying? The first qualifying, if I remember correctly, is the 15th of March. Let me just check my calendar. Yeah, 15th of March is qualifying in Australia. Okie dokes. Do you think Max will have his 5th this year? Ooh, that is a tough one. I think probably not, given the fact that McLaren and Ferrari will be right on Red Bull's heels, if not ahead of Red Bull at the start of this season. And part of the reason why Verstappen won last year was because he won 8 out of the first 10 races, which gave him a huge lead over everyone else. And yeah, that's essentially why he won the championship, because he had that huge lead at the start. The gap got smaller and smaller, but it just didn't get small enough for Norris to win. So, yeah, essentially, that is why it's going to be a much closer fight. And I can't really predict until I see Q3 in Australia, and then after that, I'll be able to tell what'll happen. All right. Are you going to be streaming all day long? Yes, I will. Please take some breaks and take care of your throat. Yeah, I will do. I've got a little bit of warm water here right next to me, so should be fine. All right. At what time will the other drivers start driving? In 2 hours is the end of this session. There'll be a 1 hour break, and then in 3 hours' time, essentially, the other 10 drivers will start driving. Okay. Is the best Sector 1 speed taken over the finish line? No. The best Sector 1 speed is taken on the exit of turn number 3. So as they exit turn number 3, going towards turn number 4, that's the best Sector 1 speed, not the start-finish line. I should probably change that, but I'll do that in the lunch break. Yeah. How long have you been streaming today? I've been streaming for 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours, yeah. All right. Oscar was out earlier, just fixing some things. Yeah, there will. There's still a lot of work to do on the cars. Like, everything won't be perfect. They'll still be taking off more and more sensors. A lot of these sensors are embedded very deep into the car, and they will just want to take them off because it's extra weight that they don't want to be carrying around when they're doing the rest of their simulations and tire wear runs and stuff like that. So yeah, they'll be taking sensors off. They'll be changing the setup, doing a lot of tweaks here and there, and then they'll be making their way out once again for the next run. Oh, Jack doing a little bit throttle happy there. The rear stepping out as he gets onto the power out on the exit of turn number 1. Yeah, slams onto the brakes very, very late though, and a little bit of a lock up as well as he goes into turn number 1. But all things to be expected, especially from a rookie. Oh, we've hit 1.5k likes. That is fantastic, folks. Thank you everyone for hitting the like button. And yeah. Okay. Yeah, let's see if we're getting some more team radios. Haven't had any team radios all day, but maybe they've started working halfway through. No, it still looks like no team radios, unfortunately. But I think it should be fine. All right. What do you do besides live streaming? Not much, really. That's pretty much the channel. I just do live streams, commentate all of the races. So yeah. There is one video on my channel if you are interested. It's about how the Formula One engines have changed from the 1950s all the way to the current engines right now, and what they sound like. So if you are interested in that, then go ahead and check out that video. But apart from that, I don't really have any videos on the channel. Which was the first driver and team you supported when you watched F1 for the first time? Well, the first F1 race that I watched was Spa 2018. That was the first F1 race that I watched. That was, I'm going to be honest, a fairly boring race, but Seb Vettel did win it. We had that brilliant commentary moment of, but here comes Sebastian Vettel from that exact race. Yeah, that was the first race that I watched, and the first driver that I supported was Sebastian Vettel. So yeah, that is that basically sums it up. Seb Vettel is still my favorite driver to this day. I don't really support anyone else. I mean, I'm very glad that if you asked me to pick a driver, I'd probably say Piastri. But I'm not really all that biased anymore, because Seb Vettel isn't on the grid. But bro, if Seb Vettel was, driving for Ferrari, or if Seb Vettel was driving for Aston Martin still, I would be like, oh, this is the year Aston Martin win the championship. That's it. The season's over. Seb Vettel gets his sixth world title. Yeah. But since Vettel isn't here, there's not too much bias involved in the commentary. I'm sure if you go back to 2021, there'll be a little bit too much bias there. But oh well. Thoughts on crowd booing at the FIA? Well, see, this is the thing. The FIA event was held in London. Who's going to be there from London? Probably British people, British fans. And who do the British fans not like? Max Verstappen. So who are they going to boo? Max Verstappen. Like, it is what it is. I'm sure if they held it in the Netherlands, then there'd be no booing for Max Verstappen, and there'd be booing for other drivers. And it's just, if you hold it in a certain country, you're going to get the fans from that country boo whoever else. And also you get drivers that win all the time get booed. Like Hamilton got booed all the time, Vettel got booed all the time, Schumacher got booed all the time. When they were winning every single race and it got super boring, they get booed. And it is what it is. I'm sure Max Verstappen doesn't care too much about it, and neither should we really. Like, if the FIA held it in the Netherlands, it would be the same. If the FIA held it in Italy, then I don't think they'd boo anyone, but there'd be just a 10 times large cheer for Ferrari than there would be for any other team. Yeah. Welcome back. Missed these streams. So thank you very much, Stephen. And yeah, boozer for Horner only. Well, I don't know. I'm sure it's for Verstappen as well. Should we take any of these lap times into consideration? Like, Alonso having the best time might actually mean the car is good. Well, you should take the lap times into consideration when you're looking at them in context of something else. If you're just looking at the timing board at the end of the day, you're not really going to have the most accurate information. However, if you go through every single lap that all the drivers have done, and you see, Alonso has done a long run for 25 laps on a set of hard tyres, and Lawson has done a long run on a set of hard tyres for around about 20 laps, and you compare their lap times and you see, Lawson is 0.2 of a second quicker than Alonso over the period of 20 laps, then you can make a fair judgment saying that, Lawson has probably got a faster car than Alonso has. But if you just look at the lap times at the end of the day, with no other context, it's a little bit inaccurate, really. Yeah. All right. New preseason test pole position should be around 128. Yeah, last year in preseason testing, the lowest that they reached was 130.1. So I suspect we'll get around about a second and a half lower than that. So yeah, 128s, 129s. That'll be good to see. Okay. Why is Oscar still in the pits? Well, he's just come out of the pits, in fact, just now. But yeah, they're just in the pits doing setup changes. Like the teams are just cooking all of the time. They're always finding something to change, trying to analyze every single bit of information, and it takes a while to do setup changes as well. Especially since they're in no big rush. Like they know they need to complete a certain number of laps, and then they'll be happy with the number of data that they gather, with the amount of data that they gather. And yeah, and then once they've done that, then they'll be fine. And if they need to do 1,000 laps, and then they'll be happy with the number of data, with the amount of data that they have, or 1,000 is probably a little high, but if they want to do 200 laps and they'll be happy with the amount of data that they have, then they're not in any particularly big rush to make the setup changes like within 5 minutes. So yeah. Since you spammed, I'm probably not even going to answer the question. Like, don't want to be incentivizing the wrong thing. Why is there only one car per team? That's how the F1 testing rules are. You're only allowed one car per team, and so they'll switch the drivers halfway through. So we are halfway through the morning session, 2 hours in. Liam Lawson just crosses the line now, goes ahead of Alonso by 0.3 of a second. Nicely done there by Lawson. And yeah, in the afternoon session, all of the drivers will switch, and we'll have the remaining 10 drivers on the grid, making their way around the circuit instead of the current 10. You can't be too quick to make assumptions. Even across 20 laps or more, with a comparison, one car could be running a high fuel load compared to another car with a low fuel load. Yeah, no, that is definitely correct. One car could have 30 laps worth of fuel, another car could have 40 laps worth of fuel, and you would never know. But yeah, you just have to sort of make these approximations and guess. Like you can sort of figure it out, how much fuel that they have. Like if you look at the acceleration specifically in a certain zone, you can approximate how much fuel that they have in the car, but it's definitely not the most accurate thing in the world, and there's not really any point. So just focus on your own lap times and try and get them as quick as possible, and then you'll figure out when you get to Q3 in Australia if you're going to be top or not. All right. How is the RB21? Look, I don't particularly know how the Red Bull has changed. I haven't gone and analysed every bit of the side pod and the floor. So there will be someone else that has, and I think you're much better off asking them. Is F1 TV available in the UK? Unfortunately not. It isn't available. Sky Sports still have the exclusivity rights for this year. I think maybe next year they expire. I'm not particularly certain, but sooner or later they will expire, and then F1 TV should be available in the UK, but right now is not that time. What else? Your take on the ban on swearing? I think the ban on swearing is stupid, as everyone else considers as well. Like, there's no point restricting the drivers from swearing. If you don't want to broadcast swearing, just don't broadcast it. You can't tell the drivers, oh, don't swear, when they're like basically risking their lives driving around at ridiculous speeds for your entertainment. Yeah. Do you think Vettel will ever return to F1? Probably not. As much as I had, this slight bit of hope that when Audi returned, they'd sign Nico Hülkenberg as one German driver and they'd sign Seb Vettel as the second German driver, it looks like that's not happening, and I think that is fair enough. So, yeah. I think Vettel might do a couple of endurance races. I think he did test one of the WEC hypercars at some point, but I don't think he's going to be making a full-time return to Formula One or a full-time return to any sort of racing. He might do the occasional endurance race because, you know, that is still what he loves. But he obviously took his time out of Formula One to spend time with his family and do other things that are important to him as well. Okay, it's getting dangerously grey out here in Bahrain. I don't know if it's going to rain. I'm just going to double check the weather in Sakir, but it's getting super duper grey, like even more grey than what it is currently in the UK, which is saying something because the UK, as you all know, is super grey. Let's see, what is the weather in Sakir? Weather in Sakir, Bahrain. Precipitation, no chances of rain. However, folks, tomorrow, there is going to be a little bit of rain. Ooh, this is going to be interesting, folks. Definitely, you should tune into tomorrow's live stream then. There's a chance of it raining tomorrow in Sakir, in the middle of a desert, which is quite unusual. There's going to be some rain, which will be fantastic. We haven't had rain during F1 testing for a very, very long time, especially since it's been held in Bahrain. We've had a sandstorm, but no rains that we've seen, and that could be very, very exciting. All right. Here we go then. Liam Lawson still at the top of the timings. He's done 30 laps, in fact. Nice job there from Lawson. Tsunoda currently still top of the lap count with 36 laps. Antonelli with 34 in the pit lane. Piastri's on 21. He's actually doing quite a few laps now on these medium tyres, and he did a longer run earlier as well. Yeah, it's looking good. Okay. Yeah, rain in the season. I guess if it is the correct season for rain, then sure, it's not that unexpected. I just don't know what the seasons are in Bahrain. I guess it's still in the northern hemisphere, so I guess it's in its winter part of the year. Okay. Bahrain doesn't offer the constant climate as it did before. Yeah, still quite a bit of variable climate. I would have, typically I was expecting today to wake up and have blue skies and sunshine, but apparently not. Ooh, Lawson had a bit of a snap here on the exit of turn number 4. A lot of drivers had that. I think Hamilton just had that. Lawson as well. And it is a little bit complicated turn number 4 because you can't really see the exit. So you just have to get on the power hoping that you stay within track limits. And then there's quite a bit of the wind as well. It's 8 kilometers per hour blowing in sort of a you lose the headwind as you turn into turn number 4. So going into turn number 4, you have a headwind, but then as you turn backwards, it turns into a tailwind, and because of that, you lose a significant amount of grip. And I think that's why Hamilton and Lawson have had a couple of little moments as they go through turn number 4. Are those Sector 1 speeds correct? They seem a little slow. Yeah, the Sector 1 speeds are the exit of turn number 3. They aren't the exit. They aren't the main straight. And they aren't also the speed trap right at the just before turn number 4. It's like halfway down the straight. In fact, you know what? Let me just change that now. Hopefully it doesn't take too long. Just give me a second, folks. Let me just change that from Sector 1 to something else. What speed trap would we like? We'd want the speed trap speed. Save. Apply changes. And then there we go. All right. Save. Brilliant. All right, there we go. We've got the speed trap speeds now coming down the main straight. So that's the more relevant ones that we actually interested in. Yeah, has there ever been a wet session in Bahrain/Sakir? Not that I remember of. I haven't watched I mean, Sakir was the first race. I think was 2006. Was it 2006? Um, and it used to be a day race at that point, and then it turned into a night race later on. I think maybe 2006 a little early for when Bahrain got introduced into the calendar, but nonetheless, I don't think there has been a wet race. Oh, 2004. Okay. There was literally rain in the Bahrain 2019 Pirelli test in March, April. Um, okay. Well, I guess. I guess I was wrong then. Yeah. Oh, hello, SpectreX. Nice to see you back, buddy. Yeah. Thanks for tuning in. Lawson on hard tyres. Yeah, Lawson is on hard tyres. However, I don't think his lap time. Oh no, his lap time for fastest lap was also set on hards as well. So yeah, he's pushing fairly hard. I mean, maybe he's got a little bit less fuel in the car than normal. But Hamilton here, purple first sector, fresh set of mediums. He's looking good. He comes out at the exit of turn number 10. He opens that DRS flap, approaching now 7th gear as he hits the brakes for turn number 11, drops it down into 4th, rotates the car, up the hill he goes, and flat through turn number 12, trying to stay as far left as he possibly can to hit the brakes in a straight line for turn number 13. Yellow through the middle sector actually, not an improvement there. But now heading towards turn number 14 he goes. He's got a bit of a tailwind as he goes into there. Hits the brakes, rotates the car, and makes sure not to go over the curbs too aggressively. Here he comes now. Across the line he goes. And what's it going to be for Lewis Hamilton? Up into second place. Nicely done. It was a day race, but with engines exploding, they made it a night race. Yeah, engines exploding, and also drivers not particularly liking the excessive heat. Like, it was super hot. And you also have to remember, all of the other races that are in the Middle East, Abu Dhabi, Saudi Arabia, they're all night races because in the day, it is physically just a little bit too hot. Like, just to go about your daily life, I'm sure it is bearable. But when you're within an F1 car, and you've got a super hot engine behind you, and well, another combination of things, you don't have particularly cold water to drink, you don't have that much water to drink, full stop. It makes a lot more sense to have a night race in these sort of hot climates. They've got the same in Singapore. Singapore's also a night race. Malaysia wasn't a night race, and that was particularly tough on the drivers. Qatar is a night race, and still it's fairly tough on the drivers. F1 TV isn't available in Australia, guys. How can I watch the onboards? The only way to watch the onboards, I guess, is Sky Sports. It's not particularly ideal, really. But yeah, there isn't much alternative. Like, Sky Sports has bought out the exclusivity rights, I think, in the UK, Germany, Australia, and a couple of other countries, which means you can't get F1 TV Pro, which is super annoying. Yeah. Oh, the hottest race in F1 was Bahrain 2005. Yeah, fair enough. And then that makes sense why they turned it into a night race after that. Happy 2025, folks. Hope you're all doing great. Yeah, thank you, Multi Ninja. Hope you're doing well as well. And good to see you back, buddy. Oscar Piastri has been putting in some fairly consistent lap times. Sat in the garage for quite a while, though, earlier in the day. And the McLaren's looking fairly stable in his hands. All right. They're introducing cooling jackets for the drivers this year. Yes, they are. That is correct. However, that's not mandatory, and the teams will not do it unless it's mandatory because it adds weight onto the car. So if the temperature is declared above a certain value, I think if it's over 35 degrees or something, then the FIA mandate that the drivers, that the teams install the cooling equipment into the car, and the drivers also have the cooling equipment worn on them, like they have to wear it. And yeah, the cooling jackets that they have, it's the same stuff that they use in endurance racing and in a couple of other motorsports as well. So it's been tried and tested before, and it's a fairly good system. So it should be good. Obviously, in endurance racing, it is very important to be at an optimal temperature. Like, sure, in a Formula 1 race, if you get a little hot, it's only an hour and a half. But in an endurance race, your stints are so long, and it's very necessary that you are sufficiently cool and able to perform for long periods of time. So, yeah. Can I be a mod, or is it chosen randomly? It's just chosen by me, really. Yeah, I will if we have a lack of mods, I will add some more mods at some point. But most of the time, we have enough mods. Yeah. ESPN might be available actually. Yeah, depending on which region you're in. ESPN. I think ESPN's available in the US, but also F1 TV Pro is available in the US, and I think it might be cheaper to get F1 TV Pro than to get ESPN. But of course, if you watch other sports, then you could probably get ESPN. Yeah, what time will the second half start? The second half will start in 2 hours 45 minutes. Yeah, 1 hour 45 minutes to finish this session, and then a 1 hour lunch break, and then yeah, the second session will start. So, all right. For all our benefit, what was the best lap time here last year at the circuit, so we can compare how well they're driving? Yep. So last year, the quickest lap time in testing was a 1:30.1. At the end of day 3. I think that was done by Charles Leclerc or Max Verstappen, one of the two drivers. And yeah, so that is the quickest lap time that we saw in testing. We're currently already down to the 1:31.5s. So, and also the cars are approximately going to be a second and a half faster than they were last year. So we should see the times dip down into the 1:29s by the end of testing day 3. So still quite a way to go for the drivers to drop some fuel out of the car, the teams to drop some fuel out of the cars, and the drivers to push a little bit harder. Albon goes top of the timings. He goes 1 millisecond ahead of Lawson. I mean, we saw this 1 millisecond, 2 millisecond gap so frequently at the end of last year in qualifying sessions. The drivers were milliseconds apart. And even, in fact, we saw 3 drivers get the exact same lap time or something in a qualifying session. It was quite astonishing. And once again, here we are testing 2 hours into the season, and we're getting drivers split by 1 millisecond. We get it on KO, yeah. Yeah, it'll be different for whichever country. I think in the UK there's a specific one called Now TV where you can get it, but in all of the other countries, F1 TV Pro is the best way to get it. So yeah, if you're interested, then go ahead, use the link in the description or in the pinned chat comment. It really does help out the channel, especially, you might as well go ahead, get the year-long membership, because it is cheaper than getting it every month, and you're going to watch Formula 1 for the entire year most likely. If you're watching pre-season testing with means you're a pretty dedicated Formula 1 fan. Pre-season, they're careful not to crash, but to get data. Yeah, that's the other thing. The drivers will not be pushing, especially on day 1. They haven't got a proper feel for the car yet, and also they're very cautious and conscious of the fact that they still have 2 full days of testing left, and they can't afford to just bin the car off, lose a bunch of upgraded parts, and then have to revert back to an old spec. Like, I'm sure they'll have a bunch of spares just in case, but they do not want to be in the situation where the team has to go and fix and upgrade and change a bunch of parts, which is just a really big hassle, essentially. Yeah. Oh, the Ferrari's porpoising a little bit less now. The frequency of the porpoising has increased, so it bounces up and down more. However, it doesn't slam into the ground as hard as it did before, so there's not puffs of smoke anymore. So Ferrari have modified their setup. It's improved the porpoising situation. Still not ideal. However, we saw that very often last year, like the cars bouncing about a little bit, and the drivers can deal with that, and it doesn't affect car performance too much either. Okay. All right. Love from India, what is your favourite track? My favourite track, I would probably have to go with Brazil. I used to say Suzuka, but Brazil, Suzuka, one of the two. Yeah, they are fantastic race circuits. The racetrack in India as well, it's brilliant. Seb Vettel won there every single time, so I'm not going to complain about that. I think that's a great circuit as well. It'd be great for Formula 1 to make its way back into India as well. There are a lot of countries, though, that want to host a Formula 1 race. Jack Doohan, we're going a little bit wide at turn number 11 there. Same thing can be said for Lewis Hamilton, going a little wide into turn number 4, just touching his wheel into the gravel trap there. And yeah, he's dealing with that nicely, though. And the driver's now just slowly but surely starting to push the limits, push the envelope of the car, and see where they can get to. All right. Hey guys, will F1 TV Pro have the usual discount price this year? No, I've been in contact with the people that run the discounts and everything. They're not running a discount for this year. They are when Australia comes around, they'll have a 7-day free trial, but past that, there'll be no discounts for Formula One TV Pro this year, unfortunately. Yeah, I asked them, why not? Can you get me a discount code or something, like a 10% discount code for the channel? But still, nothing, unfortunately. So, yeah, apologies for that. F1 Gamer, how's your day going? Day's going pretty well. I woke up at 5:30, getting ready for the stream and everything. So got everything set up by 6 o'clock. Then had breakfast. Then I've got my lunch ready as well. And then has been streaming ever since I've woken up, basically. So pretty good day, to be honest. Testing's going well. Stream's going well. Cannot complain. All right. Yeah, folks, if you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. We're getting pretty close to 2,000 likes, and we've got 4,000 people watching, so that'd be brilliant if you could hit the like button. And yeah, it really does help out the channel. We are 1 hour 40 left of the first testing hour, and it is looking first testing session, sorry, and it's looking pretty good. All right. Who is your most preferred driver? Well, to answer that question, I would probably say Seb Vettel. Yeah, Seb Vettel. Will I get to see the onboard cameras if I get F1 TV Pro? Yeah, that is exactly. You get to see all of the onboards, you get access to all of this data as well, and then you also get all of the live footage. You get live footage from all 20 drivers and also from the full professional commentary as well. Did Newey get involved in the AMR 25 project? No. So Adrian Newey, his first work day at Aston Martin is this upcoming Monday. So, we'll have Thursday, Friday, the weekend, and then Monday. That's when Adrian Newey starts working for Aston Martin. So that essentially is... So he'll essentially go to the team, and his first thing will be, right, time to develop the 2026 car. He'll have probably a couple, like a look at the 2025 car, but his main focus will be the 2026 car and the fact that they want to win the championship in 2026 and be the team that leads the pack. And if they can do that, then Adrian Newey is the man that can make that happen. Wait, can you actually watch testing and live races on F1 TV, or how do you get the Pro? Somehow it doesn't say it online. It depends which country you're in. If you're in the UK, Germany, Australia, stuff like that, then it won't show up with the option for Pro. I think you'll have to get a VPN or something to a different country, and then it'll show up the option for Pro. But yeah, if it's not coming up with the option for Pro, it's probably because it's not in your country. It's not available in your country. But F1 TV Pro is how you watch it live. Like, testing is available live on F1 TV Pro, and it's also available live on all of the races, all the qualifying sessions, everything like that. It's all on F1 TV Pro. Yeah. All right. What else is there going on the circuit? Yeah, just long runs really. Tsunoda's done 6 laps on his tires. Hülkenberg's 12. Piastri's 13. Hamilton has done 7. Albon has done 8. So yeah, everyone just working away on their long runs, and that is more than expected, really. Yeah. They're just gathering all the data that they can, and then we'll get the short runs probably by the end. We might get 1 or 2 short runs by the end of today. We'll definitely get the short runs, like quali runs, tomorrow evening, and definitely on Friday as well. So today we might not get too many short runs. We might get 1 or 2 from like Sauber or Haas or something, but not from the top teams, I don't think. That's typically how testing goes. All right. Thanks for the content. What's the latest on the next generation of engines? Well, the next generation of engines, they'll have slightly bigger batteries. They'll get a little bit more horsepower from the electric part rather than the internal combustion engine part. They'll be slightly heavier as well. But the overall car weight, I think, is going down by a little bit. So yeah, that's basically a summary of the next generation engines. They're just generating more and more horsepower from the battery, because that is where the car manufacturers really want to go. If you look at, not Ferrari, but if you look at Mercedes, or if you look at Audi, who are going to be joining next year, a lot of their cars are switching over to electric, just because that's the way the world is going. Not necessarily like electric cars are the best cars in the world, but it's just the way the world's headed. And because of that, they don't want to spend development resources developing, the best V10 ever possible, because it's not gonna be applicable for any of their road cars. And Ford, who are going to work with Red Bull to make their engines, Honda, who are making the engines for Aston Martin in 2026, they're also not going to be making screaming V10s for their cars anymore. So that's why we're shifting more towards what the manufacturers want. And after all, the reason why the Formula One happens is because the manufacturers put huge swathes of money into the sport. And sometimes you have to listen to what the money wants. Okay, what time is the break? The break is in 1 hour and 34 minutes. Yeah. All right, which driver are you most looking forward to this season? I'm probably going to say Oscar Piastri for that one. I think Oscar Piastri is going to be one of the most improved drivers this season. He might get ahead of Lando Norris in terms of pace. And I think that's going to be fantastic to watch, a fantastic battle to see take place. Is McLaren doing okay? Yeah, they're doing fairly good. Don't worry about the fact that they're 8th in the timings, because they're not. Nobody's really pushing. All of the drivers are very conscious of the fact that if they crash the car today, they're not going to have a car to drive tomorrow. Well, they are, but it's not going to be ideal for the mechanics to start out the season with crashes and repairs. And because of that, the drivers are all being fairly cautious and not attacking all that much. What are your thoughts on Hamilton and Ferrari this year? Well, my thoughts, I've made it fairly clear earlier, but, obviously there are loads of people tuning in, so what did I say? I said Hamilton is probably going to be off the pace compared to Leclerc for the first couple of races, because Leclerc has got experience in the Ferrari 2024 car, which is going to be fairly similar to the 2025 car. Ferrari did make a fairly major suspension change. I think they switched from pull rod to push rod, or the other way around. I'm not exactly certain. I forgot now. Which will have a little bit of an effect on the handling and the aerodynamics of the car. But apart from that, the car is going to be fairly similar. And Leclerc will have the upper hand, at least at the first couple of races, and then we'll see if Hamilton can manage to get closer to him. Kimi Antonelli, once again, getting caught out by the changing crosswinds at turn number 4. We've seen so many drivers do that. Once you go through turn number, you're heading towards turn number 4, you got a headwind. Once you rotate through turn number 4 to exit, you have a tailwind, and you have a huge loss of grip. Essentially, 22 kilometers per hour less airspeed over your wings, over your front wing and your rear wing. And because of that, you lose so much downforce that you end up sliding them out a little bit. Why are only 10 drivers racing? Because the testing rules only allow 1 car per team. So yeah. Is the track very dusty, or it's gone now? Yeah, no, the drivers have done collectively, if you look at the number of laps the drivers have collectively done, 37, 39, 40, 40, only 19 from Alonso. Interesting. I don't know if Aston are having some issues, but Alonso's only done half of the laps that everyone else has. Then Tsunoda has done 46, Hülkenberg's done 42, Antonelli 37, 33 from Piastri, and 41 from Behrman. The track is very much clear. You've got to take into account a race distance around Bahrain is around 51 laps, 54 laps maybe. So all of these guys have done at least 2/3 race distance in their cars, and the track is very much cleared up. What is the difference between push rod and push rod and pull rod? It's just the way the suspension geometry is made up. The rod on the suspension is either pushing into the suspension or pulling away from the suspension. Like I won't be able to give you. I probably would be able to give you an explanation if I had a full diagram, but I would much rather suggest that you look it up yourself and listen to someone a little bit more qualified than me. I don't know all that much about suspension types. All right. Yeah, Lawson using hards. I mean, he's just using hards because that's what they want data on. But currently, Lawson's in the pit, so he's not really using any tires. His last laps were on hard tires, though. Yeah. Hulkenberg there in the pits, just giving some feedback to his engineers. All of the drivers, their main job now, once they get out of the car, is to talk to their engineers, say exactly what they're feeling the car do, and then the engineers try to put that into numbers, and they can figure out, if we change this thing, this number will change, and the driver will feel this, and then they can use this for reference later on in the season. At some point in the season, Hulkenberg's going to come over the radio being like, I'm getting understeer when I hit the brakes at turn number 11 at Hungary or something. And then the engineers are going to think back, how did I fix understeer under braking when we're at pre-season testing? And then they'll be like, I changed this thing in the setup and everything worked. So these kind of things, the engineers are learning, especially when the drivers have changed. Like Hulkenberg will have a different engineer now. He's at Sauber, I'm pretty sure, and they've got to build up that relationship. They've got to build up that understanding between the two teams, between the two members of the team, and if that understanding goes very well, then they'll have a successful partnership with the team. Yeah. Bro, have you been to Fiji? Unfortunately not. I have not been to Fiji. Yeah. Alright. Good to be back. Here's to a good year. Thanks, Eric. I hope you guys are enjoying. We've got 4,000 people tuned in to the live stream, and it's been a great day commentating to you guys so far. And yeah, hope you guys are enjoying the coverage. It's been good fun. Not had that much on-track action, but given that it is testing, we were never really going to get that much on-track action anyway. Yeah, it looks good. Okie dokes. Yeah, I'm going to have a quick sip of water. I'll be back in just a second. All right. Not too much else going on, really. Yeah. Drivers Doohan and Antonelli are on their way down the main straight. Albon making his way out of the pit lane, but past that, there really isn't that much going on. Yeah. Let's see if the team radios are working. I still haven't seen any radio messages while we've been watching the testing live stream. I remember last year there were a couple of radio messages, but still nothing today. Maybe they'll have the system sorted and set up for tomorrow, but yeah, a little bit unfortunate that we haven't had any team radios today. Because it gives us quite a bit of insight when we see the team radio messages. They come over the radio and they're like, whatever, change the brake balance here, change your engine mapping here, your engine braking here, rotate the car earlier as you go into this corner. It's all very useful information, but yeah, missing out on that a little bit today. You think Sainz will do good this season? Yeah, I think Sainz will do pretty well. He's got to compete against Alex Albon, who of course had who's sort of followed a very similar career trajectory as Pierre Gasly. Albon was kicked out of the Red Bull team a bit unceremoniously after not having enough pace, made his way to Williams, and has done a fairly decent job ever since. He's been improving, and things have been going well. So now he's got a properly quick teammate, a good benchmark to sort of base himself against, and we'll see how that works out for him, if he can, how well he can do, and what will how well he can do, really. That's the main thing. How well will Alex Albon compete against Carlos Sainz? Because we haven't really had that much of a good benchmark for him. He's had Colapinto, he's had Sargent. They've had their new drivers, essentially, and we don't really know how quick they are. So we have a benchmark now, Carlos Sainz versus Alex Albon, and we'll see how quick Alex Albon is compared to a known driver. All right. Sainz did help a lot with the car development. Yeah, Sainz also does have a lot of experience in car development, and that will be very, very good for him, because he's been with quite a few teams, and Williams needs exactly that. They need some experienced drivers working together to actually build the team back up to a championship winning, a podium winning team. And they're not going to do that with rookies. They're not going to do that with pay drivers. They're not going to do that with drivers that crash the car all the time. So Albon and Sainz are the perfect duo to bring Williams up through the pack. Like, you've got to think about this as well. When McLaren are on their sort of meteoric rise, they've had Lando Norris, a fairly stable member in the team, for quite a while. They've had Daniel Ricciardo, who is very good. They had Carlos Sainz, Daniel Ricciardo, Lando Norris as the sort of three drivers that they had when they were going from a slower team, a midfield team, up to a top team. And those are fantastic drivers with a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge. Carlos Sainz and Alex Albon, I think, fit the bill exactly for what Williams need. Oh, hello, MCG. Nice to see you back. Winter is over. Yeah, winter is definitely over. And we are back for pre-season testing. Very exciting indeed. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you everyone for tuning in. We've got, 3,700 people still listening to the F1 Gamer podcast at this point, given that there isn't much action on track. There's only Kimi Antonelli driving away. This is basically the F1 Gamer podcast back. If you guys remember the F1 Gamer podcast jokes that we've had towards the end of last season, then good on you. All right. When will Max start driving? Max will start driving in 2 hours and 23 minutes. We'll have, this session will end in 1 hour 23. Then we'll have a 1 hour lunch break, and then we will have Max Verstappen and the remaining 10 drivers, the drivers from 11th and 20th on the leaderboard currently, they will start driving the cars, and we'll get some information on that as well. The RB21 does not seem good looking as last year. They can't just turn the team on its head. Yeah, well, this is the issue with Red Bull. Like, they had their time in the limelight. They were the quickest team. They were dominating everyone and everything. But at some point, that's going to come to an end. And the question is now, how are they going to deal with that coming to an end? Are they going to continue? Are they going to? Because obviously, when you're winning everything, everyone's happy, and nobody's blaming each other. Everyone's just like, woohoo, let's celebrate. But when the issues start arising, are you going to start blaming each other? Are you going to solve the problems together as a team, collectively, take responsibility, take blame, make the changes that need to be made, and bring yourselves back up to the top? Or are you going to end up fighting amongst yourselves, saying, oh no, it was his fault, not my fault, and whatever. And then the team continues on a downward trajectory. It's a turning point for Red Bull. Only an insider at the team can say, what the atmosphere was like over the winter break. How were the engineers and mechanics working together? Was it a very toxic environment, or was it a nice a good work, like teamwork friendly environment? And that will have a big effect on what their outcome is at the end of pre-season testing. All right, is the weather cold or hot? Well, for Bahrain, it's fairly cold. 15 degrees air temperature, 25-degree track temperature, a lot of clouds in the sky, and there's rain forecast for tomorrow, which is going to be nice and fun. Yeah, the reason Max won was because his car was dominant at the beginning of last year. It was. Out of the first 10 races, Max Verstappen won 8. And that is exactly why he went on to win the championship, because he had that huge advantage. The car was good enough towards the end of the season that he would be able to extract enough pace to not lose too many points to Lando Norris. But once it got towards the end of this, if he didn't have that advantage at the start of the season, then the championship could have been totally different. And going into this season, he will not have that advantage. We know for a fact that McLaren and Ferrari are going to be right with Red Bull, if not ahead of Red Bull. So will it be Max Verstappen's 5th title? Will it be someone else's 1st title? Or will it be someone's 8th world title? Who knows? Will it be Lewis Hamilton scoring that 8th world title? Will it be Charles Leclerc's 1st, Lando Norris's 1st, Piastri's 1st? It is all up in the air, and it's all very, very exciting. Are you visiting any track to watch the race this year? No, I haven't, not that I know of. Maybe I'll book something in the future, because Spa is still quite far away. If I was to watch a race, it'd probably be Spa, given that it's quite close to the UK. Brazil and Suzuka are fantastic circuits. However, they are on the other side of the world for me. Yeah. Oh, also, folks, did you see that Spa is now going to become a race that happens every 2 years? Like, the FIA have, they've basically changed the rules, being like, well, no, they haven't changed the rules, but Spa's contract was, we're going to race every single year at Spa. But after 2028, they're only going to race every 2 years at Spa or something, which I think is frankly ridiculous, because Spa is a fantastic circuit. It's been a staple of the Formula One calendar for so long, and I'm sure they're going to alternate it out with some street circuit in the middle of some city that nobody cares about. Yeah, I don't know. It is very, very annoying. Yellow flag. I don't know why it says yellow flag there. Antonelli's the only driver on track, and he's driving totally fine. So, yeah, I don't know why they've done that, and I think they're going to continue doing that, because see, this is the thing, right? I've got to let you know why this has happened, essentially, because every single racetrack pays a certain amount to Formula One to host a Formula One race, right? So Spa, because it's such a staple of the Formula One calendar, they know that the fans want to see it. Formula One basically has to have it on the calendar. And because of that, they don't have to pay Formula One that much money. They can pay them like 10 million, 20 million, and it'll be enough. And Formula One will still come, and they'll agree the contract, and they'll still come to Spa. However, with other contracts like Baku, like Saudi Arabia, like Qatar, they're getting on the order of 50 million, 70 million, hundreds of millions from those countries or those circuits to race at, on their track. So from Formula One's perspective, if they want to get as much money as humanly possible while still not annoying the fans too much, what they do is they alternate Spa to every 2 years. So they get the 20 million from Spa in like 1 year, and then the next year they won't race at Spa. They'll race at some other circuit that in reality we're not going to care about as much as we care about Spa. Like, it's going to be some street circuit in Miami or in Las Vegas or whatever, and they'll get 100 million from them, and then the next year they'll get 20 million from Spa. So it's a bit annoying. Like, obviously they're doing it for the money, but yeah, they should have picked Monaco for that honor instead. Yeah, I mean, Monaco isn't the Monaco is a great race for the history and everything, but other races particularly exciting. I mean, there are talks of turning Monaco into a 2-stop race. Like, it's going to be mandatory 2-stop around Monaco, which I think is a little odd, because there's a set of regulations for a reason, and the regulations apply to every single race. If you were to just go and change the regulations for every track, like, you can only do 2 pit stops here, you have to do a minimum of 2 pit stops here because it's too boring. Like, I get that DRS zones change all the time. That's to aid overtaking. So maybe you could justify having mandatory 2 pit stops. But I don't know. I don't even know if having mandatory 2 pit stops would make Monaco all that interesting. All right. Becoming a World Driver Championship is much more than having a fast car. It's mentally strong, as much important. Compare Charles and his mistakes under pressure, where Max has his mistakes under pressure. Yeah, that is true. Like, especially once you get in a pressured championship scenario, like where you're not just absolutely destroying everyone, and you're miles ahead of the competition, where it's close, like the amount of pressure that you're under and the and how you deal with that pressure. Like, you've got to ask Nico Rosberg and Lewis Hamilton how they did it when they were in 2016, 2015. They had these intense championship battles, and each driver has their own ways to cope with it, and some of them can't cope with it, and they'll make mistakes, they'll crash, they'll not be quick enough in quali, and yeah, that's what it takes to become a World Driver Championship. Not just outright performance, being able to communicate with your team, say, oh, I need an upgrade on the front wing, we're not having enough front downforce, or being able to handle the pressure and all of these other things. It's not just raw pace. There's a lot of other aspects that go into being a World Drivers' Champion. That is very true. Alright, but still overall, F1 fans like Spa, so yeah. Alright, there's a lot of potential championship challenges this year. That is true. There's a lot of potential championship challenges. We'll just have to wait and see. We'll just have to wait and see once we get to Melbourne how close the pack is. Of course, last year we had the closest qualifying in F1 history. The gap between first and 20th place, I think, at the Italian Grand Prix was the span of 7/10 of a second or something, 7 or 8 tenths. It was mind-bogglingly close. And if that continues on into this season, then we are in for an action-packed season. I can tell you that for certain. Alright. Yeah. Folks, if you haven't got F1 TV Pro and you are thinking about getting it, then now's the best time. You get there's not going to be any discounts. I've talked to the people that are, organise the discounts essentially. And if you get the full year now, you get to watch testing, you get to watch the whole of the season, and it's cheaper than paying for the month. All of the onboards, all of the footage, and all of the archived footage as well. Every angle, all of the onboards. So, yeah. Alright, teams have different cars for different drivers, but only one car with 2 drivers for this. Yeah, that is true. Only one car allowed for testing. So in the lunch break, so in an hour 14, what's going to happen is that the drivers are going to make their way into the pits for the end of the session. The engineers will take out, whichever driver's seat it is. So for example, for McLaren, they'll take out Piastri's seat, they'll put in Norris's seat, they'll adjust the pedals so the lengths are correct for each driver, and then that's it. They'll call it a day. They'll probably modify the setup a little bit as well. And yeah. All right, Piastri up into 6th position there. Nice lap from him, and he's on a fresh set of mediums. Okie dokes. Yeah, I'm going to have a quick sip of water. I'll be back in just a second. Why is Albon so fast? Well, Albon were just set one quick lap, really. He came out on a set of mediums, set a quick lap, and then continued on a long run. He set the quick lap to just warm up his tyres, essentially. Yeah, testing looks more like practice 1 this year. The cars haven't changed that much, and it's not exactly a new formula. Looking at the current times, it's easy to gauge that RB is in a good place. Yeah, they probably are in a good place. Like, I'm not saying that they're going to drop all the way down to the bottom of the pack, but there's little differences that you won't even be able to tell in practice 1. Like, you can't tell that McLaren are going to be quicker than Red Bull at the end of practice 1. Those are the little differences that matter. Yeah. All right. What else? Can I watch it live on Sky Sports or with a UK VPN? Yeah, if you get a VPN, I think you can get F1 TV Pro, but you'll have to check that yourself. Unfortunately, I don't know for certain. Oh, Piastri going a little wide all over those curbs on the exit of turn number 13. A little bit of a little bit aggressive there, but it is what it is. A couple of mistakes are bound to happen. Right. Nice to have some cars on the track. Yeah, we only had a couple of other cars lapping around for quite a while. It got a little boring. But yeah, we've got Alonso and Alonso, Hulkenberg, Behrman, all driving around now. Should be good. I can't hear what you say. Yeah, I mean, a couple of people have been complaining about a low volume, but my volume's been the same as it has been all stream long. I think it is fine, so it's probably going to be an issue on your side, guys. Apologies for that. But I guess if the volume's so low that you can't hear me, then I guess you just didn't hear me say that. Oh well. Why is Lawson's speed trap speed 120 k's? It's because that was his speed trap as he was coming out the pit lane. So it's not accurate. It's not the fastest speed trap. It's not their best time. It's just what they set on their most previous lap. So Piastri, when he crossed the main finish, the start finish speed trap, the speed trap on the start finish straight, he was going 307 kilometers an hour, and then it'll change on the next lap. So, yeah. Do you envision a race in Africa next season? Well, I don't know exactly where they would hold it in Africa. There have been a couple of talks about it, like a couple of news articles that I've seen, but nothing concrete, no. And normally it takes a while for these sort of things to be sorted out, so we'll just have to wait and see. All right. The Stake F1 team have got. I'm not going to call them the Stake F1 team. I'm going to call them Sauber. They've got quite a bit of Flovis paint around their side pods. They've got I think they've got a new side pod design, in fact, for this year. And they're just looking to see what the flow is like around there. Is it doing what they want? Is it doing what they want? Or are all of their simulations incorrect? All right. South Africa has a circuit. Yeah, South Africa does have a circuit. However, I don't think it's in a. I don't know if it's been certified recently. Like, it was certified ages ago, but I don't know if it's still like FIA Formula One safe, like with all of its safety checks done. Yeah, the afternoon test is in 1 hour and is in 2 hours and 10 minutes. Yeah. Africa has potential for a great rain race if they make a track in the green belt. Yeah, that is true, actually. Yeah, you could have a good race in the rain there. You could also, I mean, there's also other potentials. You could just schedule the races when it's more likely to rain there, like in Suzuka. If you schedule it during typhoon season, you could have an absolutely spectacular race. If you schedule Malaysia just at any time in the year, more. If you schedule Malaysia in monsoon season, that would be brilliant. Where else? You could schedule a race in the UK at any point in time, and you could probably get rain. Yeah. All right. Yeah, they should have a race in Germany. I mean, there's still not a race in Germany, and there needs to be at least the Nürburgring or Hockenheim. Like, what are they doing? What is Formula One doing? Are any teams running rakes at the moment? No, not at the moment. They've done all of their rake testing at the start of the day. They go out onto the track, set their speed limit at 100 miles per hour, drive around, and get all the aero rake data that they want. And that's done. That's a reason why they were sat in the pits quite a lot at the start of the session, because they were just gathering all of the aero data, and then getting all of the rakes off the car is a bit of a faff, and it takes a while. So that's quite a big reason why they were just sat in the pit lane for multiple, not multiple hours, but for a very long time. Do you think they should bring back the Indian Grand Prix? Yeah, they could bring back the Indian Grand Prix. They could schedule the Indian Grand Prix during monsoon season. Any country where there's a monsoon season, schedule it then, and that'd be brilliant. How is your throat? My it's fine. I'm sure if I have some warm water and honey, it'll be fine by tomorrow. Like, Don't need to worry about it. What are your thoughts on bringing back V10s? I think it'll be a fantastic idea. I don't know how on board the manufacturers would be, though, about the whole let's change everything from hybrids to V10s, because most teams have most manufacturers for their road cars have hybrid engines or electric engines, and yeah, that's a V10 is not exactly in the same direction. Everyone is sandbagging. Yeah, they pretty much all are. They've all got. Well, I mean, nobody's really sandbagging is when you purposely slow yourself down. I don't think anyone's purposely slowing themselves down. I think they're just going about their run plans. Um, and yeah, I know for a fact that there will have been sandbagging, in when the rules change. So in 2026, next year's testing, there's going to be so much sandbagging going on, because none of the teams want to reveal any sort of proper information to the rest of the teams. But in this year, the teams relatively know where they're going to be. Like, Sauber know that they're not going to be the fastest team out of everyone, and Red Bull know that they're probably going to be one of the quicker teams, so they don't have to worry about it too much. Whereas 2026, the sandbagging is going to be absolutely wild. Is rookie Hadjar going to surpass Yuki in Yuki's rookie season? If yes, then is he going to get the next big thing for Red Bull, or at least VCarb? Yeah, I think Isaac Hadjar's job is just to match Tsunoda. Like, it's not going to be go blisteringly fast. It's just in your first season, if you can match an experienced driver, then you've done a fantastic job. So that will be his aim, probably. Is Albon fast? Well, looking at the timing sheet, yes. I don't know how much improvement the Williams has had over the winter break. Maybe they've put in a huge upgrade package, but I think a lot of their resources, instead of manufacturing new car parts to test in a wind tunnel, were spent manufacturing old parts so they had enough spares and that they could go racing last year. So who knows what's happened at Williams, but yeah. Oh yeah, guys, I actually had this idea. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Lexus LFA, but the Lexus LFA is a V10 and it sounds absolutely fantastic, like one of the best sounding V10s in the world. Um, and part of the reason why it sounds so good was because the exhaust was specifically tuned by Yamaha to like sound as good as possible. So they modified the geometry of the exhaust so the V10 sounded brilliant. And I had this idea, like, I get that the V6s don't sound that great. They're never going to be as loud as the V10s were. However, if everyone had to use the exact same exhaust, and for example, if the exhaust was manufactured by a team not related to Formula One, like Yamaha, for example, if they made the exhausts for all of the Formula One teams, everyone has the exact same exhaust and it's been tuned to sound as good as possible. Because right now, all of the exhausts are tuned to sound, well, they're not tuned to sound like anything. They're tuned to be as efficient as possible. But if everyone had the exact same exhaust and it was made so it sounds as good as possible, I think that would be a bit of a better compromise. Because the exhaust doesn't have that much of a difference on the efficiency of the car. Like a little bit it does, but I think the sound factor could be huge if they implemented that. So I think that's quite a good idea, actually. Um, I don't know. Let me know what you guys think. That access too much proprietary information, which the teams won't like. Yeah. I don't know. I'm sure there'll be a way to do it because they were at least thinking of making gearbox spec parts as well. Like you're only allowed, like the gearbox is just gonna be the same across all the teams, because realistically, gearbox development, it will give you a little bit more reliability, it will give you a little bit more performance, but very minor changes. And yeah, you could save a lot of development cost by just having every team with a fixed gearbox. So maybe they could do that. Has Berman never attempted a fast lap? No, not by the looks of it. Look, he's 4 seconds off the pace. He's just doing long runs again and again and again, which is exactly what he needs to do. And I'm sure, come testing day 3, he will do some short runs. But right now, that is not on their agenda. Does anyone know where I can watch preseason testing? F1 TV Pro is where you can watch preseason testing. I know I'm sponsored by them, but of course I also do use them. The link's in the description or in the pinned chat message, and you get to watch all the footage live, all of the onboards as well, all the team radios when they actually decide to work, and yeah. Removing the MGUH for 2026 will help the sound. Yeah, that will also help probably. Add speakers like a BMW EV. Well, I don't know. Adding speakers is a little bit artificial. I'm sure they could, but yeah, that's not exactly the point. If they wanted to make it, sound better, then they could have just done that like 5 years ago, like by just adding speakers. But yeah. Look at the Super Formula cars. They sound amazing and they don't use powertrains similar to F1. F1 should take notes. Yeah. I mean, honestly, a tuned exhaust by Yamaha would be fantastic. But a V10's piston configuration creates a musical third. Nothing will ever sound as good as that. I agree. There is obviously something inherent about the V10 that makes it sound good. But there will definitely be ways to make a V6 sound better. It's just that they have not been implemented by any of the teams, because the teams don't care about how they sound. They care about getting every last bit of horsepower out of their engine. It's going to take a while seeing Hamilton in the red text on the board. Yeah, I've said Hamilton in the Mercedes a little bit too many times today. I've had to stop myself saying that. And yeah, it looks a little odd. And I'm going to take a while to get used to it. And Carlos Sainz as well. I was about to say Carlos Sainz in the Ferrari, but it was clearly Carlos Sainz in the Williams. The second session will be the remaining drivers. That is correct. So the first 10 drivers currently on the screen now, they'll sit out for the second half, and Verstappen and all the drivers below him in that list, they'll be driving after 2 hours' time. All right, Lawson was stationary, moving again. Okay, maybe he had some issue. We'll keep an eye out on that if anything happens. Ooh, a spin. It was a spin from Liam Lawson. He got onto the power flat. Okay, he's flat spotted his car, flat spotted his tires. He was getting onto the power on the exit of turn number 3. And I think he must have touched a curb or something. But yeah, car did a nice spin. He managed to stop just before the gravel trap, so he's managed to escape the worst of it and being stuck in the gravel. But that was the closest thing that we've had to a crash so far. And of course it was done by one of the rookies, which is to be expected. Man, this is a lifesaver because I can't watch it live at school. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, you should pay attention to school, but I also wouldn't complain that you're watching my live stream. Oh, we're also 2 likes away from hitting 2,000 likes. If you haven't hit the like button, folks, be sure to do so. It really does help out the channel. And yeah, thank you everyone for tuning in. It's been a good first session of preseason testing. We are 57 minutes left. Pretty good. Yeah, let's have a quick replay of what happened to Lawson. So, getting onto the power, he touches the curb as he exits. Touches the curb as he exits turn number 2. Gets onto the curb over 3. Loses the car. And preemptively just slams on the brakes, locks his wheels, but doesn't crash the car, so it's fine. Yeah, the car got a little bit unsettled there, so essentially, little unstable. The rear wasn't particularly, like, he was applying as much traction as possible, and then there was a little snap. Let's have a look. Yeah, it seems like he touches the curb, and that causes the snap. So yeah, that's the first incident of the year. Liam Lawson. He's back into the pits. They're going to change his tyres. They're too flat spotted to continue driving on. just vibrate the car to pieces. And a quick Red Bull pit stop from the pit crew. They're practicing their pit stops once again, and it's looking good. All right, a skill issue indeed. Extent of the damage? Oh, no damage whatsoever. His tires, that's the only things that is damaged. And they, you can switch the tires out. Everything else is fine, is perfect as expected. Brilliant. Does the MGU-H not even take heat from the exhaust? I'm not 100% sure what the MGU-H does. I know MGU-K does something about kinetic energy, and I know the H is for heat, but I don't know what it does. Let's look. MGU-H F1. MGU-H solves... it's connected to the crankshaft. It helps turn the crankshaft, producing... Oh no, that's the MGU-K. Let's have a look what the MGU-H does. The MGU-H can recover energy from the turbo and spin the compressor. Okay, so yeah, the MGU-H will actually help exhaust noise because it takes some energy from the exhaust, which makes it sound quieter, which is one thing. And it uses it to spin up the turbo. So if they get rid of the MGU-H, we will get turbo lag back as well. That'll be interesting. Well, we'll get a little bit more turbo lag. Like, of course, the MGU-K will still work to reduce turbo lag, but it'll be interesting. The turbos will definitely have a different characteristics to what they are right now. The new Kimi is washed. I'm gonna say Antonelli. Kimi still is Kimi Raikkonen in my head. Like saying Kimi Antonelli seems slightly wrong. MGU-H recovers and converts heat energy from the turbocharger into electric heat. MGU-K recovers kinetic energy from braking into electrical. Yeah, the MGU-K is what's in most like hybrid cars. Like, I don't know if any of you have driven hybrid cars or have been in them, but when you hit the brakes, it will use some of the energy that's spinning the wheels to charge up a battery rather than actually press down on the brake calipers and squeeze them to slow the car down. So yeah, essentially that's what the MGU-K does. The MGU-H isn't particularly applicable because most cars don't have a turbocharger. So then you don't really need an MGU-H. And even then it's very technically complex, and it doesn't add that much benefit either. So most car manufacturers don't even bother with a MGU-H in their normal cars. Oh. All right. Kimi Antonelli goes up into first place. He goes a 10.5 quicker than Alex Albon. Nice job there from Kimi Antonelli. And once again, we see this happen quite often. He sets out, come out of the pits, do one push lap to get those tyres up into temperature, and now he's going to settle down into a long run pace. Also, the lap count, fantastic, really, from Kimi Antonelli. 53 laps. That is the second... Oh, no. We got Behrman with 56, but he's sat in the pits. So Hulkenberg's on 55, Tsunoda's on 54, Antonelli on 53. Antonelli and Behrman are going to have some pretty sore necks come tomorrow, just from the sheer amount of G-forces that they're going to have from turning and braking these cars. But I'm sure they'll manage. And Alonso still the lowest number of laps completed, 29 laps, and he's sat in the pit lane. I'm sure it's not that big of an issue. They'll just make up for it in the next days. But they were having some sort of issues. Alonso was talking to his engineers in a quite animated way, and not the best body language, as I would say. Jack Doohan nearly loses the rear. I mean, he's controlling the car very well, but nearly loses the rear as he goes into turn number 13. I think what he was doing was trying to do some engine braking as he was rotating the car, and that didn't go to plan because the rear's locked up a little bit too much, and the rear's locked, and he started sliding. Okie dokes. Yeah, folks. Let me know what your predictions are for this season. What do you think is going to happen? I am. I'm just gonna get a sip of water actually. Yeah. All right. Did Albon set his best time on the mediums? Albon, no, actually. Wait, let me think. Did Albon set his best time? No, Albon set his best time on the hards, I think. If I remember correctly. But yeah, it still doesn't really matter. It just totally depends on fuel load. Like if Albon's running even 10 kilos less fuel than anyone else, then his lap time's going to be so much faster. All right. Haas win the constructors and Lance wins the drivers. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen, unfortunately. But yeah. Thank you everyone for tuning in, though. I very much do appreciate the support, and hope you guys are enjoying the coverage. All right. Let's see. Nothing much else really going on here. Hamilton makes his way back into the pits. Antonelli, Sonoda, and Doohan still driving around. Folks, if you have any things to discuss, then do put them into the chat, because I have reached the end of my list, which I've run through pretty quickly. I'm sure there'll be more things to talk about once we get testing data coming through from yesterday. From today. But as of right now, my list has come to an end. So if you guys have any questions, anything that you'd like to ask, then feel free to do so in the chat. Okay. Yeah, but soon enough, the cars are going to be all back into the garage, and they're going to be changing seats. We'll see the second set of drivers, well, the second half of the grid, make their way around the circuit. All right, who do you think is the most iconic sponsor in Formula One? Well, it's got to be Marlboro, surely. Just those liveries back in the day, the white and red or the white and orange, McLarens were brilliant. Like, it's got to be Marlboro. There's nothing else that can really compete. I'd say, oh. No, I can't think of anything more iconic than that. Yeah, I mean, Ferrari as a team is definitely more iconic, but I don't know if. Yeah, I wouldn't say that Ferrari's obviously not a sponsor. Rolex is pretty up there as well. So Rolex have dropped out actually. Rolex aren't sponsoring. They aren't the official timekeeper of Formula One or whatever. Like, of course, it was just like a fake sponsor name, but I think it now might be Tag Heuer or Timex or something. But yeah, Rolex no longer doing the Formula One sponsorships. Vodafone, yeah, I think Vodafone was iconic because it was on the chrome silver McLaren. I'm sure if it was like, I don't know, if it was Santander on the chrome silver McLaren, it would have been Santander's the iconic thing, not. But I guess that could also be said for the Marlboro one. Maybe Vodafone then. Definitely not HP. It's definitely not HP on Ferrari. I can tell you that for certain. They're not iconic. Petronas for current times. I mean, if you say current times, I'd say Red Bull is pretty iconic. Like, it is exactly the same thing each year, but everyone knows Red Bull. Like, everyone knows Red Bull as the people that go do crazy stuff, or like jumping off mountains and like riding a bicycle backwards on a motor on a moving train or something like. Yeah. That HP logo really messes up the livery. Yeah, this is the thing. The HP logo, it's got like a white background to the blue logo. HP have another logo which hasn't got a blue background, and they put it on all of their fancy laptops. Like, all of their bad laptops, or like the ones that aren't as good, they have the blue logo on it. And then all their fancy laptops, they have like this other logo that's just black and silver, and they could put the silver one, the black logo, on there as well. But no, they've got the blue logo. And if I saw white on a Ferrari livery, I would have expected the Italian flag, but no Italian flag either. So who knows? Marlboro also for me, not only McLaren but also the iconic Ferrari liveries feature Marlboro sponsorship. Yeah, for certain. Haas's old sponsor. It was what, MoneyGram was their old sponsor, or they had another one. Rich Energy. Oh yeah, that's what it was. See, nobody remembers Rich Energy, even though they were an energy drink company, just like Red Bull. I mean, I remember it, but like, you know what I mean. If you ask a random person what is Rich Energy, they'll be like, "What are you talking about, mate?" So Doohan's performances will be based on the first 5-6 races. If he intends, will he not be replaced by Colapinto? Ooh, Colapinto. Colapinto. No, I don't think he'll be given 5 or 6 races. I think he'll be given a season maybe. And if he doesn't show signs of improvement, that's the thing. So if he starts out the season and he's like half a second back from Pierre Gasly, and he ends the season also half a second back from Pierre Gasly, it's much more likely that he's going to get replaced by Colapinto. However, if he starts out the season even 7 tenths, 8 tenths back from Pierre Gasly, and then improves to only 2 tenths behind him, then I would say Colapinto doesn't really have a chance to get into the Alpine team. Yeah. Do you see a way back for Mick in F1, given that Gunter's fault where he is now? I don't know. Like, Mick Schumacher, of course, it'd be nice to have the Schumacher name back in Formula One, but if Mick isn't able to deliver, then other rookies also deserve a spot. And I think, what is he doing? He's doing endurance racing now, I think, and he could do some test driver work as well. That would help him potentially get into a Formula One seat. But the only route that I really see him getting back into Formula One is that he gets into becomes a test driver for one of the teams, and then that for whatever reason, someone's ill, and then he makes an appearance and then has a really good showing. Like, he'll come in driving an Alpine that should probably just score like 7th or 8th place, and then he goes and scores a podium. In that scenario, then I'd see him making his way back into Formula One, but otherwise it looks quite unlikely for Mick Schumacher. Yeah. All right. What else is going on in testing? Alonso's doing some laps. Antonelli is still lapping away. So is Tsunoda. Tsunoda's crossed the 60 lap mark. Antonelli's on 59 laps. Alonso's on 31. So a bit of improvement required there from Alonso. They've got a couple more laps to do. F1 Gamer, can you add the fastest time for each sector on the cards? If I add the time for the fastest sectors on each card, then there's way too much on the screen and it goes off the edge. So unfortunately, I can't do that. At the end of the day, once all of the sessions are finished, there will be like a thing released by the FIA. It'll just be on like Instagram or Twitter or whatever, and they'll have the fastest sectors for all of them. But unfortunately, on the screen, it's much better to have the sectors constantly updating so you can sort of see what the drivers are doing. Why are there no radio messages? They just haven't hooked up the radio system. Like, I'm not sure. It might be due to the squabbles about swearing and things like that, or something. But no, there's been no team radio messages on the broadcast either. I just don't think that they have set them up. So yeah. All right. All right. Does testing have tyre limitations? No. The drivers are allowed to use as many tyres as they want, as long as they, Pirelli have them. Then they're allowed to use them. Okie dokes. Alonso lapping away. We've got Lawson coming out of the pits. Antonelli carrying on. Tsunoda comes into the pit lane. Yeah, very nice. All right, 39 minutes remain of the testing session. Maybe it's so the drivers can talk freely without giving away trade secrets. Yeah. However, we have had team radio messages over the past couple testing sessions, so yeah, I don't see why they've changed it now. Maybe it's just not set up really. Like the colours for the drivers weren't set up about 40 minutes into the start of testing, so yeah. Maybe it'll get set up over the break in the middle. Maybe it won't. In fact, let me see now. Will it be set up? No, it still looks like there's no team radio messages coming through, unfortunately. Yeah. What is the title sponsor of McLaren? I don't actually know. Who is the title sponsor of McLaren? Aren't McLaren their own sort of title thing? Let me check. It is. I don't think. I'm sure you guys will know. I think they're just called McLaren. No, McLaren something. Yeah, McLaren doesn't have a title sponsor. There you go. Right. How many laps is one driver allowed to complete? They're allowed to complete as many laps as they want. It's testing, so it's unlimited. It's as much testing that you want to do within these 4 hours, within these 8 hours per day. So 4 hours in the morning, 1 hour lunch break, 4 hours in the afternoon. Yeah. No, there's no limits on the number of laps. In fact, all of these, like Antonelli has done 62 laps. There's only 54 laps in a Bahrain Grand Prix. So yeah, he's done more than a full race distance. Just practicing, getting data and stuff like that. So it's pretty good going. Pretty good going from Kimi Antonelli and from all of the drivers really. They're all approaching that lap count sooner or later. Okay. How is Max doing so far? Max hasn't exited the pit lane yet. Yeah. All right. Let me just give me a second. Right, let me just turn that off. So what else is going on really? Not all that much. Alonso is pushing fairly hard. It looks like he's got a little bit less fuel in the car than he normally does. Right, I can turn that back on then. And the car's looking pretty racy, but still he's on medium tires that are a little bit old, and yeah. All right. Why has Alonso done so few laps in comparison? Alonso was just sat in the pits for quite a while. I think he was having some issues with the car or issues with the setup. So he was sat in the pits getting those changed. And now he's good to go. So, I mean, it'll be fine. He'll make up for the lost time tomorrow. He'll just drive a little bit more. It's not too big of an issue. Why is nobody on the softs? Because it's the start of testing, and the most important data is really on the mediums and the hards. The C3, the C4, the C5, all of them. The soft tyres, the C3, the C2, the C1 are the tyres that are important. They'll deal with the C4s and the C5s later when the temperatures drop. Yeah. It's Google Chrome, that's why Google... Yeah, I guess it's Google Chrome, but I'm not 100% certain, so... I don't think... Because a title sponsor is something that's in their name, like Red Bull. It used to be Red Bull Honda, Red Bull Racing Honda or something like that. But McLaren are just called McLaren, or maybe McLaren Mercedes because they got a Mercedes power unit, but it's not... they don't have a sponsor that's in their actual name. Yeah. All right. Oh yeah, RB, formerly Oracle Red Bull Racing. Yeah, it used to be Oracle. It used to be Honda before that, and then it was Aston Martin Red Bull Racing or something like that. So, yeah, they've had their fair share of sponsors throughout the years. Okie dokes. Folks, be sure to hit the like button. Be sure to subscribe if you haven't already. It hugely helps out the channel. And if you are thinking of watching F1 for the entire season, then you might be interested in watching it live with all the footage rather than just with the commentary and with the data. And F1 TV Pro has got you covered. So yeah, there's a link in the description, link in the chat. Go ahead and check that out if you would like. Oh, and a random question. How are the cars transported from one country to another? Is it a big airplane, individual cargo shipping? Well, they disassemble the car into sort of major components, and then they put them into cargo, I'm sure with loads and loads of padding to make sure that nothing gets damaged. And then they either get driven across the country in trucks, or they get shipped across the world in planes or in cargo pallets. They won't get shipped, most likely. They'll be flown across the world in those cargo pallets. And then once they arrive at wherever they need to be arrived at the next racetrack, they'll get reassembled by the mechanics. Yeah. All right. If Colapinto does drive this year, I'm sure he will. Yeah, I don't think Colapinto's going to drive this year. It's he's done a great job in his stint at Williams, but with no seat signed and we're at pre-season testing, it's highly unlikely that they're going to switch a driver between pre-season testing and the first race. And if they are going to switch a driver at the mid-season break, which driver is that going to be? Because I think it's a little unfair to give a driver only half a season to get acclimatized to Formula One and then kicking them out for someone else who's also not really that acclimatized to Formula One. An idea on who will be the first driver at Williams? I don't know actually. Of course, it is sort of implied that since Albon is the driver from like at Williams before, I think he would sort of take priority at least at the start, but then it would just be totally down to performance. Like if Sainz is quicker than Albon, then he would be the number one driver. But they're also not in a position where number one and number two really matters that much. Like they're just going to be scoring, most likely they're going to be scoring some solid points, like in 7th or 8th or something, but they're not competing for podiums where they really care. So yeah. Right. Oh, we've got one of the Mercs locking up quite badly there. Kimi Anthony, huge lockup going into turn number 10. Really flat spotted that tyre. And yeah, it's a bit suboptimal there from him. And he's going to be driving back very slowly back into the pits, probably to get those tyres changed and not vibrate that car to pieces. Okay. Oh, we got 3,200 people tuned into live stream. Thank you everyone for tuning in, by the way, and sticking along. It is getting a little boring, given that it is just testing, of course. But yeah, let me know what you guys think is going on, and which rookie is the most promising, regardless of the machine. I'd say Lawson, really. He came into Formula One, got fairly close to Yuki Tsunoda, battled quite a bit with Sergio Perez, showed some good racecraft. And I think that he's in for a good chance. Well, I mean, he's in for a good rookie season, but the thing is, the rookie season will be compared against Max Verstappen, which is not going to be the most ideal of rookie seasons, to be honest. Yeah. All right. What else is going on right now? Okay. Yeah. All right, we'll take you through a lap. Nobody's really doing a push lap by the looks of it. Actually, Tsunoda might be. Tsunoda's on a fresh set of medium tyres after completing 63 laps already in this session. Still continuing onwards in the last half an hour to just, continue pushing, really. Why not? And he's doing a fairly decent job. So we'll see if he does a hot lap anytime soon. All right. Yeah. Very nice. Okay. Any more questions in the chat, folks? If you have any questions, then do let me know. What are you doing in real life? I'm a student. Yeah. Studying engineering at university. Yeah. That is what I do. When I'm not streaming Formula One. Yeah. How's it going, F1 Gamer? Going pretty well, Dylan. Nice to see that you're here. Oh, hello, Alexa. It's been a while since I've seen you around. I should probably not say "Hey, Alexa" because that's gonna set off a lot of Amazon echoes. But it's going pretty well actually. Been up since half 5, commentating away, and pre-season testing's been pretty interesting as well. My voice is coping, and yeah, nice to see that you guys are back. Oh, hello, Kios as well. Okie dokes. Fastest sector times, we're seeing the fastest times from Kimi Antonelli, really. It's going pretty well for him. And, oh, your Alexa said hi. Yeah, okay, I probably should not say that because there'll be quite a few people that actually have their Alexas go off. Oh, hello, Max, as well. Max, nice to see a lot of old people tuning into the channel. It's been a while since I've seen you guys around. Who do you think will win the World Championship this season? Well, it's a tough question to answer, but if I'm going to go for the constructor, if you ask me the constructors, I'm going to say it's going to be McLaren. I think McLaren will win the constructors again. I'm not sure about the drivers. I'll have to wait till Q3 at Melbourne. Yeah. Okie dokes. Right, and we've got Ollie Behrman out on a long run here. He's on hard tyres. A couple of other drivers not making it out, not doing hard tyre runs. We're probably going to see the rest of the hard tyres, being used in the second session. Yeah. All right. Remember when I subscribed to F1 Gaming, he had almost 500 subscribers, but he had the best commentary for F1. Oh, well, that is very much appreciated. Thank you very much. Last season was frustrating watching Sainz crash out and lose so many points. Yeah, it wasn't great really for Sainz last season. And he kind of, he knew from the start of the season, which is quite demotivating as a driver. Like, you've got to consider that he still had an entire year left at Ferrari when he found out that he was not going to be driving for them next year. Whereas most drivers only really figure out maybe at the halfway point, maybe in the last couple of races before the end of the season when they find out they're not going to be driving for the same team again. So, yeah, Sainz, it was not ideal in terms of a motivation perspective to be on top of his game. But still, he delivered fantastic driving, was competed with Leclerc so many times. It was brilliant. All right. So good to be excited for F1. It's great to be a distraction from uni. Yeah, definitely. F1 is a very good distraction from uni. In fact, I should be doing uni work right now, but here I. Oh my god. Here I am, not doing uni work. And all right, Piastri. He is on a set of medium tires. He's using DRS here. This could be good. This could be a hot lap from Piastri. This would be interesting to see. Are there any early insights or observations from these sessions, or is it too early to tell? A little bit too early to tell, really. Once we get to see the drivers really pushing, then we'll see which car is like stable on the limit of grip, which car's a bit on a knife edge. We've seen pretty much every driver have a bit of a moment at turn number 4 because of the headwind turning into a tailwind. But apart from that, we've seen a couple of lockups here or there and a spin from Liam Lawson, which the only thing that I can take from that is that potentially the Red Bull car is still having the stability issues that it was having last year. But past that, I really don't. You can't really interpret that much into it. So we'll just have to wait and see. Piastri is just on his way now, up towards turn number 4. Thank you for the donation, Thrash Queen Royal. Very much is appreciated. And thanks everyone again when you set my Alexa off. Apologies. I just got back to uni for my next degree and I'm already slacking. Yeah, it's a good start, good way to yeah, what can you do? All right. Why is swearing a ban if they can bleep swear words? That is exactly why it's stupid. That is exactly why the swearing ban is stupid, because the FIA just has the ability to bleep stuff, and yet they don't. All right. Ooh, OG London Girl member for 5 months. Thank you so much for being a member for that long. It is incredible for the support. Very much is appreciated. They just wanted to slap Max's wrist. It's never been a problem. Yeah. Just glad that Lawson is faster than Sonoda. Yeah. Well, there's Lawson's quicker than Sonoda, but I mean, I don't know if he's quicker than Sonoda. According to last year's data, Sonoda was quicker, but there's a lot of politics involved in Formula One, and that's why Sonoda isn't going to Red Bull and Lawson is. Yeah. Great to hear your voice, F1 Gamer. Looking forward to the 2025 season. Just jumped off a plane from Singapore back to Perth, Daniel's hometown. Going to miss the grid this year. Yeah, it sucks really for Daniel Ricciardo, like unable to find a seat in Formula One, but also he wasn't able to deliver the performances. So what can you do? Okay. Um, what else? I'm about to subscribe to Bain Sports. Well, if Bain Sports is available in your country and F1 TV Pro isn't, then I would recommend doing that. Might as well watch the F1 footage if you can. But if F1 TV Pro is available in your country, then it would really help out the channel if you got it through that. If you got it through my link. All right. What else have we got going on? Not all that much, really. Not all that much. Alonso's coming out a fresh set of mediums. Maybe we'll see a quick lap from him. Antonelli's out on a set of tyres. I think it's also fresh tyres for him. I'm not 100% certain. But it's looking good. All right. It's preseason testing. Of course, they're not going flat out. They need to give the car over to the next driver. Yeah, that's all of the drivers aren't pushing because if they crash the car, big consequence. Well, not that big consequences, but it's an issue for certain. So, yeah. All right. The other 10 drivers will drive after the lunch break. A few more minutes left before they go on lunch break. Indeed, a few more minutes left before they go on lunch break. In fact, folks, I'm just going to quickly pop off to the toilet because I've been, how long have I been streaming for now? Like 4.5 hours. Yeah, it's coming up on 4 hours now. So, yeah, I just need to pop off to the toilet, fill up my water bottle, and I'll be back in about 30 seconds. Right, I'm back. Hope you guys didn't miss me too much. And yeah, we are once again not getting any hot laps from anyone by the looks of it. Oh, actually, Alonso's pushing a little bit on his fresh set of medium tires, and yeah, it's looking good actually. So let's see what can he do through the middle sector. It doesn't improve through the middle sector unfortunately, and yeah, he's quite a few tenths down in fact. So we'll see what happens. Okie dokes. What else is going on here? Nothing much. Alonso across the line, yeah, doesn't improve, and it's a 41 point. Oh no, he's done 41 laps. Sorry, so he's not too far behind everyone else, but Tsunoda still has done 70. Antonelli's on 69. Behrman's on 69. Very nice, and yeah. All right. We have 15 minutes left of pre-season testing day 1 morning session, and then we'll have a 1 hour break where we'll continue the F1 Gamer podcast, and then we'll continue to the afternoon session. Yeah. Okay, does this stuff they have on the car now count towards the parts limit? No. F1 testing is so totally different to the parts limit. In fact, the teams are allowed to use DRS wherever they want. They can do basically anything. In testing, you can run an underweight car, you can run an overweight car, you can use like 10 times the fuel cap. They don't really care. It's just when the season starts, like you got to fit to all the regulations. So obviously, in testing, they will just fit to all of the regulations. But if they wanted to, theoretically, they could pump like 10 times more fuel than was allowed in the regulations into the engine and get so much more horsepower. But yeah. He braked before the finish line. Well, we know people who brake before the finish line. The people who brake before the finish line are trying to hide their performance, and just basically anyone that's trying to analyze their data, look at their lap times, and be like, oh, they are improving by this amount per this lap, this amount for this lap, whatever. They can't do that because their lap times are getting slower and slower by 1/10 of a second every time they do a lap on medium tires or something. If you brake before you hit the start finish line, then your lap times change, and the teams can't do that anymore. All right. The Bahrain 2024 qualifying best time. I don't know the qualifying best time. I do know the best time for the testing last year. The best time was a 1:30.1, so we're around 1.3 seconds slower than that. But that was testing day 3 when everyone does the quick quali runs. And right now it's obviously testing day 1. So I expect that we'll drop from the fastest laps being 1:30.1 last year to around about 1:29s, 1:28s maybe. Is Sauber finally good now? I don't know if they are, and we will just have to wait and see. I would assume they've made some steps ahead in improvement. I don't think they brought that many upgrades last year, because I remember, writing out every upgrade that each team brought, and I don't remember writing out Sauber upgrades very often. So yeah, I think Sauber will have focused a lot on this year's car, and hopefully they've made a big step forward. All right. Yeah. Okie dokes. 12 minutes remain of this session, folks. Do you think anyone is going to top Kimi Antonelli's time? And actually, yeah, what are your predictions? Who do you think is going to be topping the times at the end of today? Is it going to be Max Verstappen? Is it going to be Charles Leclerc? Or will Kimi Antonelli remain at the top? I suspect with track temperature lowering later through the day, what will happen is that the lap times will get smaller, and the lap times will drop essentially. Um, Yeah, it's fine really. What else is going on the session? Not much. So we've got Piastri and Piastri just coming out of the pits now, and all of the drivers, in fact, will be coming out probably just for the final couple of laps, getting everything wrapped up for their bit of the session. And yeah, all right. 10 minutes remain, and then we'll have a 1 hour break before we get underway for the second half of the day. Yeah. Okie dokes. Let me just have a look at the chat once again. I've missed quite a few messages here. Can you introduce the new drivers? Yeah, why not? So, well, we have got 6 new drivers here. We have got Kimi Antonelli, who is driving for Mercedes. We have got Liam Lawson, who is driving for Red Bull. Then we have Bortoletto driving for Sauber. We have Jack Doohan driving for Alpine. We have Oliver Behrman driving for Haas. And we have who's the final driver? Isaac Hadjar driving for Racing Bulls. So we'll go through. Antonelli is Italian. He's raced in Formula 2. He's done quite well. Didn't go on to win the championship or get even close, but his racing prowess was pretty good. Racecraft was pretty good, and Toto Wolff has a pretty big belief in him, and thinks that he'll do well. So that's Kimi Antonelli. Then Liam Lawson, I think quite a lot of you guys know who Liam Lawson is. He's from New Zealand, and he's done a fantastic job in the races that he did with RB last year, and he got the promotion partially due to his pace, partially due to some politics. Yeah, we have Jack Doohan, who was a Formula 2 driver a little while ago. He's been an Alpine reserve driver for a while now, and he's managed to actually make the big step up to the full team. And yeah, he took part in one race at the end of last season. Esteban Ocon sat out the race, and Jack Doohan took part. And apart from that, this will be Doohan's first full season. Oliver Behrman, we've seen him a few times, 2 times in the Haas, 1 time in the Ferrari. He's stepped up brilliantly to the challenge of driving a Formula 1 car from Formula 2, and he's driving for Haas this year. Then we have Isaac Hadjar, who I think won the Formula 2 last year, and is a Red Bull Academy driver and is now driving for the RB team. And then we have Gabriel Bortoletto, who I think came second in the F2 Championship and is now driving for Kick Sauber. Yeah. The only driver that we're really missing is Franco Colapinto. Who there were talks of Franco Colapinto replacing Jack Doohan, but that did not happen. And Alonso as well. I forgot about Alonso. Alonso, the rookie. Was it the other way around? I'm not sure 100% who was the F2 championship. It might have been Bortoletto. Oh, it was Bortoletto that won, and Hadjar was the runner-up. Right, wrong way around. Apologies for that mistake. Yeah. Very nice. It is extremely cloudy in Bahrain. Like, it looks like there's fog about. I'm not sure exactly what's going on. But yeah, there is it's quite a bit of fog, which is interesting. So yeah, bit odd. Yeah. Is Oscar just chilling? Pretty much, yeah. He's not pushing too hard. He's done 59 laps and he's on some old medium tires, just lapping away. And pretty standard stuff, really, for testing. We've got 6 minutes, 50 seconds left, and things are going well. Okie dokes. Oh, Hadjar stalled in the last race. Oh, I see. Right, okay. what politics got Lawson into the seat? Well, it wasn't politics about Lawson. The politics was about Tsunoda. Tsunoda is partially a Honda driver and he's partially a Red Bull driver. And part of the reason why he's got that RB seat is because of Honda and the fact that they're giving engines to Red Bull. The issue is that Honda said that they're not going to give engines to Red Bull because they were going to go green, except that they went back on that decision a couple of months later and they decided, oh, we're going to give engines to Aston Martin and we're not going to give engines to Red Bull. So Yuki Tsunoda is still in the Red Bull team because of Honda supplying engines to Red Bull as of this moment. However, because they're not going to be supplying engines in the future, Tsunoda wasn't the driver that got the promotion. If Honda were continuing on, they were going to give Red Bull engines in 2026, 2027, 2028, then sure, then Tsunoda probably would have got promoted instead of Lawson. But because Honda aren't giving them engines and they are giving Aston Martin engines, a bit of a backstabbing going on, Red Bull decided, no, we're not giving Tsunoda the race seat, we're giving Lawson the race seat instead. Yeah. All right. People don't realize it's testing just qualifying and not qualifying. Yeah, don't read into lap times too much. It's more of looking at what the drivers are doing, how the cars are reacting. We saw the porpoising from the Ferrari. Is that issue going to be a long-term issue, or was that just a one-off? They didn't set the car up correctly. Who knows? We will have to wait and see. All right. Yeah, not much else really going on. Be sure to hit the like button, folks. If you haven't hit the like button, really helps out the channel. If you aren't subscribed, then be sure to do so as well. Not that much else going on not that much else going on, really. And oh yeah, if you are interested in getting F1 TV Pro, the link is in the description. You get all of the access to the footage, the testing, the team radio, and everything like that. So yeah, go ahead and check that out. How do you think Oscar will do in the races? I think Oscar at some point will start getting quicker than Lando Norris. It might be this season, might be next season, but I think Piastri will at some point become the championship leader for McLaren, rather than Norris being the championship leader. And yeah, that's my prediction. We'll have to wait and see if that happens, but yeah. Are you streaming the second half? Yes, I am. I will be streaming the second half. Yeah, there's 3 minutes left. I'm going to carry on. The stream's going to stay up for the rest, for the 1 hour break, and then I'm just going to go on to the second half when it starts. So, yeah. What races will we see this season? Well, I can go through the calendar because not much else is going on. So the calendar, round number 1, Australia. Then we've got round 2, the Chinese Grand Prix, then the Japanese Grand Prix. Then we're back to Bahrain for round number 4. Then we stay in the Middle East and we go to Saudi Arabia. Then we go to Miami. Then it's Imola, Monaco, Spain. Then we go to Canada. Then it's Austria, Silverstone, Spa, Hungary, Zandvoort, Monza, Baku, Singapore, Kota, Mexico, Brazil, Las Vegas, Qatar, and Abu Dhabi. So a pretty similar calendar to last year. I don't think much, if anything, has changed. Maybe some of the order has changed, but all of the same. Yeah, we're racing at all of the same places, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we're racing at all of the same places. But definitely the first race being Australia. And all of the races will be on the channel. All of the practice sessions most likely will be on the channel. Some of them, if there are absolutely horrific times, I might miss out on them. I think let's have a look. What are the timings for? I think the Las Vegas GP. Yeah, they've got practice sessions at like 2 a.m. at least for me in the UK. And for a like if it was the race, I'd get up at 2 a.m. and do it. But for a practice session, I'm a little bit less inclined to do that. But I'll see. I'm definitely going to do it for Australia. Like the Australia practice sessions, they are at 1 a.m. Like 1:30 to 2:30 is the first practice session of the season. But I most definitely will be getting up and commentating that one because it's the first race of the season. Like you can't. Like even I would get up myself and watch it even if I wasn't commentating. So, yeah. What are your thoughts on the potential changing weather for day 2 of testing? Well, it'll be very interesting if it starts raining tomorrow. I very much look forward to what's going to happen and which drivers are out on the track, and yeah, it'd be brilliant. And then I'm definitely doing the Australian Grand Prix. It's 4 a.m. here, but you got to consider all of the Australian fans wake up for ridiculous race times to watch it in the UK. So yeah. Will you be streaming the whole of preseason testing like usual? Yeah, I will be. Oh, there we go. We've got 6 seconds left now. Everyone making their way back to the pit soon enough. But yes, I will be streaming all of preseason testing as normal, and then I'll be doing all of the practice sessions and stuff like that as well. So excited for the Australian Grand Prix. Can't wait to vibe in that grandstand. Yeah, that's fantastic. But oh yeah, what was I going to say? No, I mean the Australian Grand Prix is such a good circuit as well. Like after they made a couple of those modifications a couple of years ago, where they smoothed out some of the corners and got rid of one or two of them, the circuit is brilliant to race at. And there's always so much action. We've got an extra DRS zone as well. Yeah, that really helps out. Jack Doohan once again dipping a wheel in the gravel as when he was exiting, and then getting all over the curb over the final corner as well. Which race do you think will be the most exciting? Well, whichever race where it's raining. That's what I'm going to say. So if that's Interlagos, if that's Kimi Antonelli, is that that's lockups? Yeah, that's lockups, not smoke or anything coming out of his car. But just another huge lockup there for Kimi Antonelli as he went into turn number 10. Whichever race it rains, that'll be the most exciting one. You got to remember, like, if you remember any race from last year, it's going to be the Brazilian Grand Prix, isn't it? Like, yeah, they've barricaded circuit off, and we were able to drive the F1 configuration the day before yesterday in Melbourne. Oh wow, that's fantastic. So, obviously you've been driving on the speed limits, but that's still pretty cool. Yeah, actually, I would. That would be pretty cool. Like you could go to Singapore and probably do the F1 circuit, but just obviously with all of the cars around as well. And you could do. I guess you could do the same in Baku as well. Very interesting. Very fun. Remember last year, Aston Martin were flying at the start of the season, and they died. Yeah, Aston Martin were very good, but their upgrades packages throughout the year just never seem to work. I don't know what it is with Aston Martin. They started the season great, but then their upgrade packages just do not work whatsoever. Yeah, I don't know exactly what to say about that. All right. So we've got a 1 hour lunchtime break. I have got I don't know. I'm actually not that hungry. Given that it's only 11 in 11 a.m. in the UK right now. So yeah, I'll just carry on commentating. I might go warm up my lunch in the microwave, but yeah. Favorite rookie for the season? I don't know. Probably Liam Lawson. Like, not really sure. I quite like Liam Lawson's feisty. He was defending against Perez. There was no need for him to defend against Perez last year, especially in the Mexican Grand Prix and things like that. I was just being a little bit too aggressive, but very fair with his racing. So just based off that, I would say Liam Lawson, my favourite rookie. Why not? I'm so glad round 1 is back at Australia. Yeah, I definitely agree. Round 1 it should always be, well, not should always be Australia, but I think it's a lot of people remember round 1 Australia, like Australia has connotations of being the first race of the season to me, so that's what I'd expect. Oh, I don't know why Tsunoda's going around for another lap, and Piastri is as well. Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna watch the first race at 4 a.m. Yeah, the same thing here. I'm definitely getting up because you can't miss the first race of the season. I mean, that's the most not the most important race, but yeah. All right. Let's see what else is going on then. Well, there's not really much going on. Tsunoda and Piastri are making their way back into the pit lane. But a pretty good first session, really. If we go through all of the drivers, we've seen Kimi Antonelli with quite a few big lockups into turn number 1, into turn number 10. Liam Lawson with a spin on the exit at turn number 2 and 3. But apart from that, just a few moments on the exit turn 4. Alex Albon, a few lockups because he was trying to exceed track limits, just take the absolute widest possible line through all of the corners, so that was good from him. Tsunoda, no mistakes whatsoever, I don't think. I must have maybe a lockup or two here or there. Hamilton was suffering from a bit of porpoising issues earlier on in the session, but they managed to fix those, and that was good for him. Jack Doohan, Jack Doohan looked like he was pushing a little bit more than everyone else, trying to get a feel for the car towards the limit. He was driving over some curbs, doing the occasional big lock-up here or there. But a good first session there from Jack Doohan. Alonso having some issues, not able to rack up as many laps as everyone else did. So he's only on 46 while everyone else is on 55 or above. And then we had Piastri in 8th position with 66 laps. He was sat inside the pits for quite a long time at the start of the session, but then whatever issues he had with the setup and sensors and stuff like that, they all got fixed, and he made his way back out and completed a healthy 66 laps. Hulkenberg had a mistake or two, but nothing too severe, and the same thing can be said for Behrman. Both drivers just had their head down, doing quick lap after quick lap. I mean, Behrman was definitely on a heavy fuel load. He was 4 seconds, his lap time is 4 seconds slower than Antonelli, so everything that he did was on heavy fuel, and he didn't even attempt to push once. I think that's the right approach, really, with these sort of rookie drivers taking their first debut season in Formula 1. That's the right way to approach things. Slowly build up the pace. There's no point going all out attack, making a spin and make a big fool of yourself, crashing the car, making extra work for the mechanics. It's just a bad way to go about things. All right. Yeah. Okie dokes. Do you know where the next test is? The next test is here. All of the tests are in Bahrain. When the next test will be in 1 hour. In fact, I should probably put a timer up on the screen. Just give me a sec. I will stick that timer up. There we go. And bosh. Right. Testing starts in 52 minutes and 23 seconds. Fantastic. Do you think anyone will try breaking into the 129s? Well, there's no point trying breaking into 129s today. If you want to do it, then you can do it tomorrow or the day after. But doing it today is incredibly pointless. Because you do need to gather some data and some solid data. Like, you have time later on to go and do some quick runs. But as of right now, there's really no need. Do you think Sauber has a chance at P6? Yeah, I think Sauber definitely does. they are, well, they've just got to get their upgrade package right, really. They didn't bring too many upgrades last year, so this car has been worked on for a very long time, and if it works well, then I'm sure they could make the leap up to P6. But if it doesn't work very well, then maybe they will stay exactly where they were, which isn't optimal. Yeah. Alrighty. What else is going on here, folks? Oh, a 129.5 is possible on the sim with medium tires, so I guess you never know. Yeah, I mean, it probably is. But that's probably with low fuel as well. Like, gotta be honest. It's quite likely to be with low fuel. And once again, is no point doing stuff with low fuel right now. So, yeah. Is the wind and track data accurate? Yeah, it is. 13 kilometers per hour wind. It's been from the north direction all day. So drivers are getting a nice headwind into turn number 4 and tailwind as they exit turn number 4. So, yeah, very accurate. And track temperature is 24.1 degrees. Air temperature is 15.1. So, yeah. Melbourne has put up a new grandstand at turn number 8. Too much demand, lol. They made new seats. Oh, turn number 8. Yeah, I mean that's a pretty nice spot actually to have a grandstand as well. So, yeah, I think that's fantastic. I mean, it's a great thing that they have more demand. More demand means it's much more likely to stick around on the calendar, which is once again a very good thing. Are they losing the rear because of the wind? Yeah, exactly. Because they have a headwind going into turn number 4, so they're like, oh, I have so much grip, I can brake so much later. And then as soon as they exit turn number 4, all of that grip disappears because they don't have the headwind and they have a tailwind instead. Anyone will break a world record? Yeah, I mean, I depends what record what record you're talking about, but I'm sure there will be at least one record broken in this year's Formula 1 season. Right. Yeah, when I was driving it, turn 2 and 4 were very oversteering on entry and no grip on exit, and turn 4 very sketchy. Yeah. I don't know exactly where you were driving it, Daryl Tuna, but sounds good, The ticket war for the Australia Grand Prix, yeah. Oh, wow. I can imagine, yeah, because the must be pretty limited tickets. I mean, there are a pretty limited number of races in sort of the Oceania region of the world. You've got Japan, which is fairly well, I don't know actually how close it is to Australia, but it's in the right part of the world. And then you've got Singapore, and you got the Chinese Grand Prix maybe, which is also, I guess, close compared to the rest of the European ones. But yeah, if you want to watch an F1 race and you live in Oceania, Australian Grand Prix is your best bet. So I suspect the ticket war is very, very pricey. You have a real F1 gaming setup? Yeah, I do actually. I have a what is it? A Thrustmaster TXM Pro, and just a 2-pedal set. I don't have a clutch, I don't have a shift or anything. Just the paddle shifts on the back of the steering wheel. But I would say it's fantastic. I have so much good fun on it. I do only play F1 21 as well. Like I don't play any of the recent games since EA have done. I think 21 was also EA, but either way, like I just play the F1 21 game on time trial. Quite a big fan of time trial actually. And in fact, on F1 2019, I'm top 500 on Austria, on the Austria leaderboards, top 500. I mean, I spent so long grinding that. And I'm sure, like, if Charles Leclerc just played the F1 2019 game, he could set the lap time within a couple of laps. But yeah, I spent ages grinding it, but top 500, so I'm quite proud of that. Japan is only 9 hours. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. It was like same sort of longitude, yeah, same longitude, but way too very high up compared to Australia. How's the Thrustmaster setup force feedback wise? I got me and Moser. The force feedback's pretty good. I mean, I think the minute fine details isn't all that accurate because my steering wheel's got a bit of play in it as well. Like you can turn it a little bit and it won't actually turn the steering wheel in the game. So the force feedback is accurate on like a large scale. Like you can tell if you're losing the rear, but only after a certain amount of time. Like once you've lost a rear, like maybe you can't really lose the rear 10%, but for example, if you could lose the rear for 10%, you're only going to realize that you've lost it once you've reached 5% because it's not the most detailed force feedback in the world. But I'm not that fussed about it really. I'm more, it's fun to me, so I'm not too bothered. First time subbing to your channel, will you be at the SawCon Convention 2025? I don't know what SawCon is. Let me just Google that. Does Hamilton have a chance to break the world record of 8 World Drivers' Championship? Yeah, I think he does. However, if he has the chance to break the World Drivers' Championship, if he has the chance to win the World Drivers' Championship, then I'm sure Charles Leclerc also has a shot. And I think Charles Leclerc will start off the season better than Lewis will. SawCon Convention. What is the SawCon Convention? No, I am not going to be attending that. I haven't heard of it, so. All right. Getting back into this, off to the gym. Looking forward to more during the season. Well, thank you very much, Parsley Palace. I'll see you around. Yeah, see you around for the rest of the season, man. All right. Oh yeah, that's a real nice joke there. XX Zorro XX. Yeah. Oh, I've accidentally, some adverts might have played there. Apologies for that, folks. Wasn't intending on getting adverts playing. I mean, it's a good incentive not to lose the rear because you can't really catch it. At least in AC, if the rear goes, it's very quickly. The VRC car has a lot of front end grip. Yeah. So, I mean, it's difficult. I mean, you will catch the rear. You just have to be, like, a little bit careful about it. And you can kind of tell that you're about to lose the rear. But, yeah, it's, I'm sure if I had, like, a fancier force feedback wheel, like, it would be easier to catch the rear. But I could also you could probably blame that on the game as well. Like, I don't know how good the force feedback is on the Xbox version of F1 2021. Like, yeah. F1 Gamer, nice to have you back. Nice to have you back, folks. I mean, it's been a pleasure commentating to you guys. I've been doing this, well, I've been doing it for 4 years total, but, like, in terms of today, I've been doing this for 5 hours now. I think 5 hours nearly. 4 hours, 45 minutes or so. So, yeah, it's been good fun. Yeah, F1 games are kind of terrible with force feedback. True. I think if I was playing in Assetto Corsa with the Race Sim Studio F1 cars, I think they're quite nice as well. So, yeah. But I haven't played Assetto Corsa because my laptop's good enough to stream. However, it's not good enough to play Assetto Corsa, or at least not all that well. But I haven't tried in a while, so maybe I should give it a go. Who do you think will be top 3 in the Drivers' Championship? I'm going to go with Piastri, Verstappen, Leclerc. Those are my 3. I don't know in which order, but those are the top 3. That's what I think. It's great to have the cars on the track, but it's way too early to be speculating. Last year McLaren was 7th in testing. Yeah, McLaren was 7th in testing, but also at the start of the season, they weren't that quick. It was after the Miami race where they got a huge upgrade package, and it just put everything together and worked perfectly. And that's when all their pace arrived. So, yeah, you've also got to take that into account as well. Oh, Jack Z, nice to see you again, F1 Gamer. Nice to see you, buddy, as well. It's been a while since I've seen you around, so glad that you're still here. All right. We are 40 minutes away from the start of the second session of pre-season testing. We'll get the second the second half of the grid driving the cars. So Verstappen, Norris, Gabriel Bortoletto, Isaac Hadjar, Pierre Gasly, Charles Leclerc, Lance Stroll, Esteban Ocon, Sainz, and George Russell. And given that most of the setup will have been done by the earlier 10 drivers, the drivers should mostly just get into the car, do a couple of laps, make their final setup tweaks, and then they'll be on their way doing a bunch of long runs. Yeah. The RSS is based off the Mercedes, I think. The VRC is based off the RB20, so it's very Verstappen-esque car. Okay. Fair enough. I haven't heard of the VRC. That's probably just because I don't focus. I haven't kept up with the sim racing scene for a while. Like, I just play on my Xbox rather than looking at all of this stuff. But yeah, you should probably take a break. Yeah, I probably should. My voice is doing all right though. Shout out, please. Well, why not? There aren't that many people on the stream. If we had like 50,000 people on the stream, I can't give everyone a shout out, but why not? Hitman Lover, there you go. Shout out. The teams are gathering a lot of tire data and general car data. Yeah, that's mainly what they're doing. So they're not going to be going out doing long runs or anything like that. And yeah. All right. And once again, folks, if you are interested in F1 TV Pro, link is in the description. Go ahead and check it out. You get all of the F1 coverage, and you get it for a fairly discounted rate if you buy the whole year. And you also get a bunch of onboards, a bunch of historic races, all the good stuff, really. So, go ahead and check that out. VRC is basically the new RSS. It's very realistic downforce and functioning starting sequence. It's really on the nose, though, so be careful if you're trying. Fair enough. Okay, I will keep that in mind. It's going to be interesting to see how Lewis's pace compares to Charles' speed. Yeah, I think, as I've said a couple of times now, Leclerc will have the upper hand at the first couple of races, and then we'll see how much Lewis can get closer to him. Some people think Lewis is going to be faster than Charles. Some people think they're going to be neck and neck. Some people think that Lewis is going to be behind. And only time will tell, really. So I don't know. Who is your favorite F1? Who's your favorite YouTuber that is not into F1? I mean, I don't watch that much YouTube. I don't really know. There are some good videos I've seen from just random people, but I think there's one YouTube channel called Xscurb A1 or something. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know how to spell it, but I'm sure if you've seen the channel, you'll know what I'm talking about. Anyway, in Switzerland we can't have F1 Pro. Oh, unfortunately, yeah, that's not ideal. I think if you're in Switzerland, you might be able to get a VPN to Austria, and watch F1 that way. But yeah, I guess if F1 TV Pro isn't available, then there's not much that you can really do. When do you think Lewis will get settled into Ferrari? Well, let's have a look at the calendar. First race is going to be Australia. Second race is going to be China, and then we're going to have Japan, Bahrain. I think by Bahrain or Saudi Arabia, like round 4, round 5, he should be settled in. I mean, he's going to have a lot of testing time as well. Look, he's done 70 laps today, which is more than a race distance at the Bahrain circuit. So he's done over 350-ish kilometers today, which is already a great start. He will have done 1,000 kilometers by the end of the week. So 1,000 kilometers should be enough. But of course, testing time, testing kilometers, and racing kilometers are different things. And after about 3 races, he will have done 1,000 or 900 kilometers of racing, and that should be more than enough for him to get up to speed in that Ferrari. I'm surprised Lawson is still considered a rookie, though. Yeah, I mean, it is. I think rookie is like your first full season in Formula One. Behrman, of course, has done 3 races in Formula One. Jack Doohan has done 1 full race. Lawson has done probably 6. Colapinto has done like 9. Isaac Hadjar hasn't done any. Neither has Bortoletto. But I think the general consensus, like the FIA has a rule like, oh, if you've done more than 3 races in Formula One, you're not considered a rookie by the regulations. But if you're just talking about rookies in general, I think just their first full season in Formula One would be an accurate definition. Remember when Suzuka used to be the last race, Alesi's last race there, he crashed into an already crashing Kimi Raikkonen. Well, I don't actually remember Jean Alesi's last race, but no, Suzuka would be a pretty good track to end the season on. Like, Abu Dhabi is a great circuit and all, but imagine Interlagos as the last race of the season. The level of chaos you could have. Or Suzuka, if it's a monsoon season, Suzuka would be incredible as well. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I would love to make my own Formula One calendar. In fact, maybe that's what we should do. Folks, in the chat, let me know what circuits you would have to have on your calendar. Like, of course, we've got to have the main. You know, you got to have Silverstone, you got to have Spa, you got to have. Well, do you have to have Monaco? Probably you should have Monaco just for the sake that it is Monaco. Then you've got to have Suzuka. You've got to have Interlagos. What else? Nürburgring or Hockenheimring, one of the two. What other circuits do you really want? The Indy 500, like inner circuit, I reckon that should be a Formula One circuit. What else? Malaysia's got to be on there. Let's see. What other races do we like? Oh, maybe the Indian Grand Prix, purely because Seb Vettel won all of them. But Imola's got to be on there. Monza's got to be on there. Zandvoort, it's got to be done. Where else? Let's have a look on Google Maps. What countries am I forgetting? Oh yeah, Barcelona. Oh yeah, they should have one in the circuit in the Algarve in Portugal. That was a fantastic circuit that we had, I think, only for 1 year during COVID. And apart from that, we never raced there again. But that's a fantastic circuit. Canada, Kota. Oh yeah. The Turkish Grand Prix as well. Yeah, Turkish Grand Prix for sure. Hungary should be terrible, but it's usually great. Yeah, I think Hungary, if you schedule it during some rain, I mean, even if it isn't during rain, like, it is a difficult circuit to overtake on, but the strategy always seems to bring out something interesting at Hungary. What other races are we missing? Have a look. I mean, the Mexican Grand Prix is pretty good, but I don't know if it's on like the all-time best circuits list. What else? What else have we got? I think Singapore should be on there. Even though it is a street circuit, but Singapore is one of those iconic ones. I think the race in South Africa, there should definitely be one, the South African Grand Prix. I mean, I haven't seen a race there in a while, but obviously, I think it should be there. Mugello as well. All right. The other half of the grid starts testing in 30 minutes. Yeah. Was there ever a South Korean Grand Prix? Oh, yes, there was. Oh, I've seen this video. I don't know. Right, you guys will have to look this up separately because I won't be able to play it on stream. But the intro to the Korean Grand Prix, it's like, what has it got in it? It's like, it was when Gangnam Style was really popular, and they had turned the F1 intro into like this sort of like K-pop song or something. it was an interesting one. You should definitely look up the F1 2012 like Korean Grand Prix intro or something. Yeah, they turned the F1 intro song into like a K-pop song when Gangnam Style was super popular. It's wild. All right. Yeah, we're 30 minutes away from the start of the second bit of testing. Chances of a Carlos/Charles World Drivers' Championship in 2025. Well, I have news for you. Carlos isn't driving at Ferrari anymore. He's driving for Williams. So I think Charles has a chance of the World Drivers' Championship. Carlos, however, not so much. Yeah. That was for a specific broadcast. The other ones use the regular intros. Fair enough. I mean, still, because it was like they had for the Mexican Grand Prix they had a mariachi band play the intro, and then they used that for the Mexican Grand Prix one. So it's been done recently, but of course, it wasn't. I think the mariachi band was much better. Just saw the South Korean intro. It hits hard, indeed. Oh, Valencia, yeah, Valencia is a pretty good circuit as well. That is true. Okay. Let's see then. Since preseason testing is 100% accurate and has no influencing factors, Williams is faster than Ferrari and McLaren, so with this logic, Carlos would be in the fight. That is true. So actually, Alex Albon, Carlos Sainz, World Constructors Champions, Williams World Constructors Championships. That's happening. Why haven't the other drivers driven yet? Because in preseason testing, they're only allowed one car per team. So what's going to happen is that in the first 4 hours that has just finished now, the first 10 drivers drove, and then they're going to switch seats. They're going to change all the seats in the cars. And then the second 10 drivers are going to drive for the next 4 hours. Do you see Lawson struggling this year like Perez? Yeah, I definitely do see Lawson, at least at the start of the season, struggling. He's got to get grips with the car very, very quickly. And once he does that, then maybe there's a chance that he'll be able to compete. But still, it is going to be very, very difficult to compete against Max Verstappen. Going back to the previous topic, I'd say they should bring the Hockenheim back. Yeah, definitely. Nürburgring or Hockenheim, one of the two. And also, I would love to have a race every year where they put the drivers in spec cars, like they put them in spec Formula 2 cars, or they put them in like some random, yeah, like you get like Lexus or some random car brand to sponsor like an event, and all of the drivers are given the exact same car off the production line, and then they all get to race in them, and then the cars can get auctioned off to charity later if they want or something. But point being, like, all the cars racing like some production car. Like, it would be great to, I'm sure Mercedes would happily give away 10 cars for 20 cars for free, so they get a bunch of advertising of Formula 1 races, Formula 1 drivers racing in those cars. Oh yeah, they could race at the Le Mans short circuit. Le Mans for Formula 1, I mean, the problem with the Le Mans is, like, you're just, the straight is just enormously huge. And I don't think it's really that optimal for Formula 1. However, the rest of the circuit is brilliant. So, yeah, there could be a way to do it, to go about that. What are today's lap times versus last year's lap times? They're around about a second or a second and a half faster. Yeah. They did that years ago when Senna was still racing. Invited former champions. It looked like good fun. Yeah, exactly. They should do that. All of the former champions hop in a car, I'm sure any car brand would happily give away cars. So it's just surely someone else could organize that event. Like, it doesn't have to be Formula One. You just invite all the Formula One drivers, and it could be done. Maybe it could be done. Who knows? No, it's got to be a good it's got to be a good car. Like, it's got to be an MX-5 or something. Um, like, nothing that is ridiculously fast, but like gives them a good challenge. Or maybe it could be something like a Porsche. Like, it's not going to be out of this world crazy fast. Um, you don't want to give them a hypercar, really. You're going to give them like a stock Porsche, like a base model Porsche or something. Who knows? You think Sepang can make a return sometime in the future? Well, it would all depend on the Malaysian government and how much money the Sepang circuit can get and stuff like that. So, yeah, that would be the issue around it. It's all the money, isn't it? Like, it's I'm sure the fans. If you had a vote between the fans, like, oh, do you want to race at Sepang or do you want to race at Qatar? Like, it's 100% going to be racing at Sepang. So, yeah. I don't mean to start any drama, but do you agree with George when he says someone needs to stand up to Max? Well, see, this is the thing. Max's driving style is very aggressive. However, it is also within the regulations. Like, it's technically unsportsmanlike, and it's not, the spirit of the regulations and stuff like that. But it's within the regs. Like, you can just send it down the inside and not leave any room for another driver if you're a sufficient amount ahead or something like that. So yeah, the if both drivers go to the exact limit of the regulations, what's going to end up happening? Both drivers just take each other out. So either the regulations need to be changed, or because the thing is, Verstappen, if the regulations change and Verstappen sends a dive bomb in or whatever and he gets a 10-second penalty, obviously that's going to be fair enough. But with the current regulations, you can't give him a 10-second penalty because he hasn't done anything wrong. So yeah, I think if the regulations were changed, then Verstappen's driving style would not be allowed, essentially, and then you would have fair racing. But essentially, the way that Verstappen goes about his driving is either we both, like, it's the same way that Senna did, essentially. Like, either we both crash or I get ahead. Like, there's no other option. Yeah, that is how I don't think that's a proper answer to your question, but that's my thoughts on the topic. Where can I watch the cars and not the timing? Jonathan RB, if you click on the F1 TV Pro link in the description, and get F1 TV Pro for the year, then you can watch all the cars, rather than watching all of the live timing. Did you watch F175? I think it was mildly cringe. I actually didn't watch F175 because I knew it was going to be cringe. Like, I knew they were going to spend so much time just waffling on about the sponsors and just random music events and stuff like that, instead of rather just showing us the cars and getting it over with. So yeah, that is. So I just didn't watch it, and then I looked at all the clips on Instagram afterwards, and I was like, oh, yeah, it was a good thing I didn't watch it. So yeah. They've been struggling with those regs for ages. Problem is that if you take away too much freedom, the races become dry. Everyone likes a good fight. Yeah, it is. That is also true, actually, because we do want a good fight, as well. So I don't. It's a very tough thing to balance. Yeah, like, oh, I don't know. I think if they could also just make the stewarding a little bit more consistent, that would also help, like the penalties and everything, rather than whatever system that they have now, which I'm sure is bad. Yeah. F1 Gamer, do you have air temperatures? Yeah, we have air temperature of 15.1 degrees, track temperature of 23.2. Also, if you have any other like button, folks, be sure to do so. We're getting pretty close to 2,500 likes. We're halfway to the like target with half of the stream remaining. So I think that's pretty good going. All right. What else is going on right now? Not all that much. Let's talk about some other team. Let's see, Aston Martin. Well, Aston Martin, they're all waiting for. I'm sure all the mechanics are just, not the mechanics, the engineers are just waiting for Adrian Newey to show up tomorrow and tell them that how to make their car the best car for the 2026 regs. I'm sure Adrian Newey, like his technically his first day of work will be tomorrow for Aston Martin. However, I'm sure that he will have done his own stuff. Like he will have come up with his own designs of, oh, this is what we should do for these set of regulations. So this is what we should do for this bit of the regs. And he'll be ready to put that into paper. And soon enough, it will be it'll be very, very interesting to see how the 2026 cars shape up to be. All right. They should have the same stewards every year and not be volunteers. That is true. They should, like, exactly like they have in football, like they should hire out proper people and train them to do this job, and then, yeah. And I'm alongside. I know you're not cut off the line, and the corner keeps turning off. Yeah, it's a little like, I think it's done to think, computer-based penalty distribution of sorts. You can't wish consistency with biased stewards. Yeah, but you could have unbiased stewards. Like you could have people that are Le Mans, like ex-Le Mans racers who have no connection to Formula One, who know a lot about racing and overtaking and stuff like that. And they'll decide the penalties. Is the 1 year subscription for F1 TV Pro back? Yeah, it is. It is back. So if you want to go ahead and check that out, then go ahead and click the link in the description. I'm pretty sure all the stewards have to be licensed and trained. Yeah, it's just that they keep changing. So they're all given some sort of training, except that because the stewards are different, they will interpret the training differently and they'll do different things each weekend. Because, for example, right, so let's consider I was a steward at the Australian Grand Prix and something happened. Someone sent a dive bomb down the inside and I gave a 5-second penalty. Like, I think, oh, he sent a dive bomb, 5-second penalty, fair enough. But then the next steward may not have been watching the Australian Grand Prix or even paying attention to what's going on. And then someone at the Chinese Grand Prix sends in a dive bomb and he's like 10-second time penalty. And that inconsistency is the problem. So, whereas if I was also stewarding the Chinese Grand Prix and someone sends a dive bomb down the inside, I'm like, oh, for Australia, I did this. It was a 5-second time penalty. So it's the exact same situation, another 5-second time penalty. And that's part of the problem. Like, a lot of the time, the stewarding decision could be justified either way, but it's just not been consistent. Like, because all of this is really rather vague. You have to have the same sort of thinking process applied to everything. Like, it's an odd one. But it would definitely be helped by the fact if they were the same people. I don't see it on the website. Is it a 1 year subscription only for the UK? I'm in the Netherlands. In the Netherlands, I think in the Netherlands you can't get F1 TV Pro again. It's just one of those countries where I'm guessing it's Viasport or someone have bought all the exclusivity rights. So if it's not showing up on the screen, then you can't get it in that respective country. You could get a VPN to a different country and do it, but yeah, apologies for that. What a waste of the car would it be? Lance Stroll getting Adrian Newey design car. Yeah, well, it would also be Fernando Alonso getting an Adrian Newey design car, which would be amazing. So who knows? It's crazy how inconsistent the FIA has been for decades and decades. This has been happening for a long, long time. Yeah, I don't really know what the solution. Well, there are some solutions that can help. I don't know if there's a one thing that can just fix everything. Yeah. Do you think Michael Massey is still involved behind the scenes? Probably not. I'm gonna guess that he probably isn't involved, given that he was fired from Formula One. And yeah, that is the other thing. It's not black and white as well. It's someone with brains. You can't have a computer decide it, and you need someone that's got some racing knowledge as well. Like, I'm sure people that do endurance racing will have sufficient racing knowledge to make those decisions, and also not be linked to Formula One, so they're not that biased. Yeah. All right, folks. We are 15 minutes away from the start of the second session of testing. Verstappen, Norris, Bortoletto, Hadjar, Gasly, Leclerc, Stroll, Ocon, Sainz, and Russell will be taking part. Okie dokes. Is the aerodynamic philosophy for the new regs favored towards Adrian Newey's specialty like it was for the 2022 change? I guess a little bit. They're trying to do a little bit more stuff with the floor, but there's a lot of active aero stuff as well. So who knows really? Because Adrian Newey, he did do his when he did his like degree, his whole like what's it called? His whole degree masters, like his final project for his degree, was something to do with the diffuser. Like he was making a race car diffuser like perform much better, and that was the first bit of like aerodynamics engineering that he did. So yeah, I would say. I mean, I'm sure any task given Adrian Newey would still be good at it. But I think maybe his specialty is diffusers, because that is what he started out with. How many rookies do you think will be here by the end of the season? I think all of them potentially, apart from Hadjar, because Hadjar's just a Red Bull, and we know that Red Bull have a habit of just switching teammates whenever they feel like. I reckon the rest of them will stick it out till the end of the year. Where can I get the live timing chart that you use? You have to get the F1 TV thing that's in the description or in the chat, and then you have to, get this app called Multiviewer. It's a bit complicated to set up, but I'm sure you could figure it out. Yeah. Do you think the power unit switch at Aston Martin Honda could fully take over the team someday, creating their own team? Well, I don't know exactly what you mean. Aston Martin are just taking Honda engines, so they'll probably be called Aston Martin Honda or Aston Martin Honda Racing or something like that. Like, I'm not 100% sure what you mean by a separate team. I don't think Honda will have their separate team. I think Honda very much just want to be engine manufacturers rather than do all the aerodynamic stuff that comes with being a Formula One team. But yeah. All right. But folks, we are now 13 minutes away from the start of the second half of testing, and it's going to be very, very good indeed. So just stick around, and we'll be here very, very soon. He meant a full Honda takeover in the team. No, I don't think Honda's going to do a full takeover. They've been in the sport very much as an engine manufacturer for a very long time. They were McLaren Honda, then Red Bull Honda, and now it's going to be Aston Martin Honda. I don't think they have any sort of interest in becoming a full Formula One team. Yeah. Okie dokes. Aston Martin and Haas are the only teams to have wet tyres. We know Aston Martin has the best weather centre. Plus, tomorrow there might be a chance of rain. Did they plan it? Maybe, but it doesn't really matter. Like, I'm sure they will get wet tyres from Pirelli if it starts raining. I'm not 100% certain about that, but I don't see why Pirelli wouldn't just give them to them anyway, because it is testing. It's not that it's... or maybe Pirelli haven't made them. That might be an issue, but yeah. Who is the engine provider for Red Bull now? It's still Honda technically, but it's going to switch. Red Bull are going to make their own engines in collaboration with Ford from 2026. So yeah. Lawrence Stroll paid to have rain in Bahrain? No, I didn't think so. I mean, you could technically do it. Apparently there are some ways where if you put some like chemical in the sky, it will make clouds form, and then obviously when you get clouds, you get rain. Who knows? How long is practice? Practice is 4 hours long, so yeah, in 11 minutes time, we'll start the 4-hour session. Yeah, cloud seeding. That's what it's called. Yeah, I forgot the name for it. Okay. The timings matter in this testing session. Not that much. Not that much to be honest. Probably by the test day 3, it'll matter, but as of now, probably not. They put salt in the clouds and then it rains. Aston Martin masterclass. Yeah. Oh no, they didn't do it on purpose. It just happened to be a cargo ship carrying absolute loads of salt. Not a cargo ship, a cargo plane that accidentally opened its cargo door, and the salt just fell out or something. I'm not even sure salt causes the rain to happen, but oh well. Do you think Hamilton can win the World Drivers' Championship this year? Well, I don't know. I think if one of the two Ferrari drivers can win the World Drivers' Championship next year, this year, it'll probably be Leclerc. Mainly because he'll have the head start at the first couple of races of the season, just hit the ground running, compared to Hamilton, who probably is going to take a little bit of time to adapt. Yeah. I'm wondering if it would work for Mercedes to use Bottas as a wingman to Antonelli. Well, use Bottas. I mean, Antonelli would have to be replaced. I think Antonelli, if he does really badly, then they'll have Bottas to step in and replace him. But I don't think Antonelli will do that badly. And given the amount of faith that Toto Wolff has put in him, I expect some absolutely wonderful performances from him. But we'll just have to wait and see. Right. Here we go then, folks. 8 minutes till we get underway for the second half of pre-season testing. Could Audi or Cadillac pose a threat at the front, considering they don't have a budget cap? I'm pretty sure they'll still be enforced under the budget cap. I don't see why they wouldn't. So yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't be enforced under the budget cap. That makes little to no sense, really. But we'll just have to wait and see. Yeah. All right. We are getting very, very close now to the start of the second half of testing, and they can do all the research now, spend unlimited cash. Yes, they could. However, Audi is still not taking over. Audi is doing the full takeover of Sauber. At which point, I think they're doing it over the course of this season. They're going to slowly switch over from Sauber to Audi. At least towards the end of this year. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe they could do unlimited testing. Who knows? Oh, Exoteric gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much. It's very much appreciated there. Formula 1 Racing AC was gifted 1. Simplicity. Ko-chan. Oh, Kimbronata and Kairu. Thank you very much, Exoteric. Very much is appreciated. F1 Gamer, where are you from? And do you watch cricket? I'm from the UK, and I watched a match of the Cricket World Cup when it was in the UK. But past that, not that much. Not that much. Yeah. I imagine Cadillac currently have no budget cap. Yeah, Cadillac. I don't know if Cadillac's going to make it into Formula One. Like, there's the whole Cadillac, there's Andretti that want to make an 11th team. I don't see why they shouldn't make an 11th team. But we'll just have to wait and see. Also, folks, we are very close to 2,500 likes. If you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. We're getting to, we're 5 minutes away from halfway through the stream, and we're getting pretty close to halfway to our like target. Alrighty. So here we go. Are you an Arsenal fan? No, I don't really watch football, to be honest. Do you watch F175? What are your thoughts? I didn't watch F175. I thought it was exactly what I was expecting it to be. Just a silly sort of event that was a little pointless. But I guess kind of cool for the people that were interested in it. But like, it's sort of like a award show. Like, it's like, for example, so if you watch the Oscars, like, I don't see the point in watching the Oscars. If you find out who won the Oscars and like, oh, who won the Oscars for best film in whatever, then sure, I'll watch the film that won the Oscars because maybe they're good films. But it's the exact same thing for the F175 event. Like, I don't really care about the event itself. I just want to see the liveries that get released, and past that, I'm not bothered whatsoever. So, yeah, it's pointless. It's just like the Oscars, really. Like, it doesn't really matter. They could put out like a blog post or something being like, oh, this is the film that we think is the best. There's no need to do the full event and give everyone an award. I mean, I guess for the actors, obviously it's nice to get the award. But past that, like, there isn't really much point. So, I'm an Indian. I like Rohit. What about you? Who do you like? I don't know. I don't particularly know many cricket players. So, who is there? There's Ben Stokes in the UK, I think, from England. So yeah, sure, why not? Anyway, right. Let's see what else is well, there's not much else to focus on. The main thing to focus on is the fact that the cars are going to be back out onto the track in about 3 minutes' time, which is brilliant. All right. Oh, why's the timer? Oh, there we go. 3 minutes, 8 seconds. And we'll have everyone making their way back out onto the circuit. Oh, the risk of rain is 10%, folks. I don't know why it says 10% because it's not going to rain today. Tomorrow it might, but today unlikely. Let's just double check the Sakir weather. Sakir weather forecast. It is yeah. Oh, actually, well, I guess Google also says 10% chance of rain, but it's like, if it rains, it's going to be like 4 raindrops in total. Oh, guys, the weather forecast has gone up for tomorrow. Yeah, when I checked this morning, it was only going to be a little bit of rain, and it was only going to be like for a couple of hours, and the chances weren't even that big. Now, there's a 40% chance of rain, and it's going to be a total of 2 millimeters of rain. So, I mean, 2 millimeters isn't still a huge amount, but as we know, rain makes everything better in Formula One, and that will be very interesting to watch. All right, I'm going to refresh the team radios. Maybe that will maybe we'll get some team radios coming through as well. And the screen's going to go black for a second, folks. And just while I refresh everything, so everything is as up to date as possible, and then we'll get the information coming through soon enough. Okie dokes. Right. Yeah, seeing Hamilton in red definitely does look very different. I can tell you that for certain. Do you watch any Sidemen? I mean, I've watched their videos at some point, but like, I don't regularly watch them like ever. Yeah. All right. Anyway, main focus now. 40 seconds. 40 seconds till the cars get underway. Maybe we'll have a couple of drivers even moving towards the end of the pit lane soon enough. So I'll keep an eye out for that. But it should be good. Who has the highest potential? I mean, that is a difficult question to answer. How do you measure potential? How am I going to know who has potential? I'd just say Verstappen's doing great, so I'd say maybe he's still going to carry on doing great. Like, there's no real way of knowing. Yeah, so time is ticking down now. It doesn't look like anyone is making their way to the end of the pit lane, really. The mechanic's still still changing some stuff around the car. I don't even think I don't think Verstappen is still sat in place yet. Yeah, the nose cone is still off. They're changing quite a few things on the car. We'll get a green light soon enough. However, yeah, there we go. We've got a green light, but once again, a bit of a waiting game till we see some drivers make their way out onto the circuit. All right, 2,000 people tuned in. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Very much do appreciate all of the support, and hope to see you guys. Hope to see you guys around for tomorrow's stream as well. But of course, we've got 4 hours of commentary today. Yeah, fantastic. All right. Who is your favourite driver? My favourite driver is Sebastian Vettel. Who's going out? All of the drivers in the bottom from 11th to 20th on the list. Those drivers will be the drivers that will be making their way out onto the circuit today. Onto the circuit now, sorry. The rest, the top 10 have made their way out in the first half of the test session, and the rest of the drivers will be coming out in the second half. How would you do in F1? I would do terribly. No, I have no abilities to resist G-force in my neck. I have fairly decent driving ability based off F1 2021, which means I have terrible driving ability. Yeah. Oh, it's quite windy out here in Bahrain. Wind 8.6 kilometers per hour, but it's gusting a little bit higher than that. And the Ferrari car as well. No nose cone on that car. And they're still working away, making some setup changes, modifying the pedals. They've got to change not just the seat for the drivers. They've also got to change the pedals for the drivers. Different drivers will have different likings for what they want their pedals to be like. And they're doing the same thing down at Haas. And yeah. Because these cars haven't changed too much from last year, they don't have to gather huge swathes of data like they had to do in 2022. And because of that, they can afford to be a little bit more relaxed. The mechanics can have, a proper lunch break, and then they can get back to changing the car and changing the seats and the pedals and things like that a little bit later, and they can afford to lose, to 20, 10, 20, 15 minutes. So Yeah, that's just what we're doing now. We're now just waiting for the mechanics to get the car ready, and then all the drivers will be on their way out very, very soon. And we are 24 likes away, 25 likes away from 500k, from 25k, 25k to 2.5k. So if you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. Right. How long did it take for people to come to the track in the morning? People came to the track instantly in the morning. Yeah. Do you think McLaren is sandbagging? Probably not. I don't think they are really sandbagging. They're just going about their own run plan. Yeah. Is there any indication so far that a team might just pull a Haas 21 and bring their 2024 car for the year? No, there's no indications of that. Because Haas in 21, they still upgraded their car. They didn't copy over the exact same car from 2020 to 2021. They upgraded it over the winter break, but then they did no further upgrades for the entire 2021 season. Like, that was it. That was the only car that they were going to have no upgrades to that car and focus all on 2022. So yeah, maybe we'll see a little bit later on in the season that Kick Sauber and Alpine, like, they stop upgrading their car maybe even 5, 6, 7 races in, and then for the rest of the season they're with the exact same car, and they've all focused their development efforts on next year's car. So we'll see, but no indications of that right now. Well, that's most likely to happen maybe a couple more races down the line. And yeah, they're still they're doing the same thing at AlphaTauri, changing the pedals, the front nose cones off. It takes a bit of a while to change the pedals, really, because you think about it, they never have to do that when they have two separate cars, because each car is for each driver, and once they've set them up the first time, then they never have to do it again. So they make it quite difficult to, because in a Formula One car, you've got to consider that everything has to be as tightly packed as possible. However, if you make everything as tightly packed as possible, it's extremely difficult to repair anything, to get for some new parts, to replace a part, or, for example, change pedals. So what they have to just take a compromise, really. Some things are going to be tightly packed, and some things that are repaired often aren't going to be tightly packed. And it should be an easy, quick fix to replace. So pedals just aren't one of those things that are repaired very often. Only in pre-season testing do the pedals change on the cars. So that's why it takes them a very, very long time to get to the pedals, remove the pedals, then put the new ones in, and then reassemble the remaining part of the car around the pedals. Is there anything you're hoping to see this season? Something you're hoping for? I don't know, just a good championship fight right from the start, really. Like, last year we did have a good championship, well, a sort of good championship fight, but you knew after a certain point, like, Norris was not going to win this and Verstappen was going to win. There was a bit of uncertainty, but not all that much. Whereas, I'd like for there to be a lot more uncertainty. That would be fantastic. Okay. Yashu's not really in a good position. Yes, I can understand that they're not if they're racing or testing, but 8th position is still a lackluster performance. Well, yeah, but I'm sure this is the thing. It's day one. Like, looking at the timing data for day one is especially pointless. Day 3, yeah, if Piastri's still down in 8th place, then maybe it's something to be concerned about. But still, then even then, it's just like, oh, they weren't trying very hard, and then we'll find out in Australia. So yeah, that's my opinion of it. I've watched many testing sessions and been thoroughly disappointed after seeing that Ferrari did so well in testing when Vettel was driving, and then they got to the first race of the season and they were nowhere. So yeah, I'm really not that. So I'm a little bit jaded, really, in that perspective. A little bit cynical. It's not going to matter whatsoever, you know. But yeah, can we get free F1 TV Pro version? Well, if you wait till the first race of the season, there will be a 7-day free trial thing that you can obviously get for free because it's a free trial. But past that, unfortunately, there's no other way to get it for free. Yeah. Still, everyone just sat in the garage. Like, folks, come on, give us something interesting to look at. We don't want to just be staring around, looking at the flags and seeing how much wind there is. It would be much more interesting if we could see some cars out on the track. But the mechanics are taking their merry time, and the drivers aren't too bothered about it either, because they know they'll just make up the time when when they actually get in the car. So yeah. You've got to remember it's not the only one. You've got to remember your team is not the only one looking at your performance. If you show your capabilities to other teams that the other teams don't have, they'll be trying to figure out how you did that. Yeah, that is true. You're basically essentially just delaying the development war that would start. Like, for example, if for whatever reason Ferrari had like a super fast car because they had figured out something special with their diffuser or something special with their rear wing, um, you know for a fact that when they get pole in Austria and they're like, not in Austria, in Australia, and they're like a second ahead of everyone else, everyone's going to be looking at their car trying to figure out what's happening. Compared to if they were so much quicker than everyone in testing, then everyone's going to start looking at it from testing. So you're basically just saving 2 weeks of a development war, and 2 weeks is an extra basically 2 races that you will have an advantage compared to when someone else will bring an upgrade package. So for example, you show off your Ferrari that's super fast, and within 3 weeks, McLaren have put together an upgrade package that does the exact same thing. So that means that only for the first race of the season in Australia, you had the upper hand. And then after that, McLaren and Mercedes and everyone else has copied you. So you only had an advantage for 1 week. Whereas if you conceal it all the way till Australia, if you conceal it all the way till Australia, and then McLaren finds out about it, then it takes them 3 weeks to do that. Then you're ahead for the Chinese Grand Prix. You're ahead for you're ahead for the Australian Grand Prix and the Chinese Grand Prix and the one after that as well, which is Japan. So that's the reason really. You delay the fact that everyone else would copy you by a couple of weeks. Hey, has it not started? It has started. Look, you can see the timer ticking down. All of the mechanics, all of the cars still up on stilts. The driver's still making changes. The mechanics still changing stuff. No one looks like they're in a particular hurry to do anything, and yeah, fortunate really. Yeah, the pit lane exit is open. It's been open for 12 minutes, and all of the mechanics still just sat in the garage. Oh no! We've got Isaac Hadjar getting ready. He's putting his balaclava and helmet on. So I think he might be one of the first drivers to make his way out onto the track. Right. What's up with chat? I mean, everyone's just a little bored, really. We've had a 1 hour lunch break and no cars on the track. I think that's what's going on. I'm a new fan. This is my first time joining a watch party for testing. Well, what's going on is that all of the mechanics, essentially, what's happened is that there are two drivers in each team. One driver was driving in the first practice session, and another driver was driving in the second practice session. In the second testing session, sorry. And they're just switching between the two drivers, and to do that they have to change the pedals, and they also have to change the seat. To change the seat it's quite quick and easy, but to change the pedals a lot harder. It takes a lot of time to dismantle the rest of the car, then put the pedals in, and then reassemble the car. And that's why all of the mechanics had their full lunch break and everything, and then they got back to work. So because of that, they're just overrunning into the start of the test session. When will they go for softs? They will go for the softs probably at the end of tomorrow's session and the end of the session after tomorrow as well. Why not just bring two cars? Because the FAA doesn't allow it. The FAA says you're only allowed a maximum of one car per test session. And you're only allowed, you can't bring two cars because, the FAA, you can't also, you're allowed one car out on track, but you're also only allowed one car for the entire test. Yeah. All right, got 2,000 people watching the stream. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Very much is appreciated. And we are now 15 minutes into the testing session, and nobody has made their way out onto the circuit yet. For some reason it says Norris has activated DRS, which is a little interesting, but apart from that, nothing much. Pit lane simulator 25, yeah. Very nice, very nice. Okay. Well, folks, let me know which team do you think is going to be out first. I am guessing that it's going to be VCarb. I think VCarb is going to be the first one out. Then it's going to be Kick Sauber, and then it's going to be Ferrari. Why not? Why can the teams only test one car? Surely they need to test both. No, they can just test both on the first practice session, because they are just testing the systems essentially. They are testing what is wrong, if there's anything critically wrong with the car, and if there's nothing critically wrong with the car, then everything will start up just fine, and you can just make another car that's the exact same, so you don't really have to worry. Because if you test one, the second one gets tested by the fact that it's just the exact same design. By the way, has anyone binned the car earlier today? No. The closest anyone had to crash the car was Liam Lawson. He spun on the exit of turn number 2 and nearly crashed it, but was fine. Are you going to Silverstone this year? No, probably not. Yeah. Unfortunately, probably just gonna be streaming instead. Oh, Max Verstappen's in the car as well. Have they put tyres on the? No, they haven't put tyres on the car. Verstappen sat in the car, but no hands device, no tyres, so it's still not going out yet. Right, what else? Will you stream tomorrow? Yeah, I will be streaming tomorrow. Because I'm available, so why not? Have you ever been to an F1 race? No, I have not. I would quite like to go. Probably will go to Spa. Yeah, have any of you guys been to an F1 race? If so, which F1 race was it? Yeah, let me know. And what do you think of it? What did you think of the F1 race? I think, yeah, All right, I think the new dynasty may begin. It just goes the height of every dynasty that lose out next season. 2004 Ferrari, 2023 Red Bull, 2020 Merc. Don't know exactly what you mean, but sure. When will the drivers get out? Just an estimate. I have no idea. Probably in the next 5 minutes, five to 10. Spa 2009 with the paddock pass. Ooh, very interesting. Like, I don't see what the point of spamming is, guys. Like, I can read your message, and my mic volume isn't going any higher because it is the perfect volume for basically everyone, apart from about 4 or 5 people. So, I'd love to see stream Grand Prix trackside while I like some streamers play esports. Yeah, that would actually be pretty cool. I could, yeah, if I think about it, doing it at Spa probably wouldn't be ideal. But for example, if I was at Singapore where there's 5G everywhere, I could get one of those 5G sims where I have like unlimited mobile data, and then stream from like one of the grandstands. Because yeah, given the 5G will be good enough to stream, I don't think 4G would be. And then yeah, just go straight to YouTube, and that would be pretty awesome. Yeah, they really are taking their time. Like, I don't know what is going on here. Because what, we just wasted 20 minutes. Oh, here we go. Finally, Isaac Hadjar makes his way out onto the circuit. Took him a while, but as predicted, the V carb makes his way out first. Brilliant. Okay. Isaac Hadjar out on a set of used medium tyres to do his first install lap of the day. I mean, he doesn't really need to do an install lap. That car was the exact same car that Sonoda drove. But I guess they did disassemble it quite a bit, so he's going to go out, check everything, and then probably go out on a bit of a long run. Ocon makes his way out as well. Very nice. And yeah. Attended the F1 races in Portugal, Estoril and Portimao. Estoril 1985, my 4-year-old's birthday, was probably a pinnacle that made me enter motorsport racing. Oh, wow. Fantastic. What sort of motor racing have you ended up doing then, Hugo? I guess there's no real rush since they're 4 hours exactly. 4 hours is more than enough. They can cover 2 full race distances in 4 hours. So Ocon is out 5-second time penalty. Yeah, 5-second time penalty for sure. Definitely right. I'm in school watching this right now. Well, I would be doing the same. I should say don't do that, and probably don't do that. But I also can't say that I would do anything different. So finally going out, Gabriel Bortoletto making his way out as well very, very soon. Nice to see that. Yeah, we'll have a couple more rookies driving around, seeing what they can do. I've been to the 2013 Indian Grand Prix where Seb Vettel won the World Championship for the 3rd time. 3rd or 4th. One of the best moments that I've ever seen in F1 racing history. Yeah, that is honestly that photo of Seb Vettel where he's like bowing down to the car. That is, I would put that as one of the most iconic photos in Formula One. Yeah. Is there a limit of tyres in preseason testing? I think so. Maybe like I'm not 100% sure. You do have to. It's not really that limited. You just have to tell Pirelli in advance. Oh, I want this many tyres. Yeah, and also I'd appreciate if you didn't capitalize everything. Yeah, I do end up getting around to messages. It's just that obviously if you capitalize them, I might just ignore you. Yeah, I don't know. What would you guys think as like the most iconic image in Formula One history. I think some of those old images where the cars are going up Spa, that's a pretty good one. Michael Schumacher and Mika Hakkinen, where they've both like crashed out and they're talking to each other about, oh, like this is what you should have done. That's a pretty good one as well. But Seb Vettel bowing down to his car is I think on another level. Yeah. Mansell and Senna, yeah. Hamilton and Vettel, Alonso. Oh, Hamilton, Vettel, Alonso, Abu Dhabi drifts. Yeah, that was a pretty good one as well. I had that as my wallpaper on my laptop for ages. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, Isaac Hadjar all on his own. Just getting to grips with a Formula One car, getting to grips with the 2025 V-Carb Formula One car. That's my wallpaper right now. Yeah, I mean it's a pretty good wallpaper, isn't it? Yeah, the Alonso when he lost the championship is a bit of a meme. Like everyone knows, but yeah, you've got to also look at the significance of the image. Like, yeah. Still only Isaac Hadjar out though. Don't know why Esteban Ocon did an install lap. The car was working perfectly fine before. Senna and Mansell side by side with the Williams sparking. Yeah, it's definitely a great one as well. Belgium 2018 lap 1. Oh yeah, when they were side by side. Hamilton, Verstappen, Hamilton, Vettel, Ocon and Perez, the two Force Indias on either side. That was a great one. Or if you're talking about the crash of, I think it was Alonso and Charles Leclerc. Yeah, F1 Manager update. I would definitely play Motorsport Manager more than I play F1 Manager, probably. Given that I have Motorsport Manager and I don't have F1 Manager. But the update seems good. I don't think the game is still fully fleshed out, but better than it was before. Verstappen makes his way out onto the circuit, very nice. Only Red Bull cars on the track as of this moment. Here we go then. Yeah. Also, folks, if you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. If you haven't subscribed, be sure to do that as well. It hugely helps out the channel. Yeah. Who do you think is the biggest contender to challenge Verstappen in the World Championship? Verstappen, probably Leclerc. Yeah, Leclerc and maybe Lando Norris or Piastri. Yeah. All right, Verstappen makes his way around now. Let's wait and see what he can do. Still no one else coming out. Like, we're still half an hour into the testing session, and half the grid is just sat in the pits. I mean, there were no disruptions in the first half of the day, so no red flags or anything like that, no delays. So I get that you're probably ahead on their schedule, but still, just sitting in the pits is a bit boring. All right, here comes Max Verstappen. Let's take you around a lap of the Bahrain circuit. Max Verstappen straightens the car up, exits turn number 2, foot flat to the floor, opens the DRS flap as he heads towards turn number 4, and onto the brakes he goes, uses all of the outside curb as to widen the entry, and then just touches the gravel on the exit, just as you're meant to do. That's a perfect racing line. Throws the car in through 5 and 6, and Rotates it very nicely through turn number 8. It's a bit of a downhill braking zone, very easy to lock up. And now it's even easier to lock up at now going towards turn number 9 and 10. You're doing so much steering while you're braking, but Max Verstappen deals with that very nicely. Opens that DRS flap wide open, and now heading towards turn number 11. Slams on those brakes at the 70-meter mark, rotates the car up the hill, can't see the exit, but still has full commitment, and flat through turn number 12, hugging that apex, and then shifts down into 4th, rotates that car back onto the power. The car seems very, very stable over the curbs. That's a good improvement from the Red Bull. They were quite unstable over the curbs last year, but Verstappen drives it perfectly over the curb, perfectly fine over the curbs of turn number 13. And then he gets onto the power now across the start-finish line, and he puts himself up into 10th position. A good start there from Max Verstappen on a old set of hard tyres. All right. Yeah, now we got Bortoletto on the track, and we got Gasly out onto the track as well. Fantastic. Okay. Yeah. Oh, the Ferraris are coming out as well. We're going to have Leclerc out onto the track. Very nice. What else is going on? Nothing all that much, really. Leclerc makes his way out with a huge aero rake now on the rear of the car. That's good to see. They've got all of the data that they needed from the front. Now they've got the aero rakes on the back. And they'll analyze all of that, and then that'll go back into the simulations to check everything works as expected. Yeah. Oh, I thought you meant Bortoletto. Yeah, no, apologies for that. But yeah, no, just out of the pits. F1 Gamer, who do you think will have a better season? Leclerc or Hamilton? I'd say Leclerc. Yeah, Leclerc, I think, would have a better one, just because he'll start off the season better compared to Hamilton. All right. Yeah, we got Gasly, Verstappen, Bortoletto, and Leclerc out onto the circuit. Very nice. We'll get some quick laps coming through very, very soon. Gasly, he's on some green sectors there. I mean, of course, it's his first lap, so they were going to be green, but yeah. Oh, the data's just skipped ahead a little bit. Gasly across the line, 11th place for him. Very nicely done. Alrighty. Why is Max sandbagging? I don't think Max is sandbagging. I don't think he's got little enough fuel in the car to actually attack. Ooh, a huge snap of the rear for Pierre Gasly as well. So maybe it isn't just Jack doing, exploring the limits of the car. The Alpine might just be a little bit inherently unstable on the rear. Doohan was having some issues going through turn number 4 and a couple of other corners as well. And Gasly, immediately as he gets onto the power on turn number 2, gets a snap of oversteer. So maybe the Alpine lacking a little bit of rear downforce, or having some other related issue, which isn't ideal. All right, is Red Bull a good car again? Well, I don't know. I suspect they'll be a fairly good car, but I'm not 100% certain of it. Mercedes World Constructors Championship. Oh, well, they'll need a fairly big step up because last season they were quick sometimes and quick and pretty slow other times and weren't all that consistent. So if they can fix that consistency problem, then they have a real shot at the Constructors Championship, because being a Constructors Championship, you need to be super duper consistent. I think Piastri finished every single race last year, and I think he did it within the points as well. So yeah, it was a very, very nice job from Piastri, just being so consistent, and that's part of the reason why McLaren went on to win the constructors. All right. Mm, yeah. No radios banned in action. No, it's just the radio system hasn't been set up, I don't think, for the start of the season. Maybe they're not doing it for preseason testing this year, but there's been no team radio messages for anyone. Yeah, I'm sure it'll start working once we get to Australia, or it might even start working tomorrow. Like, I'm not really sure. Leclerc is so quick. Well, Leclerc's in 14th place, so he's the last driver out of anyone that set a lap time, and he's 8 seconds off the pace. So, yeah, I don't know exactly what you're talking about there, but I'm sure he'll start picking up the pace soon enough. He's on some old hard tyres, and it looks like he's got quite a bit of fuel in the car as well. Yeah, he's got aero brakes on the back of his car, so the point is not to be driving quickly. The point is to be gathering data. Okie dokes. How long is this going to go on for? For 3 hours and 24 minutes. That's how long the rest of the session is. Yeah. Right. How's the weather on the track today? It's very cloudy. So yeah. It's very unlike Bahrain to be cloudy, but it is. And tomorrow is forecast for rain. So yeah, Leclerc has a problem. I don't think Leclerc has a problem. I think Leclerc's just got heavy fuel in the car. Where is the speed trap? The speed trap is so low because it's the speed trap of the most recent lap the drivers did. So if they're on their cooldown lap, that's why it's 120 k's. And I'm sure the speed trap is just before the braking zone at turn number 1. Yeah. All right. But yeah, just Charles Leclerc now driving around. Yeah, it's pretty standard long run, really. You can tell that he's 4 seconds off the pace, so he's just got about a race distance worth of fuel on the car, and yeah, race distance worth of fuel, and he's just lapping up. No, actually not a race distance. Race distance about 6 or 7 seconds slower. So actually, yeah, Antonelli's probably not running zero fuel either. So yeah, seems like Leclerc's got a full race distance worth of fuel in his car, and He's just doing a race sim. Track temperature's 22 degrees, air temperature's 15, so it's not going to be too strenuous on the tyre wear situation. And soon enough, the floodlights will come on and it will get dark. Ooh, Max has come out. He's on a fresh set of hard tyres. That'll be interesting to see what he can do off those. Yeah. All right. Does this testing count towards the 200-kilometer allowance the team's got? No. The 200-kilometer testing allowance is totally separate. Like it's for them doing their own private testing. Apart, which is separate from all of the other teams. So, like, you know, Aston Martin can do some testing at the Silverstone track for up to 200 kilometers. Yeah, and they just have to let the FIA know that they're going to do that. But none of the other. But this is totally separate. Like, this is its own thing. Yeah, we've got Lando, Stroll, Sainz, and Russell still all yet to come out. Leclerc makes his way into the pits, and Verstappen is continuing on. Yeah, continuing on. And very complex aero rakes there on the back of the Ferrari that they've now taken off, and they'll be analysing all the data from. Give Leclerc softs and he'll get first. As long as there's a delusion, there's hope. No, I mean, if you give him softs, he definitely will get first, because Antonelli set his time, I'm pretty sure, on mediums, so the softs are definitely quicker, and yeah, he'll for sure get first, but I just don't know about whether he'll get first in the actual race or not. Yeah. Also, folks, if you haven't, if you do want to get F1 TV Pro, if you get it through my link, that definitely helps out the channel. You get to watch all of the F1 live with all of the onboards, and you get all the team radios as well. There's a link in the description. There's a link in the pinned chat comment. So go ahead and check that out. Right. Yep, Stroll makes it out onto the circuit as well. So now we're just waiting for Norris, Sainz, and Russell. Let's see, what's Verstappen's time? Wow, very nice. Set of hard tyres, set of fresh hard tyres, and he goes up into second position. 3 green sectors, not quicker than Antonelli in either of them, and he's 16 milliseconds behind Antonelli. Very, very nicely done. All right. Yeah, Bortoletto is just lapping away, and he's on a set of medium tyres that are just a couple of laps old, and he's just going to get on with his run plan. Hadjar's making his way out onto the track as well. That looks good for him. Ocon as well, making his way out. This should be good. F1 game is turning me into a Leclerc fan. I never thought I'd see the day. Well, I don't know exactly what have I said that's turned you into a Leclerc fan. But sure. I'm not particularly sure what I said to turn you into a Leclerc fan. But if you've turned into a Leclerc fan, it's not a bad thing, is it? We've got Pierre Gasly making his way out onto the circuit as well. Nicely done. And Stroll is lapping away in that Aston Martin. Currently in 17th position. He's on a flying lap. He's a bit slow through the middle sector, but continuing onwards, and we'll see what he can do. All right, out of the turn number 14 he goes. What's it going to be? He stays well within track limits, not pushing all too hard, and he drives into the pit lane, so we have no idea what his lap time is. Fantastic. Ooh, what's that? Verstappen is still. What is going on there? Oh, he's going super slowly. Why is Verstappen going super slowly on the exit at turn number 13? What is going on? Unless he's doing like a constant speed test at like 10, 20 kilometers per hour, I don't know what's going on. Because they're not even showing it in the footage really what's going on to Max Verstappen, but he's continuing on, so I guess he was just slowing down loads, maybe to cool his tires down or something, because they didn't deploy a yellow flag. So since they didn't deploy a yellow flag, I assume he didn't spin or go off into the gravel or anything like that. Yeah. All right. Yeah, maybe he didn't want any dirty air, but Ocon's probably going to get in his way soon enough. We'll just see. He's just throttle testing, checking temps. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know if you guys know, but when the drivers are on their formation lap, what they have to do is just before they reach the grid, they do a couple burnouts, get their rear tire temperature up, and I think these Pirelli tires are ever so slightly different. So maybe what they've done is just told Verstappen to slow down and do some burnouts, pretending as if he was on the formation lap, so they can figure out how long those burnouts have to be, how many he has to do for the tire temperature to increase to the desired level. That might be it. I'm not 100% certain, but yeah. Yes, Max Verstappen is testing the radio. Okay, Isaac Hadjar continuing on. Ooh, he's done a nice 360, has Isaac Hadjar, but yeah, Isaac Hadjar on the exit turn number 4, does a 360, saves the car from going into the barriers or anything, but has a nice spin, getting caught out by the wind once again. 13 kilometer per hour headwind, and then you lose, and that 13 kilometer per hour headwind turns into a tailwind. And he did a big old spin on the exit of turn number 4. Managed to save it though. So yeah, that's all we've had. A surprisingly tame practice testing so far. Just 2 spins and just lockups, and that's it. 2 spins, a couple of lockups. Where is Norris? No idea. Norris is sat in the pits, so is Sainz, so is Russell. Gasly sets a very nice lap time up into second place. But once again, not much to read into. He's done that on a set of medium tyres, so just probably putting himself higher up on the leaderboard. Maybe some glory runs. Maybe he's just doing it, warming up his tyres to go on a long run. All right. Imagine Antonelli wins the World Drivers' Championship. I mean, it could happen. I think if Antonelli was going to win, then I'm sure George Russell winning was a little bit more likely, but who knows? Oh, we got 3,000 people tuning into the live stream. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Very much do appreciate all of the support. Yeah, I hope to see you guys around for the stream tomorrow. Be sure to hit the like button and subscribe. It definitely helps out the channel. And yeah, I'll be commentating for preseason testing tomorrow and the day after as well. Brilliant. I was expecting Gasly to be less aero with hair. Yeah. Gasly's got a new haircut, which is definitely more aerodynamic than his previous one. So maybe that's what it is. I think Seb Vettel had a pretty nice aerodynamic haircut in 2018, I think it was. Yeah. All right. Interesting. Is the Alpine overweight this year? No, I don't think the Alpine is overweight. They will have done most of their weight reduction over the course of the season. I think by the end of the season they were more than fine. Because if they were overweight, you wouldn't see as much paint on their livery. They would have chopped off all of the paint on the livery. But yeah, they're underweight now, so they can afford to just stick paint on the livery. Will Charles not race today? Charles, I mean, there's no racing going on today. Charles will come out of the pits soon enough. But they just enjoy sitting in the pit lane. What can you do? What are the last three drivers doing? Honestly, I have no idea. They are just sat there waiting around. It's not like the circuit is not clean or anything like that. The circuit is more than clean. They are just waiting because they can, and they're not on a particularly strict schedule. Yeah. All right. Russell makes his way out onto the circuit. Nicely done. Yeah, I mean, look at that. An hour into the session, 50 minutes into the session, and then Russell makes his way out onto the track. Norris and Sainz are going to do the same by the looks of it. Yeah, what do you think about Williams this year? Well, I think Williams are in a pretty good position. They've got two fantastic drivers, and they'll be looking to develop and improve the car as much as they possibly can. And I think that's a pretty good thing. They hopefully can get onto an upward trajectory. That'd be fantastic. But yeah. All right. I'm going to have a quick sip of water. I'll be back in a sec, folks. Right. Maxi is not happy because of MBS. Yeah, well, what can you do? I'm sure Max doesn't really care that much overall. He'll just do what he wants, and it will be fine anyway, probably. Max is out on used tyres again. Yeah, they're gonna be out on used tyres for a while now, because they've only really got a limited set of tyres for testing, and they're not going to be using all of them immediately. They're going to have to wear some of them out, and they'll get the accurate running that they want. Okay. Yeah, the old script, we've got Max. We can basically do anything that we want. That seems to work pretty well for Red Bull. All right. Norris and Sainz, though, still in the pits, approaching now 1 hour into the test session, and they are still sat in the pit lane. Okay. Oh, this is interesting. I don't know what's going on here. George Russell's steering wheel has got 2 wires attached to it, and it looks like the wires have been taped on. I have no idea what that is. But seems a little odd. Yeah, that's very strange actually. Just 2 random wires or tubes taped onto a steering wheel that rotate as the steering wheel rotates. And I'm not exactly sure what that would be for. I don't know if you guys have any ideas. But it's a little strange. Yeah. ST means speed trap. So speed trap speed. As the drivers go down the main straight, there is a speed camera essentially that is looking at the speed of the drivers. Unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, fortunately, it doesn't give them a fine if they go a little bit too fast. Yeah. Oh, Lando Norris has got his helmet and his hands device and everything on, and it looks like he's going to get into the car very soon now. Yeah. So Norris should be making his way out by the end of the hour, and oh no, he won't. There's still got quite a few things to change on his car actually. Norris is there ready and waiting, but the mechanics are still taking their time. Still, well, reassembling the car, and then finally Norris will come out. So maybe not the end of the hour, probably a little bit longer than that as well. A new different type of DAS system. I don't think it's DAS. Are they using DRS? Well, you can just tell if they're using DRS or not by looking at the thing on the screen. Like the color will totally fill up if they're using DRS. Like it's green now, but it'll go fully green if they're using it. But most of the time they aren't. Given that it's long runs, they're doing race simulations. They assume that they're not going to have DRS for the race. And there's actually a speed limit. The FIA has partnered with the laws of physics to penalise drivers that drive faster than C. Well, see, the thing is, if they're driving faster than the speed of light, then they can't actually be photographed on the speed camera. So technically, they can't be penalised. George Russell once again just dipping into a bit of that gravel on the exit of turn number 4. We've seen so many drivers do it. Russell, Gasly, Hamilton, Doohan, pretty much everyone. Verstappen, everyone's done it. So, yeah, not too big of an issue. That's probably the optimal racing line around that track, around that corner, really. Let's have a look. Verstappen just slightly picks up a little bit of gravel as well. All right, Carlos Sainz finally out onto the track as well. Brilliant from him. 3 hours remain of this test session, and we've got Carlos Sainz. We've got Carlos Sainz, Verstappen, Russell, Ocon, and Leclerc out on track. Yeah. So that's about it really. We've had one of the drivers end up in the pit lane again, but Leclerc is using DRS on this lap. In fact, he was 304 kilometers per hour going down the main straight when he used DRS, and he's green in the first sector, green in the second sector as well. Looks like he's going to improve and probably put himself up maybe into third or fourth place. Looks good though from Charles Leclerc. The car looking pretty stable in his hands. All right. Carlos Sainz driving around that. Williams has got a whole bunch of Flovis paint. Basically on one half of the car it's got Flovis paint. Leclerc, by the looks of it, did he back out or what? I don't know what he did, but he wasn't quick enough to improve. Oh no, he did improve on his time, just not enough to get any more positions. Yeah. Carlos Sainz has got Flovis over half of his car at this point, and they're trying to analyze all of the flow characteristics around the front wing and the end plate and the wheel cover and all of those things to see if their CFD simulations work correctly. Are they taking DRS away next year? No, I don't think so. They will still have active aero, but there'll be limits on how much the active aero can actually move. And then once you're within DRS range, the limit will change and you can move your active aero even more, probably. That's what I think it's going to be. Yeah. Okie dokes. Yeah, not much else is really going on. Stroll is lapping away on some medium tyres. Norris still in the pits though. Whatever they're doing on Norris's car is taking an awfully long amount of time. And Norris is ready there, waiting with his helmet, visor, all of the visor tear-off strips, everything. And the car just isn't ready for him. All right. Oh, that Williams looks very stable. When they're going down the main straight, no porpoising whatsoever. Very unlike the Ferrari. The Ferrari was not even. It was porpoising a little bit, and it was also oscillating as well. Like even after they fixed the porpoising issue of slamming into the ground, there was quite a lot of oscillations going on, and the Williams looks absolutely rock steady stable as it goes down the main straight. So yeah, interesting. Maybe they're just running a higher ride height so they don't have porpoising issues. Maybe they just don't generate enough downforce so they don't have porpoising issues. Who knows? But obviously, it's a good thing for Williams not to have any porpoising. Right. I think Ferrari look a bit slow. Well, yeah, you'd think that. However, the thing is that Ferrari has put so much fuel in that car. You can just tell by the way it's a bit sluggish to turn in and everything. That it doesn't really matter because you're not going to be really into this much. At least for quali sim data, like this is most definitely race sim data. Like this is second stint of the race, going to the end on a set of hard tires or something like that. So yeah, there's probably should just wait for the quali sims that are going to happen tomorrow and the day after. Sainz did a lap and dipped. Yeah, a lot of drivers have done that today. They'll go out, do an install lap, come back into the pits and just sit there for a bit. But Sainz has made his way back out now on a set of medium tyres, so that should be good. There we go. Stroll goes up into 13th position. Very, very nicely done. Yeah. Even in the quali sims, teams will be sandbagging. Well, yeah, the teams will be sandbagging in them. However, their way of sandbagging will be to go full throttle, and just before they hit the start finish line, they'll lift off the throttle, or they'll slam on the brakes or something. So yeah, that's how they're going to sandbag, and it'll be pretty obvious. Purple sector 1, purple sector 2, and then yellow sector 3, like 3 seconds off the pace. So, yeah, at least those ones are fairly obvious. Like, you know what's actually going on. Sandbagging is. Oh, sorry. I just hit my mic there. Sandbagging is just the act of slowing down to show everyone else that you're not actually that quick. So, for example, you do a quali sim and you're about to come across the line and go about 1 second faster than the rest of the competition. But instead of doing that, you just slam on the brake super early and come across the line like 3 seconds slower than the pole position time or the time that's in first place. And then nobody knows. Well, I mean, people do know because people will just reconstruct your lap time based off like when you didn't slam on the brakes. But apart from that, yeah, that is what sandbagging is basically. All right. Let's see. Norris finally makes his way out onto the circuit. Whatever issue that he had with his car has been fixed after an hour and 5 minutes. And he makes his way back out. Well, not back out, makes his way out, and he does so on a set of old medium tyres. Maybe he'll do an install lap. He probably will do an install lap given all of the things that has been changed on his car. Yeah. Oh, we might actually have team radios coming through. Let me just give them a quick refresh. All right, we might get some team radios coming through. I'm not 100% sure, but I've just restarted it. Yeah. Yeah, the age is the tire age. They're definitely not how old the drivers are, because I'm pretty sure Pierre Gasly is not 2 years old. Yeah. So, all right. No way it's raining at 16:40. Like that is that's just not happening. There's no way it's actually going to rain in Bahrain. I'll see it when it happens. I'll believe it when it happens. If it doesn't happen, until it happens, I'm not believing that it's going to rain. At least not today. Tomorrow it might. Team radios would be cool. Yeah, I'd get the team radios. Hopefully they work tomorrow. Today doesn't look like they've been on our side. Right. Yeah, so that's it. All 20. Oh no, Bortoletto and Norris are still yet to set laps. I think Bortoletto is about to start a lap, or is he going to come into the pits again? No, Bortoletto's starting a lap now. And Norris is also on a flying lap. So as long as he doesn't come into the pits, that should mean all 20 drivers will have completed flying laps. Norris green in the middle sector as well, very nice. Seems like he's pushing reasonably hard, not all that quick, but yeah, looks good. And then out the final corner he goes, very nicely done. Onto the power, and here he comes across the start finish line. What's it going to be? No, it's not. He comes into the pit lane. Brilliant. So that's what's happened there. When Norris, he just comes into the pits, aborts his lap, and then we'll see what Bortoletto can do. Yeah. Alright, so it's just Hadjar and Bortoletto out on the circuit right now. Bortoletto is, by the looks of it, on a flying lap. He's not on a particularly quick lap, really. He's going slow in the first sector, slow in the second sector, but still a lap. And Isaac Hadjar is currently in 17th position, with all purple, well, not all purple, all green sectors. Very nice. Okay, and yeah, Bortoletto pulls into the pit lane as well, so we're not getting full lap times from them just yet. Right, Gasly's out onto the track. Nicely done. Just Gasly and Hadjar. Gasly's, though, up in second place. Good lap from him, really. And he's out on those same set of medium tyres that he set those laps on. So I think now is time for a bit of a long run and gather some information on the mediums. I mean, Doohan did do some long runs as well, but they obviously want long runs from both drivers because they will have slightly different driving styles, and that means slightly different tyre wear levels and stuff like that. Esteban Ocon makes his way out onto the circuit, and so does Carlos Sainz. Very nice. A little bit more action on the track. Yeah, what else is going on really? Not all that much, to be honest. Let's have a look at the lap times from Pierre Gasly. Oh, Pierre Gasly's about to start his lap, and Ocon and Sainz are on their out laps. Brilliant. Opinion on Haas? Well, I don't really know. They've got 2 new drivers this year, which is going to be a bit of a change for them. They're going to have Behrman and they're going to have Ocon. I think it should be fine for them, really, having 2 new drivers. And then their car upgrades, they seem to be improving. You know, last year I remember it was always either one, Hulkenberg or Magnussen. One of them would get eliminated in Q1 and one of them would make it through to Q3. It was the strangest thing ever, and I don't know why. And it wouldn't always be the same driver. Sometimes it would switch. Sometimes it would be K-Mag, sometimes it would be Hulkenberg making it through into Q3. So yeah, they have sort of signs of pace very occasionally, but sort of, you know, in quali they would have those signs of pace, and then once it came to race day, you know, whoever got out qualified, whoever was got eliminated in Q1 would progress up some places, probably up to like 12th or 13th place, and whoever got through into Q3 would go down some places, probably into 12th or 13th place, and that is basically what Haas did for last year. So if they can improve upon that and keep drivers within the points, if they qualify there, then that would be the aim, really. Yeah. I mean, it's fantastic what they do on such a small budget, really, that they can keep up with all of these big teams. Now, of course, the cost cap has come in to help with that, but even before, in 2018, they were best of the rest, partly due to the Ferrari engine, but still, a lot of own development work going into developing their car and making it one of the fastest teams on the grid. Whereas Bottas is now a reserve driver. I mean, someone the caliber of Valtteri Bottas should not be a reserve driver, really. I think Kick Sauber should have. If Kick Sauber was serious or Audi was serious about Formula One, you would have kept Valtteri Bottas and Nico Hulkenberg as your 2 drivers, not Gabriel Bortoletto. Like, obviously, this is not anything bad against Gabriel Bortoletto. It's just Audi specifically. You know, they're in Formula One trying to make a brand for themselves. They don't want to be finishing in last place all the time. And if you don't want to be finishing in last place all the time, you need good feedback from your drivers to your engineers, to be able to communicate and do things well and develop the car as much as possible. And Bortoleto probably doesn't have as good, race feedback skills, car development ideas as Valtteri Bottas does. And Bortoleto will not be as quick as Valtteri Bottas either. So I found it very confusing that they took a rookie. I mean, maybe when Audi come in, they'll sack Bortoleto and they'll get Bottas again. But yeah, like it doesn't make that much sense to me if your aim is to become like one of the fastest teams on the grid. Yeah. Is the race on Sunday? No, there's no race this weekend, unfortunately. There's a race in 2 weeks' time on the 16th of March. Yeah, 16th of March. But yeah, I'll be streaming for it, so don't worry about that. And you'll get a notification or it'll pop up on your YouTube feed. So yeah. Okay, opinion on Ferrari during testing? Well, I can't really get much of a read on Ferrari. Like Hamilton was driving fine in it. The car had some issues with the porpoising. They managed to reduce the issues with the porpoising. I don't know if they're going to completely go away or not. And then Leclerc, well, it's just been doing long runs really, so I can't really tell. Oh, purple first sector here from George Russell. Looks like he is pushing. He now heads his way up towards turn number 12, flat, and he's touching that, hugging that apex as he goes towards turn number 13. Now he's 4 tenths up on Kimi Antonelli's time, and foot flat to the floor. He's on the C3 tyres, the mediums, as he heads towards the final corner of the circuit. A lot of downshifts, hits that apex perfectly, and then all over the exit curb. And across the line he goes, and he goes 3.5 tenths ahead of his teammate. Nicely done from George Russell. So a Mercedes 1-2, that is not something that I expected, but given that it's practice, it doesn't, not practice, given that it's testing, it's not something that really matters whatsoever. Yeah, porpoising is the car bouncing up and down at high speed. So you get it because of the downforce generated by the diffuser. The way that it works is the downforce generated by the diffuser is gets stronger and stronger the closer the whole car is to the floor. So if you imagine the car is just driving along and there's a tiny little bump that causes the car to bounce upwards and then afterwards bounce downwards. After it bounces downwards, the downforce generated, the suction generated by the diffuser gets even higher. So instead of it just going back to normal, it gets pulled even further towards the ground. And because it gets pulled even further towards the ground, it gets even closer to the ground, which generates even more downforce. And it's this continuing cycle until the floor just slams into the ground and then it bounces back up. And because the suspension is just a spring system, it bounces back up and then it'll bounce back down again, and then it'll generate more and more downforce, and then it'll hit the ground, bounce back up, but more and more down, and then come back down, and then more and more downforce, and there's just a repeating cycle of the car bouncing up and down because of the diffuser generating more and more downforce. So it's not particularly stable for the car either, because at one moment in time you're generating huge amounts of downforce, and the next moment in time it's all suddenly gone. So, and it's not particularly comfortable for the drivers either. So that is that's what porpoising is, and that's why they stop it. Well, that's why they ideally want to stop it. Yeah. All right. Who is not driving today? Everyone is driving. It's of course, but because it's testing, half the drivers are driving in the morning and half the drivers are driving in the afternoon. So yeah, currently once the news ticker on the bottom of the screen scrolls across, you'll be able to see who's driving for the afternoon. Isaac Hadjar kicks up a bunch of a gravel once again as he makes his way around turn number 4, but still continuing on. Very nice from him. And the Merc era is back. What do you think? Well, I don't think the Merc era is back, folks. And maybe it is, but not based off this result. I'll have to wait till at least the quali sims on the last day, or just Q3 in Australia. Yeah, like Mercedes are looking quick, but that's because they might just want to get onto the headlines, and then maybe 2-3 in 2 weeks time when we get to Australia they'll be nowhere, and McLaren will be faster. Do you think Bottas will join 2026 Cadillac? What do you think? I mean, maybe if he's given the offer, then why not? He just has to be assured that he's not going to be driving around at the back the entire time. And if he is, then he has the freedom to do whatever he wants. Like Bottas, I think, has been taking part in a lot of cycling races and stuff. And yeah, if he has the freedom to do whatever he wants and it hasn't got too much media commitments and things like that, then sure, why not? All right, yeah, Isaac Hadjar once again all over the curbs at turn number 4, but he is pushing quite hard. And it looks good in the hands of Isaac Hadjar so far. He seemed fairly capable in Formula 2 last year, so I don't blame him being... it's not surprising, actually, that he's pretty good. What are your views as current status? What are your views as current status? Whom do you think is the fastest? I don't know. I can't tell, really. It could be the Ferraris, it could be the Red Bulls, it could be the Mercedes, so it could be the McLarens. Any one of those 4. I don't think it's anyone else, but McLarens aren't showing off too much pace, but they weren't showing off too much pace last year in testing as well. So we'll just have to wait and see. All right. Yeah, we are way off last year's poll, so let's not say anything about last time's. Exactly, yeah. Unless we get close to pole position or below pole position, then you can start talking, but even then, it's not exactly going to be the most accurate thing in the world. Alrighty. Russell used full DRS on his fast lap, whereas Gasly didn't use any. Why are they not using? So the reason is that they'll be doing totally different things. So, for example, Gasly will be doing a race simulation. Like they will do some simulations assuming, we have no DRS, so we're just going to run all our sims without DRS. Russell, however, will be doing a simulation where they assume he does have DRS, and yeah, that'll be about it, really, because it might be simulating sort of following another driver. So, because if you think about this, right, when you're driving on your own, let's say your tire temperature is 90 degrees, and you're just driving, and you've got no DRS, but your tires are at 90 degrees. They're not too hot. Now, if you consider that you are like chasing behind someone and you're within their DRS range, your tire is much more likely to be around about 95, 98 degrees. So maybe what's happening is George Russell's doing a sort of a chasing down simulation. Now, of course, that's without the dirty air, but he can just increase his tire temperature and hold it at a higher level, rather than trying to actually manage it. Like, he's just going to hold a tire temperature of 98 degrees and use DRS to see what the tire wear would be like. and whichever other driver might just be doing a race pace simulation where they are sat, where they're just on their own and they're just looking at the tire wear as at a normal temperature, like 90 degrees instead of 95 or 98. Yeah. All right. What are you studying at uni? Studying engineering. Yeah. Rooting for VCarb over the main Red Bull. Well, the VCarb does have a very nice livery. I would say one of the best liveries. Actually, not one of the best. The best livery of the year. I don't know what you guys would think. But the Ferrari livery with its stupid HP logo is not a big win really, and yeah, that's I don't think the Ferrari logo, the Ferrari livery is all that great this year. And the rest of them are so similar to what they were the previous year, I can't even call them that different. Uh, oh, we've got quite a few drivers out on the track now. Let's have a look. What is Carlos Sainz doing? He's on a set of hard tyres, doing long runs without DRS. Yeah, long runs without DRS, and his lap times are around about. A 2:24. Oh, he's probably doing a slow lap or something. Not actually sure what he's doing there. Isaac Hadjar, though, he is using DRS. And he's on a set of medium tyres. And yeah, we'll wait and see what he can do. Looks like he's doing a cool down lap, though. McLaren is annoying. How can you fall off this fast? I mean, I would like to let you know that McLaren will be quick once we get to Australia. Like, they are just not trying very hard or at all. Like, look at the number of laps Lando Norris has done. Norris has done 4 laps this whole session. We're 1.5 hours into the testing, and Norris has done 4 laps. So it's quite clear that they're just not really trying that hard. Yeah. What engineering? Mechanical, yeah. When is your first GP? My first Grand Prix was 2018 Spa. That was the first one that I watched. Yeah. Do you think Antonelli will win a race this year? Ooh, this is a tough one. I reckon that he won't. No, okay, I think he will actually. It's gonna be. It just depends on how quick up to speed he gets. Like if he can actually keep up with George Russell, and if he can, then how long is that going to take? Because if he can catch up to George Russell, I think Russell will definitely win a race this season. If he's on par with George Russell all season long, then there's definitely a chance that Antonelli can win. But if he takes a while to find his feet in Formula One, and then catch up to the pace of George Russell, and we're like 2/3 of the way through the season, and he's at the same pace as Russell, then I think it's a little bit unlikely that in the final race, in the final third or the final quarter of the season, that he's going to win a race. So yeah, that's what I think about. Is Antonelli going to win? Who do you think will be the fastest at the end of the day? Oh, it'll probably be, well, by the looks of it, maybe the Alpines. Pierre Gasly goes ahead of Kimi Antonelli on a quick lap. They're purple in the final sector, and he's done that in a fresh set of mediums. So maybe an Alpine. I have no idea. Leclerc P5 to P5 to P5. Yeah, I mean, Leclerc hasn't improved. His lap times are actually slower than his current lap time is slower than his best, so he's just going to stay in P5. It doesn't move him down if he is slower than his previous best lap time. Yeah. All right. What else, really? What else is going on? Okie dokes. Yeah. No, not too much going on, to be honest. Opinion on sights of Williams. I think it'll be I think it'll be good for Williams. Obviously it's a downgrade for Sainz, but sometimes these things happen. Like there are only a certain number of top teams, and when Lewis Hamilton comes knocking on the door, like, oh, can I have your seat? Then what's Ferrari really meant to say? Like, no, we don't want you. You're a 7-time world champion, but we prefer Carlos. Like, I don't think that's really going to happen. Yeah. What tracks would you like to see added and removed from the calendar? We had this discussion in the little, what's it called, mini in the lunch break, but why not? We'll carry on. So I think that Sepang should be added back. I think the Korean Grand Prix should be added back. The Hockenheimring, Nürburgring, they should maybe race at the Le Mans short circuit or something, like race in a circuit in France as well. Where else could they race? In South Africa. And get rid of the circuits. I mean, it's pretty easy to say which circuits to get rid of. Let's just have a scroll through the calendar. So you could probably get rid of Las Vegas because, it's Las Vegas. You can get rid of Qatar. You could also probably be fine getting rid of Miami. Yeah. And, like, I'm going to be honest here. I think there should only be one race per country per year. Like, maybe the US is an exception because it's a big country, but apart from that, like in Italy, for example, like I get that Italy is Formula One is very big in Italy, but you could alternate between and Imola and Monza every other year, and then maybe race like in some other countries like Malaysia, like South Africa. So yeah. Um, yeah. The Indian Grand Prix would be good as well. True, true. I mean, the America could have two races. Like you could have COTA and then you could have Indianapolis. Um, those would be good. COTA or Watkins Glen. Watkins Glen's would be pretty good. Um, exactly. So that's what I think should happen. But the way things are going, Formula One is just going to go to whichever country is going to give them the most money. So yeah, and that is the reason why I said this earlier, but I'm not sure how many of you were watching about 4 hours ago or something. But the reason why Spa is not on the calendar, the reason why they changed Spa from 2028 to be every other year is so that because Spa is a historic F1 circuit, they know that people will go to Spa and watch. Spa kind of has to be on the calendar. They will accept a £20 million offer from Spa to like race to go there. Like Spa has to play Formula One 20 million, so Formula One comes to Spa. Whereas in Qatar, like Qatar and Baku, they'll pay like hundreds of millions to Formula One for the Formula One to come and race in Baku or in Qatar or wherever. So essentially, by alternating Spa every 2 years, they just free up another slot in the calendar to go to a circuit where they get paid 100 million per race, rather than the 20 million that Spa pays them. Yeah. Oh, what is Watkins Glen not up to F1 standards, but IndyCar? Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess then, yeah, you could either upgrade Watkins Glen or Indy. Indy would still be pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, I know every circuit that I mentioned that needs to go is giving money. I mean, that is but also as fans, you're not. I like. If you ask me to draw a map of all of the circuits, I will know most of the circuits. But if you ask me to draw a map of Miami, like, I have no idea, because I'm just not that interested in the Miami Grand Prix circuit. But I could draw the map of Spa off by heart. Like, you go down the main straight, you go through the La Source hairpin, then you go up through Eau Rouge and Radion, and then you got the Les Combes chicane, where you go left, right, where you go right, left, and then right again, and then you have the 180-degree turn, and then the left-hander, and then you get to Pouon, and then you have another double chicane, and then there's a right-hander, and then there's Blanchimont, and there's a double the bus-stop chicane, and then you get to the last, corner. So, yeah, like, I remember the Spa circuit off by heart. I remember basically every circuit off by heart. But the Vegas ones, the Miami ones, like, they're not appealing to me personally as an F1 fan. I suppose to you guys as an F1 fan as well. Yeah, I get Miami is new, so maybe that's not why I get it. But exactly, like, Formula One is going to have 2 German teams. It's going to have Mercedes. It's going to have Audi. It would make sense to have a German race. It's got Ferrari. We have a race in Italy. It's got Aston Martin. We've got a race in UK. So, all right. But anyway, we're back to preseason testing. What's been going on? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing has been going on. Everyone's just been doing their long runs. Verstappen's out on a fresh set of hards. We'll see maybe if he does a hot lap now. He's just come out of the pits, so maybe we will see a hot lap. Mercedes seems British due to the drivers. Well, yeah, I mean, Russell is British and Antonelli is Italian, but the manufacturer, once again, is still German, and I'm sure Audi as well. Very German. So, how is Lando still in the pits? I have no idea. Lando is just doing absolutely no driving. I'm sure he can still cover the required distance that he needs to do in the space of 2 hours, but I guess they want the data from the end of the session, like when in the twilight hours rather than when the sun's still out. But I don't see a reason why that would be the case. All right, let's have a look. What is Verstappen doing? Is he pushing any sort of reasonably hard? No, he's not. He's 9 seconds off the pace in the first sector. So, yeah. Oh yeah, they are based in the UK, but of course it is still I guess they're based in the UK, so fair enough. But Audi will be based in. I think Audi is based in either Munich. Like, the Audi Formula One team will either be based in Munich or in Germany. Not Germany, Munich or Berlin, I think. I'm not 100% certain. True. All right. Yeah, I mean, technically, most teams are like British. If you look at where their headquarters are, like Red Bull is technically an Austrian company or something, but their headquarters for their F1 development is all in Milton Keynes. Then Haas is American technically, but they do also have a base in the UK. What are the other teams? McLaren in the UK, Aston Martin in the UK, Kick Sauber based in Switzerland. I think they might have some stuff in the UK. I'm not 100% certain. Yeah, Alpine are French, so yeah, Alpine have a half in the UK. I think half in France. Audi's going to be in Ingolstadt. Okay, is that where the Audi HQ is? Fair enough then. And Ferrari is in Italy, of course. What do you think about the hype around Arvid Lindeblad? I don't know really. I've seen like a couple of videos about it, but I haven't actually looked into it much myself, so I'm not gonna make any sort of comment, to be honest. Yeah. What is Max Verstappen doing, and why is he driving so slowly? I mean, maybe he's just doing like fixed speed runs, but still extremely slowly, bro. All right. Oh, he was that's what he was doing. He was pushing quite hard going through turn number 11, and then exceeded track limits. Got nearly lost the car there, and then backed out of it. Yeah, into the pits he goes. Also, folks, if you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. We're getting pretty close to 3,000 likes now. So yeah, if you haven't hit the subscribe or the like button, then very much would be appreciated. All right. Verstappen makes his way out the pits, strolls out the pits as well, and then we've got Bortoletto continuing on with his long runs. Bortoletto still yet to set a lap time. What has he been doing? So he's been going out, doing an out lap, and then starting a hot lap, and then just coming into the pits at the end of it. And he's done that, 7 times now? Very strange. I don't know why he keeps doing that, but I mean, maybe it's just setup tweaks that he wants, and that's why he's doing like 2 laps and then coming into the pits, getting it changed. But I don't know how much you can really infer in 2 laps time. Okay. Yeah. Bortoletto trying to keep up with the Max. Yeah, maybe it's a bit of a reference. Yeah. Do you play F1 with a wheel or a controller? But with a wheel, yeah. Do you think Anthony will win a race this year? I think someone asked this earlier. I depends on how quickly he gets up to speed, really. If he gets up to speed ASAP, then sure. But I don't think that's going to be the case. So, yeah. All right. Lance Stroll lapping away now. And Verstappen, has he picked up the pace a little bit? No, he's not. Still driving around fairly slowly. Charles Leclerc is in 5th position on a fresh set of medium tyres. Hopefully, we can get some pushing. In fact, he's opened DRS on this lap as well. All right, maybe we're getting a push lap here from Charles Leclerc. He goes through turn number 2, up the hill now towards turn number 4. Does he open that DRS flap? Yes, he does. Oh, no. He's not opening DRS, so he's not pushing that hard. But we'll have a look at his first sector time. I think he might have backed off really. But 314 kilometers through the speed trap, so that's fairly quick. And that's on par with Lando Norris, who is sat in the pit lane as he has been for the past 2 hours, pretty much. You mentioned earlier required distance when you were talking about Norris. What is a required distance? I don't think I was talking about required distance, at least in that context. There's a maximum distance that teams are allowed to do in terms of testing in away from this preseason test. Away from this preseason test, they're allowed to do a maximum of 200 kilometers. But today they can do pretty much as they want. Required distance? No, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I was referring to. Right. Charles Leclerc, 39. Verstappen seems to be pushing a little bit more now, but his tyres are already 5 laps old, so they're not going to be particularly quick. Norris. Oh, Norris makes his way out onto the circuit, finally. How many more laps do you reckon he's going to get done then? I mean, if he just does laps continuously from now till the end of the session, then he'll easily get up to 70 laps. But I don't think that's going to be the case. Who looks the most impressive so far? Well, I mean, if you say impressive, then sure, George Russell, because he's the fastest. But you can't really tell because nobody's pushing. Like, today is the worst day to ask all of these questions. If you ask me this tomorrow at the end of all of the quali sims at the end of the second day, or all of the quali sims at the end of the third day, more specifically, those are going to be the times to ask who's looking the most impressive, which car is looking quick. No, I said when I said why is Max slow, I mean like why is he setting lap times that are 1:33s? Like, oh, I want to see some purple laps from Max Verstappen, but I don't think that's going to be happening. Right. Yeah. Hello. How's everyone doing? Oh, we've got a purple middle sector here from Charles Leclerc. Is he going to go top of the times? He's currently 4 tenths back from George Russell, and here he comes out of the final corner. Nice exit indeed. Does he open DRS? Does he slam on the brakes just before? No, he doesn't. He crossed the line. He goes. Charles Leclerc, 2 tenths clear of George Russell. Nicely done. Fantastic. Brilliant. Right. I'm going to have a quick sip of water. Other races on F1 TV being streamed live? Yeah, they are. So if you get F1 TV Pro, you can watch all of the races live. If you get F1 TV Access, you can watch them after they've happened. But of course, I don't see really what the point of doing that is. So yeah, F1 TV Pro, and you get a discount if you buy the whole year's membership rather than just the months. So go ahead and check that out. Links in the description or in the pinned comment. Okie dokes. Norris back into the pits. Oh my god. 6 laps completed from Lando Norris, and he's back into the pit lane. But yeah, Charles Leclerc, he was clearly just warming up his tyres now. And he's gone for an extremely slow first sector. Maybe he's going to do another push lap, I'm not sure. But an extremely slow first sector, cooling down his tyres. Max Verstappen once again crossed the line of 133.6. Fairly consistent there from Max Verstappen. And Lance Stroll is on 18 laps there, just making his way slowly but surely. More and more laps will be completed. What commentary do you get with F1 TV? You get professional commentary. I think it's Alex Jakes or someone that does it in the English one, and then you also get, I think there's Spanish commentary, and there might be one other language as well, but I'm not 100% certain. Yeah. They are still clearly studying how to set up the new car. Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. The car probably isn't the most stable right now. And what they're doing is they're just going through all of the different setup tweaks that they can do, seeing what has the most impact, what helps, what doesn't help, and then and then tweaking the car. And so the drivers get some knowledge of, oh, this is what I probably want. I'm feeling this understeer, so I want a little bit more downforce on the front wing or whatever. Or I want my suspension settings changed. And the drivers can understand that, the engineers can understand that, the mechanics can understand that, and then they all sort of collaborate on a race weekend. OG Ninja got a dip now. Nice seeing everyone again. Yeah, cheers, buddy. Thanks. It's great having you. And yeah, I'll see you around later, maybe tomorrow, maybe for the Australian Grand Prix. Do you think they are trying to perfect the new suspension? Yeah, probably they're trying to perfect the suspension. That's the point. Yep. Another lap from Max at 133.3, getting quicker now. So good consistency from his long run pacer, to be expected, really. And we got Bortoletto behind on a old set of mediums. And then we have Ocon in 17th. Very nice. Why is Lando not setting a time? No idea. I also don't know what Bortoletto is doing, because once again, he is he's in 19th position and he's still yet to set a lap time. Oh no, he has. He set a lap time of a 150.6, but that was when he went into the pits. Yeah, he still hasn't set a full lap. Like, he just does 2 laps, changes the setup a little bit, and then probably comes back in. Like, I think that's what's happening. If we had the team radio, that would be much more helpful. I would actually be able to figure out what's going on via the team radio. But yeah. Yeah. All right. That's about it, really. Nothing else much going on. Isaac Hadjar makes his way out onto the circuit. He hasn't been out for a while. Yeah. Oh, for some reason, I just think it's not updating Bortoletto's best lap time. I'm not 100% certain why that's happening. I think he has done a couple of laps now. It's a little odd, but oh well. They also have to study how the new tyres will hold, and they have no idea for this tyre structure. Yeah, that's essentially what they're doing. They will bring out a set of medium tyres, and they'll drive them until they're basically undrivable, and they're slipping and sliding everywhere. And then they'll be like, right, so this is how much lap time you lose after driving on the tyres for 5 laps. This is how much lap time you lose after 10 laps, and then they'll use that in all of their strategy calculations for the rest of the year. Yeah. All right. Charles Leclerc makes his way out of the pit lane, and now we have Esteban Ocon coming across the line. A 1:34.3 from him, and Gabriel Bortoleto once again dives into the pit lane. Yeah, no, he's just doing the same thing. So once again, just making some more setup tweaks. Esteban Ocon now heading towards turn number 4. Yeah. Folks, what did you guys get up to during your off season when there was no Formula One on the weekends? Especially because I give up a lot of time on the weekends, for Formula One. Not give it up is the wrong word. I quite enjoy it, but once Formula One's over, I'm like, what do I do with my weekends now? I have no idea. So yeah, what did you guys get up to in the off season? Yeah. When is the first race? First race is the 16th of March. It's in Melbourne, in Australia, and yeah, depending on your time zone, it might be quite early, it might be quite late. So have a just have a double check. Follow Twitch and watch Cosmology on YouTube. Oh, that's pretty interesting, actually. Seek other forms of racing. What other forms of racing did you watch? Because I think, there was a couple of WEC. No, was there WEC races? There was some 24-hour race. I remember my friend telling me about it. But yeah, worked on my Range Rover. Pretty nice. Watching Man United piss you off every week sounds about right, really. Yeah. Man United haven't been doing the best recently, or for quite a while, to be honest. Oh yeah, the IMSA 24 Hours of Daytona. That's what it was. Correct. What is Man United? Man United's football team from Manchester in the UK. Yeah. All right. Yeah, here we are. 3,200 people watching the stream. Very much is appreciated, folks. And hope to see you guys around for the stream tomorrow as well. We'll probably get a little bit more excitement tomorrow, if I'm going to be totally honest with you, because today has been a lot of testing runs, a lot of tyre wear sims and stuff like that. Tomorrow, well, firstly, we're forecast rain, which is going to be brilliant. Secondly, once you get to the second and third day of testing, you get a lot more of what do you get a lot more of? You get a lot more quali sims and a lot more fast laps. So yeah, I would recommend. Played the Xbox Game Pass. Yeah, fair enough. I probably played quite a bit of the F1 game as well. Watch Cars 2, Hot Like a Wheel, Grand Prix Crash and Burn. Yeah, watching movies, fair enough. What time are you going to stream tomorrow? Well, the stream will start at 6:30 a.m. UK time, and it will end at 4 p.m. UK time, or GMT. So I'm sure you guys you'll be able to figure that out. But I'll be streaming. The stream will end in 2 hours time. That's when testing ends. And it will have started about. Let me work this out. 5 hours ago, 5.5 hours ago. Yeah. Is it 5.5 hours ago? How long have I actually been streaming for? It'll say surely at the bottom, like in the description of my 7.5 hours. 7.5 hours. Yeah, my mathematical ability is faltering after I was streaming for so long. 7.5 hours. Oh my god. Yeah, I need to do some stretches. Oh, all right. Okie dokes. And Hadjar, Sainz, and Ocon, Norris, and Leclerc currently on the track. Sainz on a fresh set of hard tyres. Gasly on tyres. Oh no, Gasly's in the pits. Leclerc's on some mediums. Norris is on some mediums as well. And then we've got Hadjar and Ocon. Hadjar on the mediums, Ocon on the hards. Sainz up into 14th position, gets ahead of Piastri. Not that it really matters that much. Yeah. Norris has finally set a decent time. Yeah, up into third place, finally. And he's only done 9 laps, but a decent time nonetheless. And he'll be continuing onwards, really. Just trying to get as much pace out of that car as possible and trying to get as much mileage done as possible as well. Yeah. Oh, Giuseppe, thank you for the $5 donation. Coffee fund. Thanks for staying with it. No worries, mate. No worries. Once again, I appreciate your donation very, very much. Thanks for helping out the channel. And yeah. I will. I actually do need a coffee since I've been up at 5:30. I've been up since 5:30. As soon as the stream finishes, I will be getting a coffee. Or maybe it'll be a little late for a coffee. I don't know, but I'll figure it out. And definitely get some food as well. A little bit hungry, but I'll just carry on till the end of the stream. But the top speed is 220 k's for Norris. Yeah, that top speed updates every single lap. So if Norris has a slow lap, then that top speed will decrease to 220 or whatever. It's not the best ever top speed achieved by the driver. It's just the most recent lap. Yeah. Okay. Here we go then. Yeah, 2 hours remain of the session. And we have got Carlos Sainz on... okay, so we've got Charles Leclerc on 32 laps, Lando Norris on 10, Gasly on 24, Russell on 19. Who are the other drivers? Verstappen on 31 laps. And then we have Sainz on 23 and Stroll on 20, Hadjar on 33, Ocon on 34, and Bortoletto on 16. DRS means drag reduction system, and once you're within 1 second of the driver ahead, you can use it. And essentially, all it does is it reduces your drag so you can have a higher top speed once you're going down the straights. Yeah. How is Hamilton a full second slower? Because Hamilton didn't push. That's about it, really. There was slightly better track conditions when Leclerc did his lap, and Hamilton's job was to slowly build up the pace. He wasn't particularly interested in doing a fast lap, and that's why he's in 10th and Leclerc's up in 1st. Leclerc's a lot more comfortable in this car, mainly because he drove a car very similar to this last year. Whereas Hamilton, it's a totally new car. He doesn't know how it's going to react in every single scenario, and because of that, he has to, build up to it slowly. Oh, nice improvement there from Carlos Sainz. Puts himself up into 10th position. And it is on a set of hard tyres as well. Respect for streaming for 7 hours, mate. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's going pretty well. Okie dokes. Bortoletto's done 16 laps with no lap time. Yeah, exactly. That's the strange thing. Bortoletto will come out, he'll do an out lap, and then he will do an in lap without doing a hot lap. So it will count a lap because he crosses the start finish line while he's in the pit lane, but your best lap time cannot be counted unless you actually cross the start finish line rather than going rather than crossing the start finish line via the pit lane. So because of that, Bortoletto has not technically set a proper lap because he hasn't actually crossed the start finish line 2 times in a row. On the main straight, he's crossed the start finish line in the pit lane. Yeah. Oh, Bradley Mayer. Bradley Mayer. I think that's how you say it. Thank you very much for the donation. Awesome work, man. Keep it up. Thank you very, very much. Cheers for the donation, man. All right. We're getting pretty close to 2,900 or pretty much close to 3,000 likes. So if you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do that. And if you haven't got F1 TV Pro and you're thinking about it, then I would suggest that you guys check that out. You get all the footage, all of the live commentary, all of the onboards, everything that you could ever want. You get from F1 TV Pro. And yeah, if you get the yearly thing at the start of the season now, you get access for the entire year, and it's cheaper than getting it for every month. What teams do I support? Not really any teams, do I? I am a Seb Vettel fan. So apart from that, I don't really. Oh, what have we got a red flag for? I think they're just testing out the red flag. I don't think anyone's actually crashed. They are just testing out the red flag system, folks. Unfortunately, I don't have a discount code. I asked the people, who run F1 TV, or at least run the advertising for it, for a discount code, and they were like, "Oh, it's against our rules to give out discount codes." So I was like, "Sure, whatever." So apologies, folks. If I would have, if I could have got you guys a 10% discount, that would have been great. But unfortunately, it's not happening. And yeah, it's just a test red flag. So nobody's actually crashed, no issues. They're just testing out the systems, making sure that everything works. Are you still supporting Alonso this season or anyone else? I guess Alonso. And maybe if you're asking who I'm supporting out the top drivers, top teams, I'd probably support Piastri. Yeah. Apparently a circuit-wide power failure. There's a power cut. Interesting. I mean, I know that they previously, they tested out virtual safety cars and stuff in testing and yellow flags and stuff like that. And so I just assumed it was a test, but apparently they've got a power cut. I don't know where you guys have heard that from, but do let me know. And I'll just double check. All right. Let's double check where the it might. I don't see how a power cut would have happened. Like Bahrain seems like a country with a lot of oil. So it's not like they've just run out of electricity. They'll just look at the oil that they'll just get the oil that they have in their country. Oh no, there is a power cut. There's a power cut with most of the garages that are in the dark. They're in darkness. So that there is actually a power cut happening, um, and that's why we've got a red flag. Fun, very very fun. Brilliant, nice and interesting. I have no idea when this is going to get fixed, because at least when it's raining, you can either tell that the session's just being indefinitely delayed and then it's going to be cancelled, or if there's been a crash into the barriers or something. Oh yeah, the Ferrari mechanics have just got a bunch of like torches and headlights and lights out to carry on working with the car because the lights have just gone off. And that will become an issue, folks. If they can't get the power back on, it's going to turn into nighttime very soon in Bahrain, and they need the floodlights on the circuit. Now, I don't know how. I don't know if they're on the same electrical system, but if they are, then if the garage lights aren't working, then that probably means the floodlights on the circuit aren't also working. Yeah. Oh yeah, folks, imagine that. You're racing at Singapore, and for whatever reason, there's a power cut, and all the lights go off. That would be a very, very odd. Yeah. That'd be very odd, actually. Um, oh yeah, they're becoming more eco-friendly. They're saving their power usage by turning all the lights off. Interesting. Yeah, I would have expected them to have a backup, like some backup generators or something. Um, yeah, like obviously there's not going to be a power cut in Singapore. Like I'm going to be totally clear with you. That's not going to happen. And even if there is, they will have backup generators for street lights just for the Formula 1 race. But yeah. Um Power appears to have gone down in the Red Bull garage. Yeah, but it's not just the Red Bull garage. I think the person who's typing that. Oh, it's green flag. They've just said green flag. Okay, power's back. I think. They must have got power back unless why would they deploy a green flag? But Carlos Sainz's garage doesn't look lit, so I don't know. How are they going to charge the batteries if there's no yeah, how are they going to charge the batteries if there's no power? this is brilliant. um, I don't think like Red Bull caused it. I think Red Bull was just the first garage that this race fans person saw, and then they said that's what's happened. So, um, interesting. Not the best look for Bahrain having a power cut, but I mean, it's better that they had the power cut now and they'll fix whatever system it is, rather than going out onto when it was later in the day, and it's totally dark, and that's when they have a power cut. Imagine if they lost a bunch of data on the cars. Well, it depends if they were laptops or if they were computers like that were plugged into a wall. If they were computers that were plugged into like an outlet, then they might have lost all of the data. Obviously, a laptop has a battery, so it would be fine. But yeah, I also don't know why it says track clear, because on the official footage it's still red for red flag. Yeah. All right. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. But it doesn't look like any cars are coming out into the garage anytime soon. How come nothing is happening? A power cut on the circuit. That is what's happened. No driver crashed. The power did. The electric grid crashed. Exactly. Right. I was saying, oh, this session isn't that all that interesting. That not much is happening, and then here we are. We've got a nice power cut. Very fun. Yeah, I think if I check the F1 app on my phone, it'll say red flag. But let's just see. Is it red flag? Yeah, who knows? Who knows what's going on? It says that the power outage looks to have affected the pit lane primarily. With the sunset not that far away, it's suddenly looking very gloomy out there. So that is the situation update. Who knows? Who knows where? Maybe there's a circuit breaker somewhere that's gone off. Someone tried to pull too much power, and the whole system's turned off. Yeah. And also, I don't know. As some of the the engines now can be started without electrical assistance, but in the past, engines I think earlier in the turbo hybrid era, the engines needed an electrical jump start to actually get going, and then only could they run under their own power. So yeah, that'd be a little bit interesting if the engines just wouldn't be able to start and they just have to wait for the power to go back. I mean, they are waiting anyway, because all of the communications between the marshals and all of that will be all down as well. But an interesting one to say the least. F1 Gamer, is the order as you expected it to be? The order is McLaren. The order is Ferrari, Mercedes, McLaren, and Red Bull's in 6th and 7th. Probably not what I expected, but it's not all that far off, and it's also the first day of testing, so it doesn't really matter. Why is testing not in Melbourne? Melbourne's a street circuit. Yeah, so that's why. They could do testing there, but it's just not an optimal place to be to do testing, especially because they'd have to. It's just not an optimal place to do testing, and I think Bahrain pays for it. We'll do preseason testing at our thing, and they probably, the teams probably also do want like a proper race circuit rather than a street circuit. So yeah, you want a little bit of margin for error as well. With setup changes and stuff isn't as predictable as you'd want. Then you might as well take the safety net of having a bunch of runoff area. All right. Yeah, my point is the teams aren't worried about position right now. Exactly. But the teams are much more worried about gathering the data that they're going to use for the rest of the season. All right. Yeah. Thank you everyone for tuning in, by the way, and sticking along while we've got a bit of a power cut situation going on. But the timer will still keep ticking down. Who knows how long it'll take for all of this to be repaired and blown over, or if it will even be blown over, but if it will be repaired by the end of the session. I don't know what the FIA are going to do. Will they reimburse if the session ends early? Then will they give the will they give the drivers extra testing time later on, or what's going to happen, or are they just going to be like, this is enough? Yeah. All right. Oh, have they got lights back? I think they might have got lights back in the McLaren garage. Are those lights or are those headlights? I can't tell. I don't know if the McLaren garage got headlights back or not. Or maybe they, I think they did. I think they've got lights back. I can't tell though. I will get back to you. Apologies for all the confusion. Obviously, I've never had to commentate over a power cut before. A bit of an interesting scenario, to say the least. All right. What else is going on here? Well, we can talk about what's happened in preseason testing so far. So we've had Isaac Hadjar with a bit of a spin, and then we've had Liam Lawson with a bit of a spin. But apart from that, everything has been no crashes, no yellow flags, nothing like that. And then what else have we had? A couple of lockups here and there from drivers. Leclerc topping the times, which was pretty quick from him. Kimi Antonelli was top in the morning session. Then Gasly, Norris, Russell, and Leclerc have gone faster than him afterwards. And yeah, not all that much has been happening. And then we've had a power cut. So, yeah. All right. What about the F1 intro show? I think you're talking about the F175 thing. I think it was pretty cool, but it wasn't really that cool. It was a little pointless, but it's a nice idea, and I guess it's fine that they implemented it, but I'm not really sure that it's necessary, to be honest. And yeah. Also, I don't know if you guys saw that photo of Max on Instagram with like his announcing that his child was born or something, which is, congrats to him and everything. But Max in that photo announcing that his child was born, he was wearing a Red Bull t-shirt. Like, I just think that's crazy. Max has only got 3 outfits. Like, he's got his Red Bull race suit, like that he's wearing when he's racing. He's got a Red Bull t-shirt and jeans for everything else, and then he's got a suit for when he's collecting the FIA prizes for winning the championship. Like, those are the only 3 outfits that Max Verstappen has got. And I would like you guys to think back. Have you ever seen Max wear anything else? Because it looks like those are Max's only outfits. Will the F1 authorities compensate the time loss? I'm not sure. I don't think they didn't really have to compensate the time loss. Like, it's not too big of an issue. But we'll just have to wait and see. Yeah. Whose performance are you most surprised / impressed by today? Probably Antonelli. He's got in the car, done 78 laps, solid job, very consistent. No real mistakes. Had a couple of lockups here and there, but past that, he's done a fantastic job. So, I see why Toto Wolff put so much faith in him, but of course it is still just testing day one. And we'll have to wait and see what the coverage is actually like. Not what the coverage, what he's actually doing. How he will deliver results and things like that soon enough in actual races. All right, let me know what you guys think is going to happen, and let me know, how long do you think it's going to take for this power cut to be fixed? Are we going to get any more laps? Yeah. I think I was sponsored by AlphaTauri. I wouldn't bother to buy clothes and more money. Yeah, I mean, yeah, sponsored by AlphaTauri, that'd be pretty cool. They do have quite a nice selection of clothes. Now this is boring. Yeah, they're all in the pit lane. The floodlights are off, and if they wait any longer, well, the sun will set soon enough. Like, I'll have a look at the sunset time in Sakir, and what the local time is, and right, let's have a look at local time Sakir. I think it's +3 compared to the UK. Yeah, so it's 5:30 in Sakir, and let's have a look at sunset time. Oh yeah, so sunset's in 15 minutes in Bahrain right now, and then in 15 minutes time there's the brightness of the sky is going to get significantly lower. Yes, put some flashlights on a Formula One car and do some running. See, the thing is, the track is meant to be lit. As a race car once said, race cars don't need headlights because the track's always lit, and that's why Formula One cars don't have any headlights, and that's why we can't go racing if there's a power cut. Yeah. Oh, I know, another thing. We're watching a replay. We're watching a replay, and I see the lights flicker, and I'm like, oh, maybe the lights have turned back on, but no. They're just showing us a replay, a live action slow-mo replay of the lights switching off, folks. This is peak location, prime content. So yeah. All right. Okie dokes. What else have we got going on? Not all that much, really. Not all that much, given there's a power cut. It's just the sky's getting slowly darker and darker. And sooner or later, the FIA are just going to have to cancel the session. I don't know how they're going to cancel the session, though, with the power down. Who are they going to tell? Like, they normally they just press a button saying session cancelled, or will restart later, or whatever. And that's just not going to happen because nobody's got power to transmit the message to the teams. Like, are they going to have to get over the phone? Get on speed dial with Christian Horner, and tell him, like, the session's ended. Can you introduce the rookies for the people who joined late? Yeah, sure, why not? So the rookies, we've got 6 rookies this year, and 7 if you count Fernando Alonso, but let's just go with 6 for now. We've got Kimi Antonelli currently in 5th position. He's Italian. He's driven in F2 for quite a while, and Toto Wolff has got huge faith in him to deliver fantastic performances, and that's why he's replacing Lewis Hamilton. Then we have Liam Lawson, who has driven quite a bit last season. He's had his fair share of squabbles with Sergio Perez, and he's from New Zealand. He's had quite a good junior career, and now he's made his way right into the Red Bull team. Not even doing a full season at the RB team, and goes straight up to Red Bull. Partly due to some politics between Honda and Tsunoda and Red Bull, and that's why Tsunoda didn't get promoted. Lawson did instead. Then we have Jack Doohan. He is in 12th place as of now. He was an Alpine reserve driver for quite a while, and then he finally got the opportunity to step up into the main team, and he's done exactly that. He took part in the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix at the end of last year, where they basically told Ocon, "You're not racing the last race. We need our rookie to drive a race to see how he's doing." And Jack Doohan did well, so he's driving for this season. Then we have... then who are the other rookies that we have got? We have got Isaac Hadjar, who came second in the Formula 2 last year, and was very quick nonetheless, and ended up in 17th place. Well, he's in 17th place as of now. He's driving for the RB team. Then we have Oliver Behrman, of course. You guys know him from last year after he drove for Ferrari for 1 year, for one race, and Haas for 2. And then we have Gabriel Bortoletto, who won Formula 2 last year. He is driving for Kick Sauber. Yeah. So those are the new rookies for this year. And then, of course, we have the everlasting rookie, Fernando Alonso, in 13th position. And we'll see what he can do. Adrian Newey starts working with Aston Martin on Monday. And that's going to be, well, he's going to be very excited about that. They're going to have a lot of good performances, hopefully. All right. Have they got lighting back on the circuit or not? It looks like the screens are still on the pit wall. Looks like the screens have turned back on again. I don't know if they were originally off in the first place. Yeah. So, but sunset is happening in 8 minutes' time. So, if their lights don't come back on, then there's going to be some big issues. Well, they've got the Aramco billboard still going, and they've got some more lights on. They've got the timing tower up. The floodlights, however, they are not on, and the floodlights do need to be turned on. And it looks like they have got power back into the pit wall, and into the garages. Yeah, okay, so they have got power back into the garages now. Okay, so we should be going out now soon enough, and the drivers are getting back into the car, and we're going to actually have some more testing. Brilliant. So here we go then. Fantastic. Soon enough, the drivers will be out and are ready to go. They still do need to get the floodlights on though, and hopefully that doesn't cause any other sort of power cut. Just like an overload of the system, and then it all switches off back again. Lawson isn't really a rookie. Yeah, I mean, Lawson has taken part in quite a few races at this point. However, it's still his first full season in F1, so I guess I would classify him still technically as a rookie. Or technically not as a rookie, but I don't really care. I think I would still consider him a rookie. Yeah, the floodlights aren't on the circuit, and they need to be on because the sun has or is about to set. And otherwise it's going to be too dark and not enough visibility. All right. Yeah, let me know what your predictions are, folks. What's going to happen in the last hour and a half of testing? Are we going to see another power cut? Are we going to see some more action on track? Or is everyone going to sit in the pits until the floodlights turn on? I mean, they are going to sit in the pits until the floodlights turn on, because given that they've had some electrical issues, they want to make sure the floodlights are working properly before they send all the drivers out in low visibility conditions. Yeah, we'll get the radio transcripts working. Hopefully they'll work tomorrow, or if they don't work tomorrow, then they'll work for the rest of they'll work in Australia for sure. How are the pre-season tyre testings compared to the actual race? They're not always that accurate, really. Yeah. Right. Folks, I am just going to go to the toilet. Hopefully, they don't suddenly start going out of the pit lane. But yeah, I'll just be back in about 2 minutes. Because, yeah, I've just drank far too much water. So yeah, I'll be back. Right, here we go. I'm back. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there with Russell, but I'm pretty sure that's his GPS broken. I don't think he's actually out on the circuit. It happens every so often. The GPS just breaks, and it just gives some random location. So don't worry about that. Or are they working on fixing the electric? Yeah, they've fixed the electric. They've got electricity back into the garages. However, they floodlights are on as well. All right, brilliant. Floodlights are working. The garage electricity is working. There's basically they'll probably have not all of the floodlights are working. Only some of them are working. Yeah, they're gonna have to wait a little bit till all of the floodlights are on, and then once they're all on, then we will then the red flag will be lifted, and we will once again go out and do some qualifying testing. If there's no electricity, how can we follow them? Because not all of the electricity is gone. Like, there is still electricity in some places, and yeah, the majority of this stuff will have backup especially all of this broadcasting equipment. They always have backup batteries, and they also have backup generators probably. So that's how it works. Yeah. Rain confirmed. Rain. I don't know. Let me check the F1 news app, because right. Yeah. Let's. I don't think there's any sort of info about about rain. There's rain most likely going to happen tomorrow. Today though, I don't think so. It says, is the rain on the way? There were a few drops of rain earlier, but they disappeared almost as soon as they came. But now more rain is threatening, according to our reports in the pit lane. The official chance of rain was it 10% for this session? Will we see a wet track at any point today? Question mark. So maybe, but once again, I don't think it's going to rain until I don't believe it's going to rain until I see some raindrops on some visors. Until then, yeah. Yeah, no, they've got some floodlights on, but still half the circuit's floodlights aren't on. Yeah, the average fast lap around the circuit is around a 130.1. 130.1. 130.1 was the fastest time that we had in testing last year. Yeah. This is keeping me sane at work. Fair enough. Oh yeah, thank you for the donation, Exoteric, earlier. The gifted subs, very much is appreciated. 1 hour ago, the rain was 20 minutes away. Yeah, this is how I feel about the rain, especially when the chance of rain is less than 10% or 20%. Like I never believe it's actually going to fall. It's always just this made up hypothetical thing. Yeah. All right. Oh, yellow flag, green flag. I don't know why it's doing that, but not all the floodlights are on, so they're just not going to go racing for a while. Right, let's see. How long has the stream been going by now? 9 hours. Oh my, yeah, 9 hours? Is it? Yeah, 9 hours. Wow. I don't know. It's not 9 hours. It's 8 hours and 8 minutes. Long time. Surely they just declare that they can't fix the issue and then just call it a day and just end it early, rather than just getting all of the drivers to wait for like 2 hours and all the engineers to wait for 2 hours. I mean, they were going to be there anyway, but I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. It's typical FIA stuff, really. Like maybe they did this in Brazil last year. They just kept on delaying the session, and like I knew for a fact they were not going to start it, but they just never admitted that they were gonna. They just kept on delaying it for no reason, when they could have just cancelled it and run it the next day. Right, but anyway, let's talk about the calendar. So the calendar, we've got the first race of the season being Australia. The second race is a double header with China. China is a sprint weekend as well. Then you go to Japan. You get a week's break, and then you go to Japan, and it's a triple header after that. So it's Japan, Bahrain, and Saudi Arabia all in consecutive weekends, which is going to be a pretty big test for the drivers. And yeah, it's quite a hectic start to the year. And most likely, there aren't going to be that many upgrades until you get to the European part of the circuit. Normally, it takes the teams a while. You know, they've been working all winter on these upgrade packages, so they're not going to have any new upgrades coming in like the first and second week. They're going to have to wait until 4, 5, 6 races in before they actually get an upgrade package. So yeah, it's going to be a while. Yeah. Max Verstappen, part-time F1 champion, full-time sim racer. Yeah. what was the triple header was Japan, Japan, Saudi Arabia, and no wait, how have I just forgot? I literally just said it. Japan, Saudi Arabia, and Bahrain. Oh, it's Japan, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, or Japan, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain. Oh, it's Japan, Bahrain, and then Saudi Arabia. Those are the three in that order. Um, yeah. Oh, the floodlights. Some of them are working, some of them aren't. It's like the actual floodlight tower. It's not like, so on the floodlights towers they have like multiple different bulbs, and some of the bulbs are working and some of the bulbs aren't working, which is very strange. And they should all be working ideally. Now I don't know what the FIA is going to do about that. Are they going to send the drivers out with some like tower with the floodlights not fully working, or what are they going to do about that? Not sure. That's normal. I think floodlights can be set to specific settings. Oh, fair enough. Okay, I'm not the biggest expert on floodlights, but I would have just expected that they just turn them all on because it's part of the, they just have to turn them all on to uh, aid with visibility. But maybe, there's certain floodlights that sort of point into the driver's eyes from a certain direction, so they disable those ones on purpose. I'm not 100% certain, but that could be the case. Right. Yeah. Okay. Now it looks like the majority of the lights are on. Um, at least down the main straight they are. Um, so now let's have a look around the rest of the circuit. We need like a big helicopter shot basically to show us the whole circuit, and basically see well, if all the lights are working or not. Yeah, Russell's GPS is broken, so don't worry about that. Yeah, I think there's the lights around the access road haven't been fully turned on either. Um, or maybe they aren't meant to be on or not, but yeah. Around turn number 13 and 14, looks like they've got those lights turned on as well. Okay, with an hour 15 left. Um, wait and see. But still, the intersection, like turn number 11 or so, still doesn't look like it's on. Oh, there's a couple of raindrops on the cameras, but when I say a couple, there's about four in total. So I wouldn't count on that. But yeah, there still are some floodlights that are missing that should be on. They are off. Um, oh. How long have they been running today? Well, they've had 4 hours of running in the morning, 2 hours of running with the lights working and everything, and then for the past 45 minutes or so, there have been no working floodlights. Well, there's been no power. They've slowly got the power back, but not all of the floodlights are yet still working. Is McLaren still using flexi wings because everyone else is using them now? Yeah, they might be using flexi wings. They made a modification to the rules, but the flexi wings are banned after the Spanish Grand Prix. So the FAA have brought in a regulation basically saying, flexi wings are good and all. However, after the Spanish Grand Prix, we're going to use different. We're going to make sure the rules say, yeah, they're basically saying the rules will say that the front wings and the rear wings have to be much stiffer than they currently are, and if they're much stiffer, they can't be flexible, and if they're not flexible, then they're not flexi wings. Yeah, yeah. Only half the track is lit, Mini DRS is still allowed until Spa, and then it's banned. So, all right. Yeah, I don't know. What game should we play? We could. Do you guys want to play Name the F1 Championship winner? Or just, yeah, we might do that actually. So I'll say which year, and then you guys can tell me which person won the championship in that year. We'll start off pretty easy, Who won the championship in 2012? Let me just open ChatGPT. Go on, guys. Come on. Seb Vettel. All right, that's a good start. It's a good start. Now, why not? Let's go to who won it in 2000. Was it Mika Hakkinen? Was it Michael Schumacher? Was it someone else? Oh, yeah, Michael Schumacher indeed. They had a quite close battle, didn't they? Michael Schumacher and Mika Hakkinen. Then how about we go to let's see, 1996. Who won that one? Still, I think some more floodlights are working. Yeah, some more floodlights are working. Yeah, Damon Hill won it in 1996. And then what about 1991, sure. Yeah, it was Damon Hill that won 1996. The only reason I remember that is because his Instagram is like 1996 F1 champ or something. Yeah, Senna. Who are you excited about this year? I'm going for Williams this year. Like Carla said, the project is exciting even if they're not top tier. Yeah, I think Williams will have a pretty good shot of improving this year, given that they have two very good drivers, very well experienced drivers. And maybe, yeah, I'm quite excited about the prospect of just seeing the fight at the top right from the outset. Everyone's going to be super duper close, and I think that'll be fantastic to see. Okay, right. Well, now, why don't we? Let's see who won the 2017 Malaysian Grand Prix. I'm pretty sure there was a Malaysian Grand Prix in 2017. Was it Hamilton? I don't know. I don't think Nico Rosberg was driving in 2017. I think he won his championship in 2016 and then called it a day. Yeah, it was. Was it? Let's have a look. No, it was Verstappen. Verstappen won 2017 Sepang. So yeah, who won Germany 2019? Germany in 2019, rain affected race. Absolute chaos. We had that super long pit stop for Lewis Hamilton, like 50-second long pit stop or something. See, a lot of you are saying Vettel, and it was one of Vettel's best races. He started in dead last and made his way up into second place, or he started in 19th and made his way up into second place. But after all, it was Max Verstappen that won that race. He had a huge lead to start off with and didn't make any mistakes in those rainy conditions. All right, let's see what other races. What other interesting races do we have? Well, Singapore 2019. Who won that one? Yeah, Kvyat was P3 in the German Grand Prix 2019. Yeah. Max got first in Brazil 2016, and Singapore 2019 was Seb Vettel's last victory, and obviously I know that as a Seb Vettel fan. Yeah. Let's see who else is there. Australia 2019. Australia 2019. Who won that race, and then what was the associated what was the associated quote after what the driver said after he won the race? 2019 Australia. Come on, guys, you've got to get this. Oh, I just got into F1 2 years ago. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, you remember some good races. Oh, Max was third. Oh, was he? Oh, okay. Was Max third in Brazil? Okay. Well, never mind then. I just remember him making a bunch of progress, but then so I expected that he won that race, but no. Yes, exactly. That's the correct answer. Floors something. I don't know how to say his second name, but Fleur. To whom it may concern, FU. And yeah, it was Bottas. Bottas won 2019. And then David Coulthard asked him on the podium, "What did you have for breakfast?" And what did Valtteri Bottas reply? I mean, maybe this is a little bit too in depth, but surely someone's got to know in the chat. Yeah, it was porridge. Valtteri Bottas had porridge for breakfast, and then there were a bunch of Valtteri Bottas porridge boss memes. Yeah, that's the one. All right. Oh yeah, James, it's Valtteri. That was also in there. That was it's a pretty good quote. All right. Let's see. There's also. Right, folks. I need you to finish off the quote for me. Gentlemen, a short view back to the past. 30 years ago, Niki Lauda told us, "Take a monkey and place him in the cockpit. He'll be able to drive the car." And then what's the rest of that quote? I mean, it's quite a long quote. So if you remember that off by heart, that is incredible. But yeah. I still don't know what's going on the circuit. Like, we've got no message from race control, no nothing. Like, the FIA, honestly, the season hasn't even started, and the FIA are just doing FIA things. What about the track lights turn on? Let's have a look. The sun has set. The night is very much upon us, and some of the floodlights are working, some of them aren't, and nobody's got out onto the track yet. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Can you repeat the question? I think that's good enough, because that fits exactly. Oh, a bunch of random yellow flags. Is that where the floodlights aren't working? That's that might be interesting, you know. They're showing yellow flags on the screen where the floodlights aren't working, and then soon enough, they'll start working. All right. That is yeah. Well, we've got an hour left, so let's see. Let's see what else is what else have we got to talk about? What was the iconic quote from the 2015 from the 2015 oh no, the 2016 Chinese Grand Prix that happened at the race start? Iconic quote from Chinese Grand Prix 2016. Yeah, torpedo. Very, very quick there. They're retro edits. You know what you're talking about. Let's have a think. What other? Sebastian told us how to start my car like a computer. It was very complicated. And Nico Rosberg said that during the race, I don't remember what race, but he pressed the wrong button on the wheel. Yeah, exactly. You came like a torpedo. Exactly. Fantastic. But yeah, we are still under. We're not even under red flag conditions. We're under electricity blackout conditions. Well, not really blackout. It's just some of the floodlights aren't working. Otherwise, we would have gone out by now. Do we know when the session will restart? No, we have no idea, because the FIA is as incompetent as they always are. Yeah, brilliant, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant. Stroll is on track. I don't think Stroll is on track. Where is Stroll on the circuit? Unless I'm being absolutely blind. Yeah. New liveries, new cars, same FIA. Yeah. If he just was on the circuit, it's just because his GPS is broken. Like, don't worry about that. Like, everyone is still very much in the garage. I think they are just getting ready to go though. Maybe. His dot was at T1. Okay. He's just vanished off the track. Why is everyone's GPS broken? I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that the electricity isn't working great either. But who knows what's going on, to be honest. Who really knows? Yeah. All right. Not that much action really going on the circuit as expected. Yeah. The FIA just doing FIA things. We can carry on with the game. Why not? Of just random. Is it? Oh, the safety car is driving around. I think. Is it the safety car? Maybe it's a safety car. Maybe it's something else. But I think the safety car is just driving around. Yeah, they have a Mustang as a safety car, because of course the safety car wasn't expected to be used. Like, they don't have the Aston Martin or the Mercedes because it's just because it's just testing. It's not actually a race where they need the safety car to come out and slow people down. So they've just got a Mustang driving around. I suspect checking all of the floodlights, and then we'll be going. Maybe we'll be going along. Maybe we'll be starting soon. But yeah, a Mustang as a safety car is a bit of an unsafety car. Yeah. Right. What's your favorite overtake? Alonso versus Schumi at my Japan 2000. Yeah, Japan. Was it 2005, 2006? Maybe one of those. But ooh, where my favorite overtake? Ooh. I I think I'd have to say when Alex Albon made that double overtake in the wet in Canada last year. Um, that is that was mind blowing. So yeah, probably that. I mean, of course, there's Michael Schumacher and Mika Hakkinen and Zonta at Spa where they do the double overtake off the back marker and go around either side. But for any race that I've personally watched, and that one that sticks out to me, it was Albon's double overtake at at Canada last year. Prost on Senna at T1 Japanese Grand Prix. Um, yeah. Is a power outage? Yeah. I mean, there is. It seems like the power's got back to pretty much every floodlight apart from one or two. But they're still waiting, of course. So yeah. You think they'll get extended time tomorrow? Well, I guess we will see. I'm not particularly sure. Um, yeah. I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. The floodlights look to be on, like a lot of them now. But I guess even if one is off, technically it's not safe. So more fun facts, please. More fun facts. I don't know. I'm running out of fun facts. Um, let's have a think. Um, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of you in the chat that'll have fun facts. So if you want to drop them in the chat, then go ahead. They shouldn't extend the track time tomorrow. Less time, Stroll has on the track. The safer the world is. True, true. What's your favorite F1 meme? I think the Nico Rosberg in Equal Machinery. Just anytime Nico Rosberg is mentioned at any point, I think that's quite good. Like, oh, Nico Rosberg, the driver who beat Lewis Hamilton, a 7-time world champion in Equal Machinery, and the Valtteri Bottas with the explosion meme behind him. Oh no, or the Nico Rosberg with the explosion meme behind him. They're both pretty good. The Monaco-based F1 YouTuber Nico Rosberg, who beat Lewis Hamilton in Equal Machinery. Lewis Hamilton, the 7-time world champion in Equal Machinery, or something like that. The confused Checo meme, yeah, that confused. That's actually quite good. From one of those driver conferences or something. At F1 Gamer, did you watch the Isle of Man TT? No, I haven't actually watched it. I mean, I've seen a couple of clips here or there, but I haven't actually watched it. Carlos Sainz is putting on his helmet, is he? To get ready to go racing. Is he putting his helmet on or is he taking it off? Oh no, he's putting it on. Okay. So maybe that means we are going out. They had to Photoshop the explosions behind Nico, and Bottas made the nuclear fallout in 2021. Hungary 2021. That was an exciting one, to say the least. Fun fact: Toro Rosso won a race before Red Bull did. Yeah, exactly. The Toro Rosso won a race. Why? Because Sebastian Vettel is the GOAT. Nobody, actually, I was gonna say nobody's won a race in Toro Rosso, but Pierre Gasly went and did it in Monza. But yeah, no, Seb Vettel did it off pure pace. It wasn't there was no safety car luck. There was no nothing. Like, off the pure skill that he had, won a race in the rain in a Toro Rosso. That is incredible. F1, I definitely V10s, not V12s. Oh, it says track clear. The yellow flags have disappeared. By the looks of it, all of the floodlights are on the circuit. Yeah. All right. Let's wait and see. And I think it was Paul Allen that did the commentary when Sebastian Vettel won that race. Like, what a fantastic piece of commentary that was as well. Yeah. Valkyrie V12 or a Cadillac V8? Oh, is that Charles Leclerc running to get ready? Looks like it is. Charles Leclerc getting ready very, very quickly. Okay, it seems like we are actually going to get some running, folks. I'd say the Cadillac, if it's the Cadillac V8 that's used in the hypercars, then that one. Yeah. All right. Oh yeah, we got a race message from we got a message from race control. Session will resume in 1 minute's time, folks. 1 minute, and the green light will be open at the end of the pit lane. So finally, we will be underway for some testing. For the final 50 minutes, we'll have some testing underway. Brilliant. There's already one of the Alpines lined up at the end of the pits. And the good news is, because the teams have lost basically an hour's worth of testing, we're now going to get all 10 cars coming out very, very soon, very, very quickly. And it'll actually be a little bit more interesting to watch. Okay. So there we go. And it is a green light at the end of the pit lane. The Alpine makes his way out as the first car out onto the track. Very nice. The McLaren follows them out, and we'll be getting underway very, very shortly. Well, no, we're already underway, but we'll get the rest of the drivers making their way out very, very shortly once they've got their helmets and balaclavas out. And there you go. You got the Haas, the Kick Sauber, the V-Carb, the Ferrari, everyone, the Red Bull, everyone making their way out. Oh, the data's not frozen. For whatever reason, it still says Stroll is just there in the middle of turn number 1. I'm sure his GPS will update it sooner or later. But now we're actually getting some proper runs rather than the drivers just waddling about at a snail's pace. It's not raining. It is definitely not raining. I can tell you that for certain. All right, Max Verstappen looking very, very racy indeed. Immediately getting ahead of Bortoletto. He's going to find some clean air in front of him and then get right on the attack. Sainz makes his way out as well. Stroll currently in the pits. He'll make his way out, and that'll fix his GPS as well. And yeah, we've got quite a few drivers on fresh medium tires. They'll probably do a full run on fresh mediums, do 20 or 25 laps or so, and then they'll call it a day and come in and pit for something else. All right. All right. Why is Williams so slow? I mean, of course, this is testing. They're not particularly trying that hard. Bortoletto makes his way out onto the track. Maybe he'll actually complete a lap for right now, because he's done 18, 19 laps, but he hasn't actually come across the start-finish line to do a full hot lap. So we'll see if that happens. Yeah. If I recommend doing F1 quiz on Sporkle if you wanna kill time. Yeah, we'll probably do that. If the next time there's a red flag or anything like that, I will just bring up an F1 quiz to keep you guys entertained, rather than just running another episode of the F1 Gamer podcast, because the F1 Gamer podcast has been running for about 8 hours and 45 minutes today, because there hasn't really been that much action to talk about. Yeah. Remy, did you shout out the patrons? I haven't shouted out the patrons. However, I can't also do that because the list was on my old phone and I forgot to transfer it over to my new phone. So I'll have to remake the list, which I will do, and I'll have it ready for the full season. All right, just saw F1 Twitter. The rain is starting. Well, if the rain is starting, I am yet to see any of it, but I will let you know once I see it. Right. Yeah. Oh, I watched the ads for you. Oh, apologies. I forgot to. I accidentally must have missed the block advert button. I have to keep pressing it every 10 minutes. And normally, I'm only streaming for 2 hours, so I only have to press it about 10 times a stream. But yeah, I forgot. And apologies if some of you guys have got adverts. That was not my intention. All right. So here we go then. The final couple minutes of not couple minutes. We've still got 45 minutes of testing for today. All right. Hamilton drove in the morning. Leclerc drove now. Yeah, different conditions. You've got to take that into account as well. And now we have got Lando Norris out on a fresh set of mediums. George Russell out on an old set of mediums. Gabriel Bortoletto has finally done a lap time, and he goes ahead of both Haas cars. Esteban Ocon is lapping around 3 seconds slower than the rest of the field, but of course they are on. They're just doing their own run plan, and it's significantly slower than everything else. So there's no need to worry about them. Charles Leclerc makes his way out of the pits once again. He's currently just come out on a fresh set of tyres, which will be interesting to see what kind of pace we can expect from him. Maybe we'll be getting, actually no, we won't be getting any quali runs really. It'll be far too early to do any sort of quali runs. But George Russell back into the pits. Gasly and Sainz and Ocon just rotating around the circuit now. Verstappen, no, I don't know why it says Verstappen stopped, but he's kind of carrying on moving around the circuit. And Gasly now just making his way around the final corner. And yeah, brilliant. Let's go for a lap of the Bahrain circuit with Pierre Gasly. So here we go. Now into turn number 1 we go. Russell gets out of the way nicely, and Gasly gets ahead of him as they go towards turn number 2. Just straight line the car as much as possible. You don't want to be losing any sort of grip to turning, because you need every single bit of grip for traction. Then towards turn number 4, the wind is still as strong as ever, 10 kilometers per hour headwind and then a 10 kilometer per hour tailwind as you're leaving. Gasly stays within the track limits. Nicely done from him. Isaac Hadjar getting out of the way as they go in towards turn number 8. Nicely done there from Pierre Gasly, and now they head towards turn number 9, one of the trickiest braking zones of the circuit. He drops his brake balance backwards, turns the car and brakes at the same time, manages to not lock up. Very nicely done. Does he activate DRS as he heads down the back straight? No, he does not. Then he goes towards turn number 11, just flicks the car in, and it flows very, very nicely. Hugs the inside apex of turn number 12 to minimize the distance traveled. Slams on the brakes for turn number 13, and rotates the car 4th gear on the exit all over the curbs. Nicely done. The car is bouncing a little bit too much over the curbs, to be honest. They'll have to soften up that suspension, and then hits that apex for the final corner, and very, very nicely done. A huge lockup earlier from Carlos Sainz as he was going up towards turn number 1. Just absolutely huge. Went straight on after locking up, so not ideal there. I think Albon did also have a fairly big lockup as well, but a little bit interesting to say the least. And Isaac Hadjar is pushing away. A little bit of a bounce over that curb, and then a little dance on the exit of turn number 2. The car not the most grippy in the world by the looks of it, and he stays within track limits at turn number 4. Just dips the edge of his wheel into the gravel. He's 2/10 down on Charles Leclerc's time through the first sector, but he really is pushing this car. And now goes through turn number 8, the braking zone downhill. Managed to not lock up through there, and now shifts up into 6th gear, braking, and steering at the same time. Misses the apex at turn number 10, but the car rotates nicely enough, and he has a good enough minimum speed that it is fine. He does not activate DRS. Oh, no, sorry. He does activate DRS as he heads towards turn number 11. Good job from him to use that. And now he heads through turn number 12, foot flat to the floor, 7th gear, and he's half a second down on Leclerc's time. Rotates the car nicely all over the curbs again, but the V-Carb and the Red Bull both looking fairly stable over the curbs, very unlike the Alpine. And then brakes at the 50-meter mark, rotates the car, and onto the power as smoothly as he possibly can. And this looks like a very good lap here from Isaac Hadjar. Across the line he goes into, what's it going to be? 11th place for Isaac Hadjar. He is 8/10 back from Charles Leclerc. All right, George Russell currently in 2nd place. He improves in the middle sector. What can he do in the final sector? He's still 2/10 down from Charles Leclerc. He does improve on his previous best, but still 2/10 down. All right. Carlos Sainz, he's on a bit of an older set of medium tyres. In fact, he comes into the pits. He's had that big lockup, doesn't want to damage the car any further, and will be out on a fresh set of mediums. Brilliant, brilliant. Okay. Yeah, we've got all of the. Have we got all of the drivers out on the circuit? No, we've still got 3 missing. No, 2 missing. Yeah, 2 drivers still missing. Who are they? Stroll. Stroll is sat in the pits. I don't know why. But yeah, I expected Stroll to come out onto the track. I mean, Alonso's had some compromise running as well. He had some issues earlier in the day. Couldn't get as many laps done as everyone else. And then Stroll as well. He's sat on 21 laps completed, and with 38 minutes left in the session, he's still not even out onto the track. So don't know what's going on there with Lance Stroll, but he should get a move on, because Aston Martin aren't going to rack up enough laps to get sufficient data by the end of the test. If they carry on at this rate. And I think Carlos Sainz is just in the pits right now. He's getting his tyres changed before he goes back out. Yeah, the Ferrari bouncing all over the curbs, not looking all that great, really. Hamilton was having quite a lot of bouncing issues earlier on in the day. Bortoletto's suffering from the exact same thing, except that today, because it's the night right now, you just see a load of fantastic sparks, and you can totally ignore the smoke because the sparks look cool. Whereas Hamilton, because it was the day, all he was seeing was smoke and no sparks. What car is looking the fastest? Honestly, whichever car looks the fastest is the car with the least fuel in it. So, yeah, like it will probably be Charles Leclerc. I mean, Leclerc, of course, the Ferrari is fairly quick, but also because it's just got less fuel in it than some of the others. Or maybe it is got more fuel and the Ferrari is just fast. We'll only find out in Q3 of the Australian Grand Prix. All right. Okay. Yeah. All right. What else is going on then? No, Stroll still sat in the pits, and the same can be said for Sainz. And yeah. Okie dokes. Let's have a look. Who's on fresh tyres? George Russell is out on a fresh set of mediums. Leclerc's also only on 4-lap-old mediums, so he might try and improve his lap time. Russell, I think, is going to try and improve his. Verstappen's out on hard tyres. He's not really concerned about this. This who's going to have the best lap time on the first day of testing thing. Yeah. Hadjar's on 6-lap-old mediums. He's doing a bit of a long run though. And what about Gasly? Gasly's on 8-lap-old medium as well. So longer runs for the rest of them as well. I just realised that since the stream has been going for 8 hours, that means I've been procrastinating on studying for that long. Wow. Well, thank you for watching the 8 hours worth of the stream. Yeah. Yeah, I've been streaming for a while now, and my throat is really starting to feel the effects of talking for 8 hours straight. But you know, it's fine. Oh, it looks like Ocon's pushing fairly hard. He's on a hard tyres. However, the fuel load in this car seems a little bit lighter than the rest of the drivers, and the Haas looks very drivable indeed. It's rotating nicely, and under throttle, it's looking pretty good. F1 Gamer, you said something about the Ferrari being unstable. Yeah, the Ferrari was pretty unstable over the curbs. Like, I mean, a lot of the cars are. Like, the curbs are designed to be unstable, but the Ferrari much more so. And they were having quite a few issues with the bouncing as well. So that's why the bouncing coupled with the curbs being a bit of, difficult and unstable, then the Ferrari isn't all that great over the curbs. Okay. F1 gamer, do you take a day off from your day job to do this? Well, my day job is being a student and learning engineering. And luckily, this week I don't have any lectures. I got a bit of a break, so yeah, it just happened to line up that testing and this week where I have no lectures is it's the same week. So I got pretty lucky. But if not, I probably still would have just skipped my lectures and just commentated F1 anyway. Yeah. All right, folks. Also, if you haven't got F1 TV and you are thinking about it, then go ahead and get it through my link. It really does help out the channel, and you get access to all of the data, all of the live onboards, all of the full professional commentary, and all of the live footage as well. So go ahead and check out F1 TV Pro. The link is in the description. It's in the pinned comment as well. And yeah, it's if you get the whole year, you get quite a nice saving as well, rather than paying for each month. So go ahead and check that out. On which track do you think a rookie could win this season? I mean, whichever track there's the most chaos. I mean, it's Antonelli or Lawson are the most likely rookies to win. So if there's a DNF or two at the top of the pack, and two drivers take each other out, then I'm sure Antonelli or Lawson could walk in and get a victory. So who knows? The link doesn't work for me. It just closes instantly. I'm pretty sure it works for most other people. I mean, if some other people can just try and see if it works for them, then have a look. But if it's not working, it might be one of your extensions. Like, I don't know if you're using Chrome or something, but it's just like automatically blocking stuff. The link works. Okay, fair enough. But yeah, thanks for even clicking on the link. But yeah, if you're interested in F1 TV, then that would really help out the channel. What if MBS takes every F1 driver prisoner before Suzuka forgets doing exists like everyone else, and then he wins the race? Well, possibility. However, I wouldn't really bet on that one. Yeah. All right, 30 minutes left of this session. We've got Russell, Sainz, Leclerc, Verstappen out on the track. Sainz is out on a fresh set of mediums here. Ooh, this might be interesting. Let's see. Is he going to do... Surely he's got to do a one attack lap. You know, like, yes, then he can go and do his long run. But it would be fantastic if he can do one attack. That would be brilliant. So here he comes out of turn number 40, and he goes. And onto the power, onto the main straight. Is he using DRS? Yes, he is. It looks like he is going for a push lap then. Let's go on board with Carlos Sainz. Gets onto the power. It's a little bit tricky to get onto the power in that Williams as he exits turn number 2, but the foot is flat on the floor. He heads now towards the apex of turn number 4, hits that apex perfectly, and then goes slightly wide out, misses the gravel patch by millimeters, and he's half the 10th up on his former teammate Charles Leclerc. Let's go, Carlos Sainz. Great lap so far. Misses the apex very, very marginally at turn number 8, but then upshifting towards 6th, and then shifts his brake balance backwards onto the brakes for turn number 9 and 10. Rotates the car perfectly, hits those apexes, and then he gets onto the power, onto the back straight. Once again, DRS wide open, and all over the curbs he goes for his braking and entry into turn number 11. Hugs the apex of turn number 12, and the car is sparking away but looking remarkably stable. I don't know what has been done with that suspension for the Williams, but it is absolutely fantastic. And now he heads towards the final corner, and he's just sparking away a little bit, taps those brakes, flicks the car in, back onto the power he goes. And here comes Carlos Sainz. Where is this going to put him on the leaderboard? Currently in 6th position. Across the line he goes, and no improvement. Oh my goodness me. I would have expected him to maybe go up into 3rd or 4th, but his middle sector just really was not all that great. Norris's middle sector was 0.3 quicker, so fair enough. Stroll is still sat in the pits, guys. He's done 21 laps, nothing more, nothing less, and still we've got. Oh, have they added an hour onto preseason? Have they added an hour? Onto testing? Is that what they've done because of the hour delay? Oh, that's wild. I was not expecting that. But the time has just increased by an hour, and the session will end at 8 p.m. local time. So yeah, they've just added an hour to testing. So brilliant. We've got an hour and a half of commentary left to go, not just half an hour. All right. The FIA really testing your endurance. Yeah, a little bit, aren't they? My throat is actually not. I mean, it's fine. Like, take care of my voice. I will do. Commentate the entirety of Le Mans 24 hours. I think I'd have to stop speaking for a week after that. But yeah. Brilliant. So, well, I guess then it's not an issue for Stroll and for Norris that they're just sat in the pits for quite a while. Yeah. Hats off for the stream, mate. No worries. Thank you very much. Do appreciate it. Braking and entering is my new favorite racing term. Is that what I said? Braking and entering. I probably meant braking and steering, but yeah. The radios, no, the radio messages are broken for testing. I think they work. I think they used to work. I'm not 100% certain, but the testing radio messages aren't working. They'll definitely work for Australia, or maybe they'll work tomorrow as well, but they just haven't been working today. Yeah. I've missed the evening part of preseason testing. Can you summarize the new things? Well, there was a power cut which delayed preseason testing by an hour. They've added that extra hour on now, which is great. And apart from that, I think we had not much else going on. I think someone got close to spinning. Who was that? Isaac Hadjar had a spin at turn 4. But past that, nothing else. Lando Norris is on a flying lap here. Purple in the first sector. He's still on those medium tyres. And let's see what he can do. The Code Monster's been a member for 3 months. Thank you very much, buddy. And here we go. Purple through the second sector. It's looking really good here for Lando Norris. He now heads towards the final corner, hits that apex perfectly, and shifts now up into 6th, into 7th, opens that DRS flap, and comes across the line now. A 1:30.4. He goes 0.4 quicker than the Ferraris. Very, very nice. Stroll did not crash. I don't know why Stroll isn't coming out onto the circuit, though. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, I mean the 2 lap old medium tires definitely do help. Like you do have to take that into account, but of course, still good pace nonetheless. And it took us day 3 of testing last year, and all of the drivers being on like maximum attack modes to get to a 130.1. And now Lando Norris is doing it on day 1 of testing on a set of medium tires, and he's on a 130.4. So yeah, I think that is speaks for how much Formula One improves over the course of just one season. Right, mate. Right on you for keeping up with the stream. Not all here is wear capes. Yeah. Um, yeah. No. Thank you. Thank you very much. No, it's going well. So yeah, I should probably have something to eat. In fact, I've got an orange here right in front of me, so I might just peel that and eat that. Yeah. All right. Who's the fastest in the speed trap so far? I think the fastest I saw was Charles Leclerc, because currently it just shows the current speed trap times. But I think the fastest I saw was Charles Leclerc 3:09 through the speed traps. Yeah. F1 Gamer, will we get more content other than watch-alongs? Probably not. Given that I'm still studying engineering, and that still takes up a lot of my time. It is quite difficult to come up with, well, to find time to do other content as well. Yeah. Oh, Albon did 3:22. Okay, well I guess that's the highest speed we've had all so far today. Yeah, I mean Albon might have done that with the slipstream and some DRS, but still, fastest top speed is the fastest top speed. I'm doing mechanical engineering. It'd be pretty cool actually if I, once I graduate or whatever, to work for a Formula One team. That'd be awesome. But we'll wait and see what happens. Still gotta, do well in my exams and graduate and do a bunch of other things before. So that's a bit of a long way away. All right. We've got Sainz coming into the pit lane. We've got George Russell continuing on with his long run. He's on lap number 11 on those medium tyres. Yeah. All right. Wish you the best. Thank you very much, folks. That is very much appreciated. We've got Sainz. He's just come out of the pits as well. I think he was just coming in for just driving through the pit lane, cool down his tyres, maybe say hi to his engineers on the way. I'm going to switch over for Sumo Bazooka. Catch you all later. Can't wait for the season to kick off. Yeah, that'd be fantastic. Cheers for tuning in. Why has Gasly had his DRS privileges removed? I have no idea. I think Gasly will be allowed to use DRS. He just hasn't used it, and it's a bit of a glitch in the system because technically everyone's allowed to use DRS whenever they want. So yeah. F1 Gamer, do you see Haas having 6 seats on the pit wall in 2025 instead of 3 in 2023? Yeah, I mean, it's good that they've got more people on the pit wall, but you could have equally the same number of people inside the garage, and it'll be fine. Just because on their pit wall doesn't mean it's better or worse. Yeah, no. It's definitely an issue on your side because I'd set it up accidentally this morning for one ear, but I fixed that within like 2 minutes of the stream starting. So yeah, it's not it's not a problem on this side. I'm sure if you play some other music or something, you'll have the same issue. I mean, I could probably turn it on, actually. I could turn on the thing for you guys to listen in just one ear. I mean, I'm not sure it would be particularly pleasant, but, here you go. I'm only talking in your left ear now. And now... and now I'm talking in both, because that's just a bit of a pointless effect. But yeah, anyway, back to the commentary. We have got Russell, Ocon, Norris, and Sainz. They are lapping away. Ocon is on mediums, fresh mediums, only 2 laps old. I wouldn't read too much into this. Like, I get that both Hasses are, in last place. However, their testing run plans will be totally different. Like, you will see, they won't be bottom last 2 places for the next day tomorrow and for the day after that as well. Yeah. Do you think there'll be more crashes with 6 rookies? Oh, for certain. Especially at Monaco or in Baku or any street circuit, we are definitely going to have more crashes because there are more rookies. And it made me realise I'm wearing my headphones the wrong way. Fair enough, yeah. All right. Sainz is still lapping away on those tyres that he set those quick lap, a reasonably quick lap on. And the same can be said for Lando Norris and Gasly. Gasly's out on a fresh set of hards, actually. So I think he might be doing a bit of a long run there, seeing how seeing how the hard tyres work out for him in these different track temperatures. So we've got air temperature of 14 degrees, track temperature of 18 degrees. Those are the conditions as of right now. All right. Bit of a bounce there for Carlos Sainz as he was going down the main straight. The car bouncing away, and it is actually sparking away now. The Williams seemed pretty stable earlier. No sort of sparks and bumps and stuff like that. Sparks flying, but seems like now they are getting some of that. Average side quest during races. Hulk overtook Albon for P12. Average side quest during testing. ASMR. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I hadn't changed anything. I didn't change my OBS settings whatsoever. But for whatever reason, it had just switched over to left ear only in over the winter break. So that was a little odd, but I think it's fine. Is your throat alive or is it dead? Well, since I'm still talking, I'm sure it's alive. I don't know how alive it'll be tomorrow morning when I start commentating the second day of testing. You guys will be able to hear it. My voice will suddenly go really like croaky or something. But as of now, it is chugging along just fine. I'm sure if I have a bit of warm water, it'll heal itself. Because isn't it like your throat or your tongue or something is like the fastest healing organ in your body? I know it's something like that, so I'm not too worried about that. Be hydrated, drink water. Yeah, I have been. I've been drinking water. Why does Gasly not have DRS enabled? It's just a glitch in the system. I'm sure he can use DRS when he wants. He's just not using it. Yeah. There's a total correlation between the Aston Martin fall off in 2023 and my mental health. Yeah. Well, Adrian Newey's going to start working for Aston Martin next Monday. So if he's going to start working for him, then who knows what will happen to Aston Martin. Suddenly they'll become the best team on the grid. right. Yeah. 1 hour, 13 minutes remain of testing, and things are going well. Things are going well. Alonso will be overjoyed. New car in his rookie season. So lucky indeed. So lucky indeed. What's Isaac Hadjar up to? Oh, another fresh set of tyres for him. Another fresh set of mediums. So they're giving him authority to just push as hard as he would like. Let's see how that works out for him. Green in the first sector. And we'll see what he can do as he goes through turn number 11 now. Hits that apex very nicely, onto the power nice and early as well. And very smooth with his steering inputs is Isaac Hadjar. And stays within track limits as well. Very nicely done. And now heading towards the final corner, but he's still yellow in the middle sector. Not an improvement there. And just manages to hit that apex perfectly. Stays well within track limits. And now he's going to come across the line. And what's it going to be? We may actually have team radios working once again. So I'm going to give the data a quick refresh, folks. So if you could just hang in there for a second. The screen is going to go black for around about 5 seconds. The data is going to freeze for us for a bit. Yeah, the data is going to freeze for now 20 seconds. So everything gets synced up, and then hopefully we have some team radios coming through. Yeah, it would be quite nice if we get some team radios coming through. However, I'm not sure if it's guaranteed. It's just because on the broadcast they've had 2 team radio messages come through just now. So I thought the team radio might start working, but it looks like it's not, unfortunately. I heard it's raining. Is that true? No, it's not. As I thought it was going to be. Like, oh yeah, it's going to start raining. Like, no, it's not. All right. Yeah. Pretty good. Norris is still lapping away. 10 laps done now on those medium tyres. And we've got Carlos Sainz on his mediums. Also continuing on. I think Hadjar has been amazing. Yeah, Hadjar's been pushing quite well. And fairly close to Sonoda as well. Of course, there are different conditions, so you can't really compare, but still, nonetheless, good job from Isaac Hadjar in his first test session. What's Hadjar's history? Hadjar was second place in F2 last year, but past that, I don't really know that much. Why is Max on the hard tyres? So the team can gather some information on the hard tyres. That's why. Yeah. All right. Yeah, he would have won the F2 championship if he didn't stall, apparently, because the F2 cars are quite prone to stalling. And I'm not sure if it is the driver's fault. I mean, it must be the driver's fault, surely, if the car's stalled. I'm not 100% sure, though. But, yeah, he did stall on the last race of the season, I think. And that ended up giving the championship to Gabriel Bortoleto, who is driving with Kik Sauber in 18th position right now. He was losing by 0.5 points in the final race of F2, but DNF'd, so Bortoleto won the championship. Oh, okay. Right. Well, there you go. You know, sometimes it happens, and I'm sure at that point it mattered a lot to him. But if he's got a Formula One seat, then does it really matter that much? Probably not. Like all of his F2 career is now it was all just building up for Formula One, and within 3 races of racing in Formula One, everything that he did in F2 will be irrelevant. Yeah. So that's probably what's going on. Okie dokes. Also, folks, if you haven't got F1 TV Pro and are thinking about getting it, then go ahead and check it out in the link in the description or the link in the pinned chat message. Definitely will help out the channel. And of course, then you get all of the F1 data and the onboards and live footage and everything. So that'll be good. Ooh, Charles Leclerc getting his engine braking or his rear locking all wrong. The car just just sort of sliding away from him as he was turning into turn number 13. He's carrying a little bit too much speed on the rear, probably. Well, just carrying a little bit too much speed overall. The rear couldn't cope, kept sliding out, and Leclerc had to save it about 3 times before he got it fully under control. Just got back from school. Did Lance bin it? No, Lance hasn't binned it, but he's still just sat in the pits. I don't know what's going on. So yeah, how many laps can the soft tire push? You can do around about 3 push laps really on a soft, but they get so much worse after the first and second one that you don't really want to doing 3. What time is it in the UK? It is approaching 4 p.m. Yeah, so the stream will finish at 5 p.m. Oh wow, that means I will have woken up at 5:30 to start streaming. Well, I woke up at 5:30 to like set everything up, and then I'll be streaming till 5. Incredible. Yeah. Okie dokes. What else have we got going on? Bortoletto's on hards. Ocon is on some old mediums. Same for Sainz. Sainz is still on those old mediums. Norris is still on those old mediums. Leclerc is still on those old mediums. Everyone just lapping away, gathering all of the data, seeing which tyres wear out more, which tyres wear out less, what they can do to conserve tyre wear, stuff like that. Nothing too serious, really. Thank you for streaming all this. Very much is appreciated. Is it only me, or is Sky Sports F1 font different? I don't know what you mean by Sky Sports F1 font. I'm not using the Sky Sports F1 font. So yeah, I don't know. All right. What else is there to talk about? Let's have a look. There is, of course, Isaac Hadjar lapping away. What is he doing now? He's on 5-lap-old medium tyres. Okay, so they're not completely new. It seems like he's also going on to a long run because, well, it's just that's what the teams want. They need all of the long run data so they can predict the strategy as accurately as possible. And Isaac Hadjar is delivering exactly that. All right. Oh, Charles Leclerc really is pushing this Ferrari. He is on older tyres, but nonetheless, still pushing the car to the absolute limit, and looks good. Looking in good shape. Yeah, the car does look very drivable in his hands, and now he's heading towards turn number 11. Slams onto the brakes at the 50-meter mark, rotates the car very, very nicely, and yeah, very smooth on the steering wheel. He is 4 seconds down, of course, because he's just got so much fuel in the car, and he's also not attacking that much because he's just focused on conserving his tires. Yeah. Okay. Folks, do let me know what your predictions are for this season. What do you think is going to happen? Any standout events, do you think? Which teammate rivalries? Who's going to win out of those? Yeah, let me know what you think. Williams have been pretty good. I might have been the only one to predict. Williams 5th, Alpine 6th, Aston 7th, RB 8th, Sauber 9th, Haas 10th. Yeah, I mean, Williams are good. However, this is testing. A lot of these teams have habits of just showing off that they're really fast in testing, so they get a little bit more eyeballs on them, and the sponsors are happy. When in reality, yeah, they aren't really that much. They aren't that quick, and we'll only find out in Australia Q3. But no, I think Williams is one of the teams that is slightly quicker than the rest of them, even when it just comes down to pure race pace. So it should be good. What is the cheapest way to watch F1 in the UK? I don't know actually. It's either Sky Sports or Now TV, or you get a VPN. Yeah, you get a VPN to Austria, and you watch it from ORF or Service TV, from Austria, because it's free in Austria. And then you put on my commentary, and you mute the German commentary that you'll get in Austria. So technically that's the cheapest way, but otherwise it's either Sky Sports or Now TV. How does Lando's time compare to last year's pace? It is 3/10 slower than the fastest lap that we had in the entirety of preseason testing last year, and it's about a second faster than preseason testing day one last year. So yeah, they're more than fine, and they're doing pretty well, to be honest. The cars have got a lot quicker, and the teams aren't really pushing all that hard just yet. You'll just have to wait for testing day 3. Really, that's when the real time starts tumbling, and we get towards quali trim, and on the cars. Is Williams good with hard tires? Yeah, I mean Williams. I don't know really. Like I think some teams aren't that great with the hards because they can't warm them up properly. But Williams, I think, don't have too many problems with that. Yeah. F1 is on free TV here in Switzerland too. Oh, brilliant. Okay. Leclerc's done 19 laps on his mediums. He's still. Oh no, he just comes into the pits now. Yeah, Leclerc did 19, Lando did 17, Sainz did 15, on their respective sets of medium tires. Leclerc's going immediately right back out. Quick pit stop, and he's going to have some fresh tires, and he's going to go right back out onto the track. Interesting. So he must have had a decent amount of fuel in the car if he's just done a pit stop, and he's going to go out and do probably another 5-10 laps before he comes back into the pits. Oh, well, all the qualifyings and all the races run on free TV, but not all the tests. I think that's fair enough, yeah. All right. Get a year of F1 TV Pro for 2025, folks, if you are interested, and that is a link in the description. Someone from Switzerland, Sauber's country, I'm happy we aren't dead last, lol. It's great, F1 races are free here. Yeah, well, I don't think Sauber are going to be dead last. I mean, at some point, there will have to be one team that is dead last, but I think it's going to be a lot closer than it was last year. Sauber did not bring many upgrades, and I spent a lot of time focusing on this year's car. And, well, hopefully that pays off well for them, and they can actually score some solid points this year. Rather than, I think their grand total of last year was 4 points or something like that. So yeah, hopefully they can score some more than that. That would be brilliant. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Not much else is going on, really. Not much else. Back wise, there's 50 minutes left of the session. There's 50 minutes left of the session because the session got extended because of the 1 hour delay due to the power cut. They added on an extra hour of testing time. Will Sauber now move to Germany, Audi in 2026? No. So they are still going to work in their Switzerland headquarters, and it's just going to be joint headquarters kind of thing. So Audi headquarters, Sauber headquarters, they're just going to be working together, and I suspect there'll be a lot of traveling in between the two. Yeah. Ooh, Verstappen. Oh, here we go, folks. Purple in the first sector. He's on a fresh set of mediums. Let's see what he can do. Onto the power he goes, and now taps the not taps the brake, hits the brakes pretty hard, hits that apex very nicely. Onto the power he goes, straight line for him. Is that something coming off his? No, I thought that was something coming off his car, but no, it's not. Just my eyes playing tricks on me, and is that a bit of traffic? No, he gets out of the way nicely. And he's actually 2/10 down on Norris. Maybe that was Russell getting in the way. Who knows? Of course, Russell and Verstappen don't have the friendliest of relationships, but I don't think he's going to intentionally block him, especially in a testing day. And across the line he goes. Second place for Max Verstappen, a quarter of a second back from Lando Norris. Alrighty. Is there any way to watch it live and not just the data? Yeah, you have to get Sky. Not Sky. You have to get F1 TV Pro. The link is in the description, and yeah, helps out the channel as well. 55 minutes remain, and Max Verstappen goes up into second place on the timings. George Russell is in fourth place. He's he's out on 5-lap-old medium tyres, but he is using DRS. Maybe we'll see an improvement in lap time from him. Ocon currently in 90th. He's done 16 laps on his medium tyres, 17 laps on his medium tyres now. And he is just putting in the laps. Look at that, 64 laps from Esteban Ocon, 72 laps from Oliver Behrman. Haas are putting in loads of laps. Fantastic job from the team. And brilliant, really brilliant from them. All right. Bortoletto is lapping away. He's on he's on hard tyres. He's done 10 laps on them, and his pace seems to be fairly consistent. He's dropped from a low 130, high 132 to a 135 now. So over 10 laps, he has lost 2 seconds in pace with those hard tyres. Seems a fairly reasonable amount of tyre wear. George Russell trying a little bit too hard there on the exit of turn number 4. Just had to, the car was understeering a little bit, just not going where he wanted it to go. Had to eventually back out the power a little bit before he could really rotate the car. Russell versus Max this year. Ooh, that would be very interesting. Russell versus Max versus Leclerc. That would be very, very interesting, wouldn't it? And you've also got to account in Lando Norris or Oscar Piastri, one of those two as well. It's going to be a great season, folks. Absolutely fantastic. How long have you been streaming? Well, if you want, in terms of like, technically, like I started streaming YouTube in like 2020, like late 2020, and then the first proper season I did was 2021. But if you mean how long have I been streaming today, it's 9.5 hours that I've been streaming. And once we get to the end of the session, it'll become 10.5 hours. So yeah, a pretty long day, really. A pretty long day. I haven't done a stream this long before, where I've actually commentated for all of it. I have done some streams where I've just muted my mic and put on some background music or something. But no, today is not one of those days. Today's one of those days where I'm commentating away. Yeah. All right, folks. Also, folks, if you haven't hit the like button, please be sure to do so. It really, really does help out the channel. Hopefully, we can get to 3,200, 3,300 likes, and that would be fantastic. Yeah, Verstappen's on the same set of mediums, and Russell is now just coming out on a set of hards. He'll be coming out on a different set of tires, I think. Not on the same mediums. Yeah, a fresh set of mediums for Russell and a fresh set of hards for Norris. This will be interesting. Yeah. Why don't you stream on Twitch? I probably could. It's just that I've always streamed on YouTube, and it seems a little bit better than Twitch. So yeah. But that's about it. Okie dokes. Yeah, that's how it's going, folks. Norris makes his way out of the pit lane as well. Verstappen now, after he did his fast lap, he's just going to be continuing on with a medium run pace, by the looks of it. And the same can be said for Bortoleto. Bortoletto's holding his lap time fairly consistent around the 1 minute 35 mark, and Ocon pulls himself up into the pit lane. In your opinion, is getting dropped as soon as possible? No, I didn't think. I didn't think he is. Like, yes, there's some talk about bringing Colapinto into the team, but realistically, you've got to give the rookie a chance. He has been the Alpine reserve driver for like 2 or 3 years now, and you've got to give him at least half a season, preferably a full season in the car to see how he improves. And then if he can't improve, then you think about replacing him with Franco Colapinto. You definitely don't replace him before, like, after 3 races or 4 races or something like that. Yeah. All right. What else is going on in the session today? We have got Lando Norris currently top of the times, starting out a flying lap on a set of hard tyres. He's not using DRS, so it looks like it's just going to be some slow laps here from Lando Norris. And in fact, Norris here heating up his tyres as he's driving through the pit lane, doing some burnouts. I don't know if the FIA will take particularly kindly to that. Like, I know, of course, from Lando Norris' perspective, he's a professional race car driver. He knows exactly what he's doing, and like, he's not getting in anyone's way anyway. So he should be fine to do whatever he wants in the pit lane. But doing burnouts is it's not a risky thing. Obviously it's been ages in Formula One since we've seen anyone really do a spin out from trying to do a burnout while warming up their tires. But you do always have that risk. So maybe the FIA will have something to say about that. Oh, Stroll finally made it out onto the circuit. I don't know what he's been doing, but 22 laps. This will be, his 22nd lap. And, well, he's really got to rack up the laps now. He's basically got to drive continuously for 50 minutes if he wants to get anywhere close to the lap count of everyone else. And, All right, he's out on a fresh set of medium tyres as well, so he's pushing fairly hard. Let's wait and see what he can do. Is he activating DRS as well? Yes, he is. Here he goes now towards turn number 4. We've still got the tailwind and the exit at turn number 4, and he gets a little snap of oversteer, but he manages to keep it under control. And it's already 8 tenths down on Lando Norris, so we know the Aston is not going to be that quick this season. And a huge apex miss there at turn number 8 as well. From Lance Stroll. He changes his brake bias as he now goes into turn number 9 and turn number 10. Hits that apex nicely though, and no locking up whatsoever. Now he goes towards turn number 11. What is with the Haas team today? Problems? No problems really. I think on purpose they're just trying to keep attention away from them, except by being in last position with both of their drivers. That's kind of putting more attention on them. But yeah, they're just doing their run plans, and they're probably doing their run plans with an extra 10-20 kilos of fuel in the car. So yeah, that's the reason why they are. Yeah, that's the reason why they're probably back of the pack. I don't think Haas have taken a step backwards. We saw the Haas quite frequently make it through into Q3 last year with either at the hands of Nico Hülkenberg or Kevin Magnussen. It was either one of the two. And they managed to deliver fairly consistently. So I don't think Haas are going to be back of the pack this year. All right. Stroll came across the line and 17th place, still where he was before, and no huge improvement. In fact, he was 6 tenths slower than his previous personal best. We got Pierre Gasly out on a set of C2s, so let's wait and see what he can do on those. Exoteric, when does Bottas get to drive the new car as a third driver? I can see a world where he sits in a Merc and nails it. Well, I think that's I think that would only really happen if Russell or if Antonelli were to be ill. Apart from that, unless Antonelli is like horrifically slow or is constantly crashing, I don't see Bottas replacing Antonelli in a mid-season. Maybe just if Bottas wants to drive the car, I'm sure they could give him an FP1 session or something. But yeah, that's about it. They could give him an FP1 session, or Antonelli's just got to be really bad, or ill. Like, those are the only situations where Bottas could probably be driving that car. He would be a fantastic driver, but yeah. Thank you for thank you for the donation, the $5 donation. Bottas can replace Antonelli when Kimi has too much homework to do. Yeah, Kimi is, I think, what is he? He's like 18, 19 years old or something, which is absolutely wild. Yeah, Bottas isn't on the grid, but I don't think you should really let Bottas go. Bottas has so many podiums, a couple of wins, 103 consecutive Q3 appearances, like some mind-blowing stats there from Valtteri Bottas, and he is one of the most talented drivers in Formula One. It's just that he was teammates with Lewis Hamilton, and sometimes you just get swallowed in the limelight, and there was nothing that he could do about that. So I think, yeah, a fantastic driver for sure, and he definitely does deserve a seat in Formula One. But there are so many people that deserve a seat. Some people are more just, I guess, more deserving than others. I think Valtteri Bottas falls into that category for sure. What are your expectations for Aston Martin this year? Well, I expect Aston Martin to kind of just stay where they are or even get a little bit worse. I'm not particularly hopeful because I know for a fact they will be redirecting a lot of their resources to the 2026 regs, with Adrian Newey now working with them. Well, from next Monday, he will start working with Aston Martin. I suspect all, if not all of their all, if not just most of their resources will be going towards the new reg. So this year, I don't expect many great things from them. Yeah. Newey cooked in 2014, but they didn't have the engine. Yeah, that's the thing. So Honda are making the engine for Aston Martin in 2026. So hopefully Honda doesn't mess it up, because Alonso, that could be two times in a row now. Alonso gets screwed over by Honda engines. Firstly, McLaren Honda, and now secondly, if that were to happen in the Aston Martin Honda. But I think Honda have learned their lesson. They've designed an engine much more recently, with the whole MG UK and batteries and stuff like that. And I suspect they'll have a fairly decent engine to compete with. And that'll be interesting to see what happens. Sainz improves his lap time, still stays in 5th place. Leclerc just coming out of the pit lane now. And we've got Norris on he's halfway through his long run, so is Russell. Verstappen coming to the end of his long run. We've got 41 minutes left of the session. Mercedes will probably dominate because they won the Formula E Championship and then got those personnel to work on the 2026 regs. Maybe. I mean, we don't know. I'm sure whatever personnel Mercedes had working on the Formula E team, there will be other Formula E teams that, Ferrari and Red Bull and Aston and Sauber and Audi and everyone can hire as well. So it's not just like Mercedes will have will have that advantage. I'm sure everyone will have thought, we're going to have more electric power, we're going to have more electric motors and stuff like that. Maybe it'll be a good idea to hire some Formula E engineers. Yeah. All right. We got Isaac Hadjar on a push lap apparently. Here he comes through the first sector line. He goes. What's it going to be for him? A 29.5 in the first sector, fairly quick, but still nowhere near like a top level. I mean, it's slower than his own personal best, to be honest. So must have made a mistake or something. And now he's heading towards turn number 9, and he's getting nailing those downshifts, getting that car rotated. A little bit of a snap on the oversteer, but manages to keep it under control. Unfortunately, no driver radios today, folks. The radio just isn't working. Well, it's working for the drivers. It's just we can't get access to it. That's the bit that's not working. Yeah. All right. What else have we got going on? He's just heading towards the final corner now. What's it going to be for Isaac Hadjar? He's green in the middle sector, opens that DRS lap. He improves, and he is still not ahead of his teammate. He's 21 milliseconds behind. He doesn't seem particularly happy about that. You can see a bit of frustration, him shaking his head as he comes across the start-finish line and has a look at that lap time. Do Cadillac have a potential to be a title contender in 2026? I don't think Cadillac are joining in 2026. If they are, they certainly don't know about it. Yeah. Okay. Antonelli, 78 laps. Nicely done there from Kimi Antonelli. Wait, what? Has Antonelli done 78 laps? Yeah, he has. Exoteric, another donation. Oh, mate, thank you so much. I'm going to hang on to that hope because we all know that there are Formula B drivers who deserve better equipment. I always thought that Bottas was too good for kick. Yeah, Bottas was too good, really. I don't know what's going to happen with him. When does the stream end? The stream's going to end in 38 minutes and 35 seconds. Yeah, when the session ends, basically. And then I'll be back to stream for tomorrow. Sauber improved over Haas? No, I don't. Oh, I don't know really. It could be Haas quicker, it could be Sauber quicker. There's no way to tell because they're both on totally different fuel loads. Yeah. Not that I want George or Kimmy to get sick. Just saying. Yeah, exactly. There are. Yeah, it's just. I think Bottas does deserve a drive. It'll be fantastic to see him in the Merc as well. I think he'll immediately feel the difference as well. Like he'll just get into the car and he'll be like, "Oh my god, this is so much quicker than my Kick Sauber." I think George Russell said that as well. I think if you remember back to was it 2020? Yeah, 2020 Sakir Grand Prix. There was the Bahrain Grand Prix and there was the Sakir Grand Prix. And Hamilton was ill for one of them. So Russell stepped up from the Williams into Hamilton's spot in the Mercedes, and he said he noticeably felt the increasing grip, the increasing downforce that the Mercedes had compared to the Williams. So very, very noticeable. Williams at that point obviously wasn't all that great, but still, Kick Sauber was dead last season, and Mercedes are close to the top, so I'm sure Bottas will be able to notice the difference immediately. Yeah, if there's a title fight, Toto will be Russell's personal nurse. He's definitely not getting ill. Yeah, I mean, even if he is getting ill, he'll just drive ill. Like there's no question about it. If there's a title fight, the drivers will do anything to win the championship, and that will include driving ill. Sarah, how are you not falling asleep? You must be tired for streaming for this long. Well, I don't know. I'm not particularly sleepy. I got a fairly decent amount of sleep yesterday. And there's always something to do. I'm not like getting super bored. When there was the power cut or whatever, I was yawning a bit here and there. I just muted my mic so you guys couldn't tell. But now I'm fine. Yeah. Max and Vettel, who is the best? Oh well, I'm a Vettel fan, so I'm just gonna say Vettel. Like even though Max might be better according to the stats or whatever, Vettel is clearly the best. Like no question about it. All right. If there's a title fight, it's not Russell's choice to do it. Toto will call Westminster and deploy the British Army on George. Yeah. I'm glad this popped up on my feed. I'll be here tomorrow too. Oh well, thank you very much. I dropped my pocket. Yeah, see you tomorrow as well. Red Bull pace is looking the best on the track. Yeah, they look pretty quick. But of course, there's one thing looking quick, and there's other thing being quick according to the stopwatch. So yeah, what format will the testing be tomorrow? So the testing tomorrow, it will start at 7 a.m. UK time, and then there'll be a 4-hour session, a 1-hour lunch break, and another 4-hour session. So today it was the exact same thing. However, in the second 4-hour session, there was a power cut for an hour, and then we got going again. So the FIA extended the session by an hour. So in reality, the session would have finished 25 minutes ago, but because of the power cut, it's going to end in 35 minutes. How many subscribers did you gain today? I think I've gained 1,000 or so. Yeah, 1,000 subscribers, I think. Yeah. F1 Gamer, I'm sorry for you and your bucket. I don't know exactly what that means, but sure. All right. Science makes his way out of the pit lane. He's on a set of old medium tyres. And Yeah. All right. The Hasses are well, Esteban Ocon, he's on 66 laps as well. He's approaching 72 laps. I'm sure he'll get more laps done than Oliver Behrman. But some very good shifts here from some of these young drivers. Behrman with 72 laps, Antonelli with 78 laps, Sonoda with 78 laps as well. Yeah, Stroll has done 27 and he's still in the pits. I don't know what he's doing because Alonso's only done 46 laps. Stroll's only done 27. That's the lowest in both morning and the afternoon session out of anyone. And they haven't even seemed to even have any issues. Yeah. Oh, okay. I see what you. Yeah, yeah. No, I got it. Um, what was I saying? Yeah. No, Aston Martin need to do some more laps. Okay. Oh, they're sandbagging. That's exactly what it is. They know that they're going to destroy everyone come round number one, so they're just not doing any laps, not to give any information away, you know? They're actually playing 4D chess, if you think about it. Yeah. All right. Also, folks, if you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. Hopefully, we can get to 3,300 likes. That'll be fantastic. Yeah. How is Williams looking so good? Sainz in P5 is pretty crazy too before. Well, maybe they brought some upgrade packages. See, this is the thing. Williams may have had, at the end of last season, they may have had quite a few upgrades that they were already meant to bring to the car, but they just couldn't because they were too busy manufacturing spares and they just didn't have enough capacity to manufacture the spare parts. So maybe Williams had like 2 months worth of upgrades already lined up, plus all of the upgrades from the winter break, and then all of those got combined into the car that it is right now. So that might be it, but it might just be that the fact that it's just testing, and we don't really know what's going on. Yeah. Aston just keeps getting changed to Aston. My autocorrect knows I'm a huge Tolkien nerd. Yeah, fair enough. Science wants to show Ferrari they picked the wrong guy. Very motivated. Yeah, that could be true. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens. All right. Yeah. 30 minutes remain of this session. We've still got quite a few drivers out on the track. In fact, Stroll's managed to make his way out onto the circuit as well. Yeah, we've got 7 drivers out on the track. The 3 drivers who still aren't out are, let's see, who actually is it? It's Isaac Hadjar, it is George Russell, and it's Max Verstappen. Yeah. Both of those drivers have done fairly long stints, actually. Russell's done 12 laps on his mediums. Verstappen's done 15 laps on his. So I suspect they'll be putting some more fuel in the car and coming out onto the track very, very soon. All right. Yeah. Also, folks, that's a whole bunch of sparks. It always seems to happen. The Williams drives down the main straight. There's a certain point in the main straight that will just cause the Williams to have a huge number of sparks. Very strange. But yeah, folks, if you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. And if you are interested in getting F1 TV Pro, the link is in the description, so go ahead and check that out. It really does help out the channel. if you get the full yearly membership. And then, of course, you get to watch all of F1 TV, all of the team radios, all of the onboards. Everything is right at your fingertips. I'm new to F1. Does this mean that Ferrari are fourth fastest for the year? No. It basically just means that for the first day of testing, that Ferrari happened to have their run plans line up with being the fourth fastest. Like, you'll only find out which team is the fastest once you get to the first race in Australia. Apart from that, you can't really tell. What's the downforce setup? The downforce setup is everyone's got fairly slim downforce setups around Bahrain. It's you got quite a few long straights. So, except the thing is, it doesn't matter what setup you need for Bahrain. That's only used in the race. The teams will be testing out all the different types of setups. They'll be going right from the lowest possible rear wing angle and front wing angle to all the way the maximum front wing and rear wing angle, just to get a good feel for making sure the upgrades work in like every single potential angle and every single potential scenario. They make sure the upgrades can work. And that's what's going on right now. So maybe, or Ocon and Behrman are so slow today because they've got the maximum downforce set up. They were testing super high downforce, and in Bahrain you want the lowest downforce. So that could be a reason why the Hasses are right at the back of the pack. Have you been streaming for 10 hours? Yes. Oh, why is Stroll going slowly? What is going on here? No way we're getting a red flag from Stroll. What is going on? Oh, no. I think he was just getting out of the way for traffic. He's just changing a bunch of things on his steering wheel, actually. Yeah, it seems to be the car seems to be fine. I thought he was just driving super slowly because he had some sort of issue. All right. Do you know that you passed racing statistics and viewership? Yeah, no, I did. Well, it's nice to know. Thanks for letting me know. But yeah, I mean, it's fine. It doesn't really matter that much. Okie dokes. What else is going on the stream today? Not much. Ocon is Bortoletto and Ocon both out on sort of fresh tyres. They're doing their final couple of runs now. I mean, you have time for maybe 2 more runs. You can get, say, with 25 minutes left, you can do, what's that? 17 laps, maybe. Yeah, 17, 18, 16, 17 laps. You can get done. So I suspect, Bortoletto, Ocon will just be going to the end of the race. Not the end of the race, the end of the test session, on these set of tyres. And then maybe get some fresh sets out just for just to do the starts. Yeah. Who's your favorite team principal? I don't know. I would probably say the team principal that used to be there for AlphaTauri. I think Franz Tost was a pretty good team principal. His job basically at AlphaTauri was to sort of build up all of these drivers that are new to Formula One, and build them up, get them ready for the environment, help them progress and develop as drivers and improve. And I think I think he did a great job at that. So Franz Tost, my favorite team principal. Is it me or the Ferrari's looking sluggish? Well, given that Leclerc's in the pits and he was doing 21 laps on those medium tyres, he had quite a bit of fuel in the car. So that's why they were looking sluggish. What's happened to Piastri? Why is he so low? Piastri was in the morning session, and he just wasn't pushing that hard in the morning session, so that's why he's down in 15th position, and Norris is up in first. Nothing too much to really worry about. Yeah. Because the track has rubbered in a lot. Like, firstly, the track was quite dirty at the start of the day, and then everyone has driven at least a race distance. Well, probably a race distance or more on average. So the track has really been rubbered in over the course of the day, meaning that right now the circuit is significantly quicker than it was earlier in the a couple of hours ago. And track temperature has dropped as well. Air temperature still hovers around 15 degrees. Track temperature, though, is 17.8, so it's a bit lower than it was in the morning, which is going to help with the overheating issues of the tyres, and that means the drivers can push as hard as they would like without worrying about overheating. All right. Yeah. Let's see what else is going on the session. Nothing all that much really. I mean, you've got just drivers continuing around. Verstappen's on a fresh set of mediums. Russell's on a fresh set of mediums. So they're going to continue on with these runs till the end of the session. You've got Bortoletto on a fresh set of hards. We'll see how he can do on those, but he was fairly consistent on his old set of hards. He was doing around 1 minute 35 with after about 10 or 12 laps on those tyres. So we'll see what he can do on fresh hards. And yeah. Norris back into the pits. Looks like he'll be getting some fresh tyres after he's done 18 laps on those tyres, those medium tyres. He'll get some fresh tyres and go out till the end of the session. Will Lewis come back out from the pits? No, Lewis took part in the morning session, so he won't be driving for the afternoon session. Leclerc's driving. Leclerc's currently sat in the pits after doing 21 laps on medium tyres, so I suspect he is also going to come out of the pits very, very soon with some more fuel in the car and some more tyres. Yeah. Ooh, George Russell's out on 5-lap-old mediums. Maybe he's going to do a quick lap on those. I'm not 100% certain, but it would be good to see. Yeah. What's your main takeaway from testing so far? I don't know. The Red Bull still probably hasn't worked out all of its instability issues that they were having last year. Ferrari are having a bit of porpoising this year, and can't tell much about McLaren. They've just been sort of hidden in the shadows. Like Piastri did nothing remarkable really all day, and Norris has set like 2 or 3 good laps. Apart from that, it's just been doing testing work. And as for the Mercs, it looks fairly good for them. Antonelli has done well in his first test, but there's still a lot more improvement left to go. And then we have, the rest of the competition is a bit of an unknown because they're all really close together. So we'll only really find out in Australia who's going to be where. Don't forget we have the WEC race in Qatar on Friday. Oh, do we? Fair enough. No, I will definitely not be able to commentate that because by the time we get to Friday, my voice will be destroyed. Yeah. I think they should give at least 100% for 1 lap just to check if the records right now are better than last year. Oh no, they definitely are better than last year. Last year we were in the 131s, high 131s at the end of preseason testing day 1. We are right now in the 130.4, and that's with a bunch of fuel in the car. So yeah, you really don't need to worry about that. Like the cars are definitely faster. Yeah. Oh, Isaac, thank you for the $10 donation. He loves the streams. Keep it up, brother. Thank you very much, Isaac. Very much is appreciated. Thanks for helping the channel out. It is means a lot. All right, we got 19 minutes left. Nearly 18 minutes left. That's just a Q1 session left to go of testing today. And yeah, we really can't conclude much. Not anything significant for certain. And we'll only really find out after maybe 3 days of testing, but most likely just at Q3 in Australia, which will be in 2 weeks' time. Yeah. Do you think the morning conditions drivers weren't pushing like this, or it's just the condition? No. Well, in the morning the track was not clean. So firstly the track got cleaned up, then it got rubbered in, and then the drivers felt like they had a bit more grip and confidence. But by that point it was already sort of the end of the session, and also track conditions were slightly hotter, so they couldn't push as hard and for as long as they can right now. Given that. Given that given track temperatures now 17 degrees and it was 27 in the morning, all of the drivers in the afternoon can push way harder and for way longer without overheating their tires compared to anyone in the morning. So yeah, I think that's fairly standard stuff. Yeah. How many weeks left till Australia? Just 2 weeks. So the 14th of March is pre-season, is practice 1 and 2. 15th of March is practice 3 in quali, and 16th of March is the race. Okay. Are Ferrari fast enough to fight for the championship? Oh, for certain they are. All of their pace will not have disappeared over the summer break, over the winter break. Yeah. All right. Max Verstappen lapping away on his set of medium tyres. George Russell doing the same. George Russell's on a fresh set of mediums, actually. Maybe we'll see a quick lap from him. Currently, he's a tenth and a half back from his fellow Brit, Lando Norris. So there is a chance that we could see him go ahead and put in a quick lap. We'll just have to wait and see. All right. All right, here comes George Russell, comes down the main straight. Is he using DRS? No, he isn't. So he's probably not going to be setting a quick lap time. Very, very unfortunate there for Pierre Gasly. Not for Pierre Gasly, for George Russell. Very unfortunate for us, really. We don't get to see a hot lap. Yeah. And also, yeah, maybe a few tweaks of the data being gathered in the morning. Yeah, they'll understand the setup a little bit more, and they can push a little bit harder. They need to make a full tank of race setups, not just quality setups. Yeah, they need to do a whole bunch of testing data. So it seems a little bit repetitive, really, that they're just going out, they're doing 10, 15 laps on some medium tires, and then they're like, oh, okay, time to end it. And then we're going to come back into the pits, 10, 15 laps on another set of medium tires, 10, 15 laps on another set of medium tires, and they just keep doing that again and again. But in reality, they come into the pits, they put some more fuel in the car, and they vary the fuel load as well, and they also then vary the downforce levels on the car and the suspension settings on the car and all of those things like that, so they can figure out the optimal strategies for things in the future. The drivers can get a feel for, oh, if we change the suspension in this way, this is how the car will behave. It's just a very, very, very big learning exercise. That's what it is. And, from that learning, some of it can be inferred, and you can say, oh, we're going to be, quick on the circuits where there's loads of straights, and we're going to be slow on the circuits where there aren't. But past that, there really isn't going to be that much that the drivers can that much that the drivers can sort of figure out from the drivers or the teams can figure out from testing, unless they go flat out all out. But all of the other drivers will not be going flat out all out, so then it's a little bit pointless to go maximum attack, because you have no one to compare yourself against. So you might as well just wait 2 weeks, get to Australia, and then find out. All right. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, my. There have been so many chat messages. My laptop has been trying to save all of them, and my laptop has now just crashed. My second laptop, not my main streaming laptop. So don't worry about the stream crashing. But yeah, a lot of chat messages. Okie dokes. This session isn't pointless. It's a learning exercise. I mean, us watching it may be slightly pointless, because it's like, oh well, what are we really going to figure out? But we can also infer some things and have a look and see what's going on. So yeah. Rick and Lando will leave the pits now or stay. Well, given there's 12 minutes left, and he's done 51 laps, Piastri's teammate did 66. He's not that far off. He could do maybe another 8 laps if he went out onto the track now. So maybe if he wants to, but I think that's more than enough data gathered for today, and I'll have a long time to analyze all of that. They'll take a long time to analyze all of that data, really. Yeah, it's pointless to fans aside from getting interested and getting excited about what's going to happen. But past that, there really isn't all that much point. Yeah. Okie dokes. Which team has done the most laps? Ooh, let's have a look. I'm going to have to do a lot of mental maths in my head. Or I think it might just be it's Haas actually. Haas have done the most, because out of any driver, Ocon has done the most laps. He's done 80, and then Behrman has done 72. So I think that just seals the deal immediately. The slowest team has done the most laps. Yeah. All right. 11 minutes remain of this test session, and we've got Verstappen, Gasly, Russell, Ocon, and Bortoleto currently out on the track. Yeah, Aston has definitely done the least amount of laps. Stroll has sat in the pit lane for the majority of the second half of the afternoon, and Alonso has done the least number of laps of the morning session. So yeah. Okie dokes. What else is going on here? Bortoletto's pushing quite hard actually as he goes through turn number 8, hits the apex perfectly, and the kickstarter looking quite good in his hands actually. Not having any sort of issues with locking up, getting those racing lines pretty much bang on. A little bit of a snap as he exited turn number 10, but as he heads up the hill now towards turn number 12, things are looking good for Bortoletto. But green in the first and the second sector, and he's on a used set of hard tyres as well. So some strong pace here from Bortoletto. He's a second back from Norris's time, but still, if he sets a good enough lap here, that can promote him up potentially up into the top 10. Just given how good his final sector is. Here he comes across the start-finish line. He goes, and it's 12th place for Bortoletto. Good effort, considering he is on a set of hard tyres. Brilliant job. Okie dokes. Wow, I've missed a channel being live. Feels like it's been years since the last race. Yeah, it has been a very, very long time. Well, I say very, very long time. It's all in relative terms, of course, but what's it been, like 80, 100 days, something along those lines. Yeah, pretty good. All right, Charles Leclerc makes his way out onto the circuit. Nicely done there. Verstappen, he's out on some old tyres as well. Russell's out on old tyres. Leclerc out on old tyres. Stroll has come out. He's come out on a fresh set of mediums. So maybe we can see some real pace from the Aston Martins. See him attacking just a little bit. With 8 minutes left on the clock, there's not going to be too many laps left of the session, really. A maximum of probably 6 laps that you can get done. The team radio transcript's not working. No, unfortunately, their transcripts aren't working. They might work tomorrow, and they definitely will work in Australia. But I apologise for the lack of team radios. All right. Yeah. Oh, Stroll is pushing a little bit actually. He is green in the first sector, and as he comes out of turn number 10, he's activating DRS as well, so he is attacking a little bit. Here he comes then now towards turn number 11, flicks the car up that hill, stays well within track limits there, nicely done. Now heading towards the apex of turn number 13, you've got to brake in a straight line here, rotate the car as late as possible because you need to get as much traction down in a straight line. Yellow through the middle sector, unfortunately, there for Stroll, and he's now heading towards the final corner, and let's see what he can do. Across the line. Out of the final corner he goes, stays within track limits, and across the line he goes, currently in 16th position and stays in 16th position. He is 0.3 slower than his personal best, 4 tenths slower than his personal best. You're not going to see the Aston's pace with Stroll driving. Yeah, I probably should have figured that one out before. Yeah. Okie dokes. Oh, they're applying a bit of Flovis paint here to the McLaren, so they are going to be sending Lando Norris out. They're just putting Flovis paint basically everywhere on one half of the car, and they'll be just analysing those flow patterns overnight. Once he's done a bit of driving around on the car. All right. So here we go then. Charles Leclerc, once again, yeah, just medium tyre run. Same for Verstappen, same for Russell. We'll wait and see what Lando Norris can do. They've covered all of the cockpit up here for Lando Norris. There's just so much Flovis everywhere, all over the halo. They're literally soaking half of the car in Flovis with 5 minutes left to go of the session. Is changing the power unit count? No, it counts from round number 1, so they can change the power units like 10 times in testing, and everything will be fine. Lap time not really important for the test, but Williams look promising. Yeah, Williams seems like they've had a step up in performance, so yeah, it's good for them. All right. Here they go then, folks. We've got Lance Stroll using DRS once again, but I don't think he's going to be improving on his lap time anytime soon. 5 minutes left on the clock. All right, here we go. First time Sauber driven with a light setup. Maybe. Bortoletto's out on another set of medium tyres, so maybe we'll see some pushing laps here from Bortoletto, and maybe he can top the timings. I mean, Sauber might be going for some glory runs here, just to make their sponsors happy. They don't particularly get too much airtime, so if they go out and stick themselves on in first position, then that would be that their sponsors would be quite happy with that. Last 5 minutes. Oh, Grey Wolf Airsoft. I'm streaming tomorrow and for the day after as well. There's going to be a lot of there's preseason testing day 2 and day 3. So yeah, and then in 2 weeks' time, of course, there'll be the Australian Grand Prix. So I will be streaming tomorrow, folks. So be sure to tune into that as well. And Norris has finally come out. It looks like he's just going to be driving around fairly slowly. And half of his car is covered in Flovers. I mean, he might even end up getting some Flovers all over his helmet by accident, or all over his race suit. It looks like he's just looking around, making sure there's no Flovers, and he's checking his mirrors as well. Why does Alonso not have DRS? I don't think it's just a glitch in the system. Alonso hasn't come out in the afternoon, so there was some glitch, and that's why it still says that you can't use DRS. I'll be live streaming the whole Grand Prix in 2 weeks' time, and I'll also be I'll be streaming every single Formula One related thing this year, like all of the testings, all of the practice, every qualifying session, every race. I'll be doing the whole thing. All right. There are 2 minutes and 30 seconds that remain of this practice session. Looks like Bortoletto isn't really pushing all that hard on this fresh set of mediums that he's got, and yeah, track was much dirty. Afternoon drivers taking -1 seconds off the morning drivers, so not much to take. Yeah. The track was apparently 1 second slower. Yeah, that makes sense. That is, there was no rubbering in. All the track was dirty, so the track is going to be significantly quicker. And the drivers will drive around tomorrow. The morning drivers again, and they'll be quicker tomorrow. So, that is 1:30 left, but what am I going to say? Oh yeah, so thank you everyone for tuning in. It's been a pleasure commentating to you guys for the last 10.5 hours. It should rain tomorrow, so be sure to tune in for that. The weather forecast says 40% chance of rain. It said 10% chance of rain today. We saw a couple of raindrops. 40% chance. Hopefully that means some heavier rain tomorrow. We'll have some more quali sims towards the end of the session. Nobody put on a set of soft tyres today. I suspect tomorrow we will be seeing some drivers go out on the softs. And that is all from me, really. Cheers for tuning in. I'm going to make sure my voice gets a bit of rest till tomorrow. I'm going to end the live stream. If you could hit the like button on tomorrow's live stream, that is the biggest help you could possibly do to the channel. I analysed a bunch of data over the winter break, and essentially the best thing to help out the channel is to hit the like button on the stream before it starts. So if you guys could do that, it would really, really help out the channel. But apart from that, that's it. That's all from me. I'm going to end the stream. It'll take you over to the one for tomorrow, and I'll see you then. Thanks for tuning in, and bye bye.